If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 211, Otto's Provocation. 3 days later. King's Landing, Mud Gate. Several large ships docked at the harbour, and soldiers carried down one wounded comrade after another. Rhaegar stepped off the ship and immediately spotted a familiar figure. Rhaegar! Rhaenyra called out, waving enthusiastically as she stood surrounded by guards, a bright smile lighting up her face. Rhaegar's stern expression softened and he hurried toward her. Rhaenyra trotted to meet him, and through the crowd the two siblings embraced. Rhaenyra wrapped her arms around his waist and looked up at him in admiration. Rhaegar, you did it. You won a great battle. It's nothing, Rhaegar replied with a soft laugh, lowering his head to bury his face in her hair. Feeling the warmth of her embrace, his tense nerves finally began to relax. Rhaenyra, her head resting against his cheek, patted his back gently. During his absence, she had worried incessantly, and now, she relished the relief of his safe return. As they stood there, locked in a loving embrace, their guards formed a protective circle around them. Nearby, Alicent and Jane watched the reunion. Jane, hands behind her back, smiled warmly at the scene, showing no sign of jealousy or desire to interfere. Alicent, on the other hand, seemed anxious, her gaze fixed intently on Rhaegar. After a while, Rhaegar pulled back slightly and acknowledged the onlookers. "What are you doing here?" he asked, his brows furrowed and his tone cold. Jane stepped forward with a gracious smile. "Congratulations on your triumph, Rhaegar," she said, opening her arms to embrace both siblings. Rhaegar sighed, a look of helplessness in his eyes. Rhaenyra, caught off guard by Jane's boldness, hesitated. "You..." Rhaenyra began, but Alicent quickly intervened. "Rhaenyra, your father has prepared a banquet to celebrate. Let's return to the Red Keep." "All right," Rhaegar agreed, squeezing Rhaenyra's hand to calm her. Jane released her hold and gestured invitingly. Rhaenyra shot Jane a glare but led Rhaegar towards the waiting carriage. The vehicle was prepared to take them back to the Red Keep, where a grand celebration awaited. Noon. The Red Keep hosted a grand banquet to celebrate the victory in the Stepstones Islands. Viserys drank heavily and couldn't stop smiling as he praised his eldest son's achievements. Rhaegar ate some pastries before quietly slipping away from the festivities. In the bathhouse, Rhaegar soaked in a steaming hot bath, enjoying the feel of gentle hands massaging him. After days spent on Bloodstone Island, strategizing and fighting, he was utterly exhausted. As the warmth of the bath eased his fatigue, Rhaegar spoke drowsily, "Did Alicent ask you to send me a letter?" Rhaenyra, sitting nearby, her voice tinged with regret, replied, "I didn't want to distract you." "It doesn't matter," Rhaegar said, catching her hand as it moved across his chest. "I was already wary of the Dornish anyway." He turned to the girl attending him. "Fetch more hot water, Skyla." "Yes, Prince," she replied. The girl, with long curly brown hair and wheat-colored skin, stood and left to fill a kettle. Rhaenyra, shifting from her perch, asked, "Is she the spy you planted in Riverrun?" Rhaegar splashed the water and chuckled, "Don't be jealous. Skyla has been with me since I was 6. She's loyal and hard-working." "Who's jealous?" Rhaenyra blushed, quickly changing the subject. "Why is she back? Old Tully's sons have resolved their conflict. There's no need to monitor them anymore," Rhaegar explained, a glint in his eyes. "The winds are changing, and I need all the loyal people I can gather." Rhaenyra didn't grasp all the details, but she understood the kingdom was at war. As the heir, Rhaegar's preparations were necessary. Skyla returned with the kettle, pouring the steaming water into the tub. Rhaegar moaned in comfort, leaning his head back against the edge. "Humph, you wash yourself." "I'm going to my room," Rhaenyra said, flustered by Rhaegar's contented sounds. She fled, closing the door with a bang, as if venting her frustration. Once she left, Skyla resumed massaging Rhaegar, her hands skilled and firm. "Princesses are very sensitive," she commented with a light smile. "Yet, not as thick-skinned as you," Rhaegar teased, relaxing further into her touch. Skyla ignored the jab and reported, "I've settled all the advisors' families you asked me to bring back in the dragon pit." "Good," Rhaegar murmured, his eyes closing as sleepiness overtook him. Skyla's hands moved skillfully from his head to his shoulders, chest, and stomach. Her touch brought a final wave of relaxation as Rhaegar groaned in satisfaction, his body finally at ease. Nightfall. Rhaegar woke from his deep sleep, refreshed, and changed into his long-prepared clothes. Exiting the bathroom, he hesitated for a moment in the hallway before deciding to head to his own bedroom. Skyla's skilled hands had rejuvenated him, and he didn't want to disturb Rhaenyra's rest. When he reached his bedroom door, he pushed it open. The room was as neat as ever under the warm glow of candlelight. Closing the door behind him, Rhaegar turned and was startled by what he saw. By the fireplace, a little girl in a white dress was crouching. He recognized her immediately. "Helena?" he asked in surprise. The girl looked up, her face streaked with tears, and softly exclaimed, "Brother!" Rhaegar walked over and sat beside her. "Who made you cry? Why are you hiding in my room?" "No one made me cry," Helena replied, shaking her head. She hugged her legs, making herself as small as possible. Rhaegar added 2 logs to the fireplace. "What did you hear?" he asked gently, knowing how fragile her heart was. She often found a place to hide when she was sad, but this was the first time she had come to his room. "I heard father and mother arguing, very violently," Helena whispered, her voice barely audible. It was true, she had heard Viserys and Alicent arguing. Knowing her brother was coming back today, she had sought refuge in his room. Rhaegar sighed and rubbed her hair. "Don't be afraid. It's normal for couples to quarrel." "Will I marry the Prince of Dorne?" Helena asked timidly, leaning her head against him. She knew what marriage meant and had heard stories about the Dornish people that scared her. "No," Rhaegar reassured her gently. "Targaryens don't need to make such commitments. I will dismiss the Dornish emissary tomorrow." "Really?" Helena's eyes sparkled with hope as she looked up at her brother adoringly. "Really," Rhaegar affirmed, cuddling her in his arms. "Brother is a big umbrella that will help you shelter from the wind and rain." Helena murmured, overwhelmed with emotion. She grabbed the corner of his coat and buried her head in his chest. Rhaegar smiled and let her hold him. Soon, he felt the wetness of her tears soaking through his shirt. He glanced down to comfort her, but to his surprise, she had fallen asleep. "She can really eat and sleep, no wonder she's so plump," Rhaegar thought with a smile. Carefully, he carried Helena to the bed and tucked her in. Her delicate features resembled Alicent's, but unlike her mother's slim figure, Helena had a softness beneath her clothes. After settling Helena, Rhaegar shrugged and left the bedroom. He still needed to find his dear sister for some company tonight. The next day. After breakfast, Rhaenyra and Rhaegar emerged from their room together. At the door, they found Eric waiting. "Is Helena up yet?" Rhaegar asked. Eric respectfully replied, "The little princess left early in the morning." "To the dragon pit?" Rhaegar guessed, knowing Helena's reclusive nature. Eric shrugged, indicating he was unsure. "Let's go," Rhaenyra said, taking Rhaegar's hand and raising an eyebrow. Rhaegar nodded. His father wanted to discuss a marriage alliance and planned to have him meet the Dornish envoy. It felt like he was being used as a pawn. The throne room. Viserys sat on the Iron Throne with a smile on his face. Despite a hangover from the previous night, he woke up in good spirits. In the center of the hall, a group of performers in elaborate costumes were putting on a show. 2 rotund men pretended to be triarchy pirates, while a tall, skinny man played the role of a Dornishman. In front of them were 2 comedic dwarfs. One dwarf, dressed in a black dragon costume, crawled around on the floor. Mushroom, wearing a silver wig and holding a short, stubby wooden sword made to look like dragon claw, rode on the other dwarf's back, shouting, "Cannibal, charge!" The dwarf beneath him yelped and crawled toward the thin man. Viserys watched in amusement, saying, "Mushroom, despite his simple mind, always manages to entertain." "Yes, it's the jester's duty to amuse the king," Otto agreed with a smile, standing beneath the Iron Throne. "Arrogant Dornish fool, taste my sword," Mushroom declared, as he swung his wooden sword at the performers, who squealed and fell to the ground, rolling around in mock pain. "Haha, I, Rhaegar Targaryen, am the strongest." "Rhaegar Targaryen is the strongest dragon rider," Mushroom proclaimed, raising his wooden sword high. The performers knelt, kowtowing vigorously and begging, "Young dragon lord, forgive us. Do you still dare to violate our borders?" Mushroom demanded. "Never, never," they cried. "Get lost!" Mushroom commanded. "Long live the dragon lord! Long live the dragon lord!" They chanted as Mushroom continued to ride the crawling dwarf. Amid their shouts, Viserys suddenly paused. "Does the young dragon lord mean Rhaegar?" he asked. Otto, watching the show, casually responded, yes, the prince defeated the triarchy, earning the title from the troops. Young dragon lord, Viserys mused, a gleam of pride in his eyes. Realizing the king's mood had shifted, Mushroom quickly dismounted the dwarf and knelt. The other performers followed suit. Your Grace, even a mere title signifies the prince's extraordinary bravery, Otto said, waving off the performers. You're right, it's only a title, Viserys muttered. Then, smiling again, he added, but Rhaegar is my eldest son. He deserves this title. Chapter 212, Helena's Resolve. The sound of footsteps echoed as Rhaegar and Rhaenyra entered the great hall. Viserys' eyes lit up as he beckoned, Rhaegar, come to your father. Rhaegar smiled and approached, catching a glimpse of Mushroom and the other performers as they hastily retreated. Viserys' smile widened and he unconsciously placed his hands on the armrests of the Iron Throne. When his palm touched the sharp edge of a sword embedded in the throne, he winced in pain as a bloody gash appeared. Damn it! Viserys hissed, sucking in a breath and shaking his hand in annoyance. In his haste, he had forgotten the treacherous edges of the throne. Father! Rhaegar and Rhaenyra exclaimed, their faces filled with concern. Rhaegar quickened his pace, ascending the steps to the Iron Throne. Are you all right? He asked, examining the wound. The cut was small, but blood was already dripping steadily. Viserys cupped his bleeding hand and forced a smile. It's nothing. I'll have the maester bandage it. Rhaegar remained silent, troubled by the sight. His father's wounds never seemed to heal properly, a troubling sign of lingering illness. Rhaenyra, quick to action, pulled out a cloth and threaded it through the dense swords beneath the throne. Here, let me help, she said, offering the makeshift bandage. Viserys shook his head with a weary laugh. It's just a small wound, no need to fuss, he said, taking the handkerchief and pressing it against the cut. Despite his words, he felt a pang of vulnerability. Rhaegar, what do you think of Dorne's proposal? Viserys asked, bringing the conversation back to more pressing matters. Father, I don't agree with it, Rhaegar replied, his voice steady. Dorne shows no sincerity. They wage war on one hand and seek peace through marriage on the other. Viserys sighed. I understand. The kingdom and Dorne are on a collision course. The conflict with the triarchy, supported by Dorne, had only escalated tensions. Corran's envoy seeking a marriage alliance seemed more a strategic maneuver than a genuine gesture of peace. If the Targaryens agreed, it might buy some time. If they refused, war was inevitable. I'll think about it, Viserys said, his voice heavy with resignation. He leaned back, pressing a hand to his forehead, burdened by the weight of his decisions. A room in the Red Keep. The window of the room creaked open, revealing a pair of large, dark-skinned hands holding a raven. Go, bring the news back to Sun's pair, a deep voice whispered. The hands released the bird, which flapped its wings and soared away from the Red Keep. Seidel poked his head out, cautiously scanning the surroundings before closing the window. He had already heard about the defeat of the Triarchy and witnessed the stance of the royal court advisors. Most were firmly against any alliance with Dorne, effectively ending the marriage proposal. He needed to relay this news to Prince Corran to help him make an informed decision. Outside the Red Keep, the raven flew steadily towards the Dornish domain, its path untroubled until a small stone shot up from the ground. With a sharp thud, the stone struck one of the raven's wings. Gah! The raven cried, plummeting to the ground. From the shadows emerged a man with brown curly hair and a sly smile. Sirio. He approached the struggling bird, quickly retrieving the message capsule attached to its leg. As I thought, you're carrying a message, he murmured. Sirio pocketed the letter, then mercilessly broke the raven's neck and tossed the lifeless body into the moat. Tyrosh, in a luxurious garden. In a lofty pavilion surrounded by exotic flowers and plants, several individuals sat around a round table. The Archon of Tyrosh, a brocade-robed old man, presided over the meeting. To his right sat a young Myrish man with black curly hair and olive skin. Beside him were three others, a tall, fat man with dark skin and expensive clothes, a tall, thin old man with blonde hair, and an ordinary young man with short black hair. Across from them, Drazenko Rhaegar and his brother, Lysandro Rhaegar, both with silver hair and blue eyes, presented a facade of calm. Lysandro, with his kind face and gentle smile, looked like a young and talented philanthropist. The old man in the brocade robe slammed his hand on the table, his face gloomy. The mercenaries were wiped out, and we lost the stepstones. It's all because you underestimated the enemy, the fat man from Myr growled, his anger palpable. Dragon fire decimated our forces. The army is gone, we lost the war. The thin old man from Myr growled, clutching his scepter tightly. Drazenko's face was equally grim. We need to decide our next move. Should we lay down and give up the stepstones in disgrace? The room fell silent. The wealthy magnates bowed their heads, calculating their gains and losses. The last war had been disastrous for the triarchy, resulting in heavy casualties and financial ruin for many. The brocade-robed old man had assassinated the previous archon and bribed officials to secure his own election. Similarly, the Myrish governors had seized power through ruthless means. Lysandro Rhaegar had been thrust into his position not out of desire but necessity. His immense wealth made him the only candidate the other affluent citizens of Liss trusted. Now, all the people present were the losers of the previous conflict, aware of the severe repercussions of another loss. The free trade city-states election system was unforgiving. Failure could mean political death, or worse. They knew this well. The stakes were high, and the consequences of failure were dire. Fight. At this point in the war, we can't afford to back down, declared the dark-skinned fat man, slamming his fist on the table. His family's assets were all tied up in the war effort, bankruptcy loomed if they failed. The young Myrish man looked despondent. How can we fight? The mercenaries are all dead, and no amount of money can hire more. We don't need mercenaries, Lysandro said calmly. We can't rely on them, but we can turn to the slavers' bay. Buy slaves? The fat man asked, his face darkening at the thought of spending more money. No, buy unsullied, Lysandro clarified. I've contacted the great master of Astapor. We can purchase 3,000 unsullied, more than enough to handle Westeros' forces. Slavers' Bay was home to 3 cities, Yunkai, Astapor, and Mirian, known for their vast slave markets. Astapor, in particular, was famed for its unsullied, elite slave soldiers trained from boyhood to be emotionless, obedient, and deadly effective. These soldiers were known for their discipline and combat prowess, famously having defeated 50,000 Dothraki riders with just 3,000 men. The suggestion hung in the air as each man calculated the potential costs and benefits. The unsullied are extremely expensive, the brocade-robed old man mused. Even I would need to liquidate significant assets to afford 3,000 of them. Quality comes at a price, Lysandro said evenly. We can share the cost. The young Myrish man reluctantly interjected, against dragon fire, even the unsullied are vulnerable. There was no denying the dragon's power. In a direct confrontation, no number of soldiers could withstand the flames. After the Battle of Bloodstone Island, Westeros' forces don't exceed 5,000 men, Lysandro pointed out. The unsullied can take advantage of the night to land on the lightly defended Grey Gallows Island and use the terrain to prolong the conflict. Lysandro knew that a direct battle against a dragon was folly. In the last Stepstones campaign, the crab feeder had used the terrain to delay the battle indefinitely, almost bringing Velaryon and Daemon Targaryen's forces to ruin. It's a sound strategy, but the Targaryens have several dragons. We're still at a disadvantage, the brocade-robed old man said, wary of the dragons. Lysandro produced a letter and tossed it onto the table. A personal letter from Corin Martell. He's willing to send troops to help, threatening the Targaryen rear from the Prince's Pass. The Dornish love war, the brocade-robed old man considered. We'll buy the unsullied and enlist some mercenaries. What tactics should we use? Lysandro inquired, not wanting to waste the costly soldiers. We'll have the mercenaries infiltrate Grey Gallows Island and wait for word from Dorne, the brocade-robed old man strategized. If Dorne sends troops, we'll deploy the unsullied. If not, the unsullied will serve as our shield. Securing their lives was the priority. The others contemplated the plan and agreed. Some had enough wealth to survive a defeat, others were desperate enough to gamble everything. The brocade-robed old man's plan, supported by Lysandro, balanced risk and reward, and was acceptable to all. The Dragon Pit, King's Landing. A few dragon keepers, armed with sticks and whips, coaxed Dreamfire out of the crypt, speaking in High Valyrian. Dreamfire moved slowly, her body gleaming like polished jasper, her long tail swaying gently. Dreamfire, I'm here. Helena called out, standing on tiptoes. Dreamfire turned her head, her eyes locking onto the familiar figure of the little girl. Today, Helena looked different. Instead of her usual fluffy white dress, she wore a loose blue gown. Her gaze was firm as she approached the senior dragon keeper and spoke in rusty high Valyrian, "Saddle Dreamfire." "Princess, Dreamfire is not yet tamed and cannot be ridden," the old dragon keeper cautioned humbly. Helena clenched her fists, her tone resolute. "I will tame Dreamfire and saddle her." She had left the Red Keep early in the morning, determined to tame Dreamfire. Summoning enough courage had not been easy, and she could not let this opportunity slip away. The elderly dragon keeper hesitated for a moment before bowing respectfully. "As you wish, Princess." Chapter 213, Taming Dreamfire. The sun rose higher, approaching noon. The throne room. Viserys sat on the Iron Throne, flanked by his royal advisors. Lionel held a letter and read aloud, "The Bracken House has privately moved and secretly grazed in Blackwood territory at night." The letter was from the Tully House of Riverrun. A few days prior, the Blackwood and Bracken houses had erupted in another conflict. Both sides had mobilized their soldiers, preparing for battle at their borders. Old Lord Tully of Riverrun, alarmed by the escalation, had sent mediators and delivered the news to King's Landing. Viserys, feeling overwhelmed, interrupted, "Just get to the point. Did they fight or not?" He was baffled. The first 10 years of his reign had been peaceful, but now chaos seemed constant. First, the triarchy invaded the Stepstones. Then, the mountain clans rebelled in the Vale. Now, after barely repelling the Stepstones pirates, Dorne's intentions were uncertain, and the Riverlands were in turmoil. The young king was at his wits' end. Lionel paused, then hesitantly continued, "Yes, Your Grace, there was a fight. Both sides mobilized thousands of men, resulting in many dead and wounded." "Damned fools!" Viserys cursed, angry. "I thought mediation had succeeded. They broke their word before the Stepstones battle even concluded." Lionel, sweating, explained, "Your Grace, it was unavoidable. The families promised to cease hostilities and support the kingdom. But their hatred runs deep, passed down through generations." Viserys fumed, "So what now? Should we send another mediator?" Last time, Lionel himself had mediated. Now, less than 2 months later, the houses were at war again. Lionel hesitated, then said helplessly, "We must continue to mediate. The Blackwoods and Brackens are major houses in the Riverlands, each commanding thousands of soldiers. The kingdom needs their support in the war." Viserys' veins bulged with frustration. Both houses had suffered losses, making mediation increasingly difficult. The hall was silent, tense. Viserys' ragged breaths echoed, his frustration palpable. The royal advisors were silent, knowing the limits of their feudal system. In Westeros, nobles ruled their own lands. The king had little authority to intervene in noble conflicts unless innocents were in danger. Mediation was the most he could offer, and even that depended on the nobles' willingness to cooperate. Sending royal troops to quell unrest was impractical. Noble skirmishes, though disruptive, were part of their belief in the survival of the fittest. Strength and honor were paramount. Knights earned respect through prowess, not by keeping the peace. How could knights rise without these conflicts? The nobles valued the law, but their interpretation was rooted in strength and honor, not the king's decrees. Seeing their father's anger, Rhaenyra touched Rhaegar's hand and whispered, "Rhaegar, can you think of a solution?" Rhaegar froze, his eyes wide and innocent. Did he look like a wise counselor? The battle for the Stepstones wasn't even finished, and he was still strategizing defenses for Bloodstone Island and Grey Gallows Island. The Dornish were lurking, and he had to stay vigilant. The Riverlands conflict wasn't on his radar. Rhaenyra leaned closer and murmured, "Don't you have a lot of informants in the Riverlands?" Rhaegar glanced up at his father on the throne, then whispered back, "Those who could be useful have already retreated to King's Landing. Even with spies, we can't control a feud between two great houses." The enmity between the Blackwood and Bracken houses was ancient. During the heroic era, the Blackwoods had ruled a kingdom in the Riverlands, with the Brackens as their bannermen. But as the Blackwoods fell from power, the Brackens rebelled, overthrowing their former liege and sowing a deep-seated feud. Despite countless battles, reconciliations, and intermarriages over the millennia, their animosity persisted. Numerous lords had attempted to mediate, but the hostility remained unresolved. Rhaenyra, well-versed in history, shot him a look that said, "What should we do then? Should I ride Syrax to mediate?" Since Aegon the Conqueror established the Targaryen dynasty, Westeros's attitude towards House Targaryen had been ambivalent, sometimes close, sometimes distant, sometimes loyal, sometimes rebellious. This wavering loyalty lasted until the late years of Jaehaerys I, when it began to stabilize. Viserys had inherited his grandfather's political legacy and ruled more peacefully. However, after years of relative calm, the nobles of Westeros were growing restless. It might be time for them to remember the power of Targaryen dragons, Rhaenyra suggested, raising an eyebrow. Rhaegar sighed. We can't use dragons to stop a noble feud, he said. Unless we're prepared to annihilate one side completely. Their whispered conversation caught Viserys' attention. He grunted and said, Rhaegar, speak up. What are you discussing? Rhaenyra looked apologetically at her brother as Viserys' stern gaze turned on him. Swallowing his anger, he allowed Rhaenyra to escape his wrath. After all, daughters were delicate creatures, a stark contrast to the son who would have to bear the brunt of his frustration. Rhaegar scoffed, his gaze lingering on Rhaenyra's apologetic face. As he exited the audience chamber, he crossed his arms over his stomach, rendered speechless. What option did he have? Perhaps mobilize the forces of Riverrun to placate the two warring houses? After contemplating for a moment, Rhaegar spoke softly, Father, the two houses can't be mediated directly. Why don't we ask old Lord Tully to send troops to deter them? Despite the Tullus of Riverrun being somewhat ineffective, they were still the principal lords of the Riverlands. While their management of Bannerman might be chaotic, their soldiers and military equipment were superior to any other nobles in the region. Viserys rubbed his brow, clearly irritated. That's so simple, I don't even need to ask you. Every noble behaved like their ancestors, requiring careful handling. Offend them, and while they might not react openly, they would undoubtedly plot behind the scenes. His predecessors, Aenys I, Rhaegar I, and Jaehaerys I, had all faced this challenge, suffering from the machinations of the xenophobic native nobles. Rhaegar shrugged and stepped back into line, his mind preoccupied with the issues in the Stepstones and Dorne. The Riverlands conflict seemed trivial by comparison. Viserys had another outburst, leaving the royal advisors scrambling. In the end, Otto Hightower's suggestion was accepted. Let the two houses fight for a while, then mediate once they're exhausted, he proposed. Otto, a former hand of the king, was adept at navigating such conflicts. His pragmatic approach appealed to Viserys. Delaying a problem was almost as good as solving it, as long as it didn't directly threaten the throne. Rhaegar grimaced, realizing this solution merely postponed the inevitable. With the immediate issue resolved, Viserys adjourned the meeting. He had initially intended for Rhaegar to contact the Dornish emissary, but his foul mood led him to postpone the task for another day. Dragon Pit. Roar. Dreamfire slumped to the ground, stretched its neck, yawned, and lazily wagged its tail. Dreamfire, get up and fly me around, Helena commanded, patting the dragon's spine. The young princess, clad in a blue dress that matched Dreamfire's scales, looked like an extension of the dragon itself. An elderly dragon keeper stood nervously in front of them, a half-man-tall saddle at his feet. Princess, please get off the dragon's back, he pleaded. Dreamfire's temper was notoriously bad, and the dragon keeper couldn't get close enough to saddle it. But Helena, fueled by an unknown courage, had already climbed up Dreamfire's side, using its wings for leverage. After a few stumbles, she succeeded. Grabbing a piece of Dreamfire's back scale, Helena, her face flushed with effort, urged, Dreamfire, listen to me. Yet, Dreamfire remained indifferent. Unlike her with her mother, the dragon showed no signs of obedience to Helena's commands. Roar. Dreamfire yawned again, closed its eyes, and seemed intent on sleeping. Frustrated, Helena pounded Dreamfire's spine with her small fists, not realizing her hands were becoming red and swollen. Dreamfire, just fly me around a bit and let them know I'm not to be messed with, she pleaded, tears forming in her eyes. Crawling to the top of Dreamfire's head, she sniffled and continued, my brother said I can become a dragon rider. I will tame you. Her life had been a series of disappointments. People whispered that she was mentally ill. Her brother Aegon tormented or ignored her, and her sister Rhaenyra treated her harshly. Even her father, Viserys, seemed to care more for her siblings. In her young heart, only Rhaegar cared and encouraged her. His belief in her was a rare source of strength. Dreamfire, fly up for me, fly up. Helena stood, clutching a bent dragon horn, her eyes squeezed shut. Pouring all her courage into that command, she sought to prove her worth, to show she was a true Targaryen like her siblings. Snap! Dreamfire lifted its head and lashed its tail against the black stone floor, turning to look at the determined girl on its back. It sensed something new, something it hadn't felt since its last rider, Rina. Slowly, Dreamfire rose from the ground, its wings spreading wide. It flapped them twice, tentatively. Dreamfire, fly! Helena's trembling voice called out again. Clinging to the dragon's horn, eyes shut tight with fear, Helena held on as Dreamfire took flight. In that moment, she wasn't just a little girl, she was a dragon rider, a Targaryen proving her existence to the world. Chapter 214, God's Eye Lake, Isle of Faces. Helena's command was tinged with fear, her voice trembling, but her courage was undeniable in that moment. Roar! Dreamfire responded with a powerful roar, propelling itself forward on its hind legs and flapping its massive wings. The sudden gust of wind stirred the dust around them. With a few mighty strides, the dragon covered a significant distance. The elderly dragon keeper, alarmed by the sudden movement, shouted to the other keepers at the entrance of the dragon pit, "Open the gate." He had witnessed Targaryens taming dragons before and understood that he must not interfere with the bond forming between Helena and Dreamfire. Yet, he also knew that they couldn't allow Dreamfire to wreak havoc inside the dragon pit. The dragon keepers, sensing the urgency, quickly obeyed and opened the massive gates. Boom! Dreamfire surged forward, its wings fully extended, and with a powerful leap, it burst out of the confines where it had been imprisoned for decades. Roar! A mighty roar echoed throughout King's Landing as the azure-scaled dragon ascended into the sky, free once more. Dreamfire, fly up! Helena, her eyes still tightly shut, repeated her command, unaware of their rapid ascent. Dreamfire unleashed a spectacular burst of blue and orange dragon fire, lighting up the sky like fireworks. Fly, Dreamfire! Helena continued to shout, mistaking the dragon fire's heat for the fever of excitement. Roar! Dreamfire's roar carried a note of recognition. In its eyes, Helena's courage mirrored that of its previous rider, Rina. If only the dragon could express it, that feeling might be called courage. Soaring above King's Landing, Dreamfire exhaled flames repeatedly, venting the frustration and sorrow it had accumulated over the years. After circling the city for a while, Dreamfire turned its gaze northwest. With a powerful flick of its wings, it surged out of King's Landing and into the clouds, carrying Helena on an unforgettable flight. The commotion caused by Dreamfire's flight startled all of King's Landing. Rhaegar was meeting with Syrio to examine an intercepted letter when he heard the dragon's roar. He looked out the window in amazement. Through the glass he saw the massive blue dragon hovering over the city, spewing dragon fire. Dreamfire! Rhaegar exclaimed, stunned to see the dragon out of the dragon pit. As Dreamfire flew closer to the Red Keep, he noticed a small figure atop the dragon's head. With his sharp eyesight, Rhaegar realized it was Helena. Oh no, she didn't even put on a saddle before getting on the dragon's back. Panic seized Rhaegar. He immediately abandoned his meeting with Syrio and rushed out of the room. Moments later, he pushed past the guards trying to stop him and dashed out of the Red Keep's gate. Roar! A deep dragon roar resonated from the depths of the dragon pit. A dark shadow burst from the crypt and flew out through the still open gate. Cannibal, with its green eyes scanning below, soared high into the sky. Spotting its target, the dragon swooped down toward the Red Keep's gate. Boom! The dragon landed, sending up a cloud of smoke and dust. Cannibal, catch up with Dreamfire! Rhaegar shouted as he emerged from the swirling dust, quickly and nimbly climbing onto the dragon's back. Roar! Cannibal unfurled its wings and took off, demonstrating its agility. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dreamfire soared through the clouds, roaring with excitement, celebrating its return to the sky. Dreamfire, you're flying too fast, Helena called out, her voice tinged with nervousness. She had finally opened her eyes and was looking down at the billowing clouds below, gripping Dreamfire's horn tightly. After the dragon had flown out of King's Landing, the moistness of the clouds had woken her. Now, Helena's heart was a mix of excitement and fear. She wanted Dreamfire to take her on a grand tour of the skies, but her hands and feet were numb, barely able to maintain her grip. Roar! Dreamfire let out a playful growl and shook its head, causing Helena to clench her teeth in fright. Finally free from its confinement, Dreamfire was determined to enjoy its flight. Helena, though afraid, was also filled with a newfound courage. Dreamfire sensed this and, with a flash of pride in its eyes, sped up, showing off its agility with impressive maneuvers through the clouds. Despite decades of confinement, Dreamfire moved with the grace and speed of a much younger dragon. Helena, however, was struggling. The dragon's rapid twists and turns made her dizzy and nauseous, but Dreamfire showed no signs of slowing down. "I'm not afraid. Brother said I can do it. I'll be fine," she whispered to herself, pressing her cheeks against the dragon's horn. She hoped someone would realize she had been taken by Dreamfire and come to her rescue. After about 10 minutes, a gust of wind signaled another presence in the sky. Helena, drowsy from the flight, looked up to see a dark dragon shadow above her. The massive form of Cannibal loomed overhead, blocking out the sun. "Helena!" Rhaegar's voice rang out, calling her name. "Brother, brother!" Helena cried out in relief, spotting her brother's tall figure riding Cannibal. "Hold on to the dragon's horn. Dreamfire will be landing soon," Rhaegar shouted, his voice full of reassurance. "Okay, brother," Helena responded obediently, gripping the horn tighter, her light purple eyes fixed on Rhaegar. Seeing his sister was safe, Rhaegar sighed with relief. He had feared she might fall from Dreamfire's back. Dreamfire was no ordinary young dragon, it was a full-grown dragon with a fierce temper, capable of causing great harm if not properly managed. He remembered his own struggles trying to tame it, so he marveled at Helena's bravery. Roar! At the sight of Cannibal, Dreamfire was startled and roared shrilly, accelerating its flight. The massive dragon above was not to be trifled with. Cannibal's odor, a fishy scent mixed with the stench of dragon remains, filled the air. Cannibal glared down at the blue dragon, its pupils flashing with disdain. It had abstained from dragon meat for years, but it still remembered the taste. After about 10 minutes, the two dragons lowered their altitude, revealing a large, wide lake below. The turquoise water rippled as a black swan swam by. In the center of the lake stood a lush, green island. Roar! Dreamfire roared excitedly, circling the lake. The sound echoed, sending the black swans into a panic. They flapped their wings and fled, causing a flurry of white splashes. Dreamfire schemed low over the water, creating waves on the surface. Helena looked around with curiosity, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. Finally, Dreamfire landed on the island in the middle of the lake. Cannibal, hovering above, followed and landed nearby, its gaze eerily fixed on Dreamfire. Rhaegar quickly dismounted from Cannibal and ran toward Dreamfire. "Helena, come down here," he called. As Dreamfire drank from the lake, Helena let go of its horns and stood up, trembling. Hearing her brother's call, she asked nervously, "Do I jump down?" Rhaegar, taken aback by the question, smiled wryly. "Slide off the dragon's back. I'll catch you." Helena obediently climbed from Dreamfire's head to its spine and slid down along its tail. Rhaegar stood ready below, catching her as she descended. As soon as Helena was in his arms, she wrapped herself around him like an octopus, tears streaming down her face. "Brother, wow, wow, wow." While she had managed to maintain some composure on Dreamfire's back, the fear overwhelmed her once she was on the ground and she felt a tightness in her stomach. Splat! Rhaegar slapped her lightly on the buttocks and said, "Why are you crying? Riding a dragon in secret, do you know how dangerous that is?" The scene of Helena taming Dreamfire reminded him of his own experiences with Cannibal. It was always the same, ride the dragon or risk falling to your death. "I'm sorry. I know I was wrong," Helena sniffled, not quite sure what she had done wrong, but admitting her guilt anyway. She had wanted to prove herself by taming the dragon, and she had succeeded, even if Dreamfire wasn't completely obedient yet. Seeing her so upset, Rhaegar's anger softened. He patted her gently on the back and encouraged her, "Don't cry. You have successfully ridden a dragon, you are already a dragon rider." "Really?" Helena asked, her eyes wide and tearful. "Of course," Rhaegar nodded. "Dreamfire recognizes you. From now on, you are its master." "I'm awesome," Helena whispered, trying to hold back her tears. Rhaegar chuckled. "Yes, you are powerful. A true Targaryen." "Well, I'm as powerful as you," Helena said, nodding vigorously, her messy hair shaking around her face. Rhaegar hugged her with one arm and gently brushed the hair from her face with the other, feeling a surge of pride. His little sister was growing up. "Come down, I'll help you tie your hair," he said. He set her down and gathered her thick, long hair, tying it back into a neat bun with a thin rope. Helena squinted in enjoyment, then asked, "Brother, where are we?" "God's Eye Lake," on the Isle of Faces, Rhaegar replied, surveying their surroundings. Helena blinked and pointed towards a distant structure. Is that the hand of the king's castle? Rhaegar looked in the direction she indicated. Through the dense vegetation, he could make out the ruins of a dark tower. He knew it was the largest castle in Westeros Harrenhal. Harrenhal had been built by Harren the Black, who spent 40 years constructing it, exhausting countless enslaved captives. Rumor had it that Harren mixed human blood with mud and ash to build the castle. At the beginning of the conquest, Harrenhal had just been completed. When Aegon the Conqueror attacked, Harren the Black hid inside with his children, believing the dragons couldn't breach his fortress. But Aegon flew over Harrenhal on Balerion, the Black Dread, and unleashed dragon fire hot enough to melt stone. The 5 towers of Harrenhal were incinerated, and Harren and his descendants were buried alive. Over the past 100 years, Harrenhal had seen many owners. After Rhaena Targaryen's death, the castle was left uninhabited until Jaehaerys I gave it to House Strong. The current lord of Harrenhal was Lionel Strong. Chapter 215 Brothers, Walk Forward. Rhaegar looked at the ruins of Harrenhal's towers and chuckled softly. Yes, that's the Hand's castle. I've been a guest there a few times. Harrenhal lay in the heart of the Riverlands, surrounded by fertile lands. Rhaegar had a good relationship with Lord Tully of Riverrun and occasionally stopped at Harrenhal to rest for the night. Will we be guests? Helena asked quietly, tilting her head. Rhaegar ruffled her hair and smiled. Dreamfire has caused quite a stir. We must return to King's Landing first. Oh, Helena nodded, her large eyes still fixed on Harrenhal. Harrenhal covered a vast area with 5 towering spires. Despite being partially melted by Baelorion's fire, the towers were still taller than most castles. The siblings could see its outline clearly from the Isle of Faces. Fire! Helena exclaimed suddenly, her expression distant. Rhaegar, not yet sensing anything wrong, asked, What? Helena murmured, The war horses are charging. Helena, can you hear me? Rhaegar knelt and waved his hand in front of her eyes. He recognized this strange condition. Helena often fell into prophetic trances. She blinked twice and answered blankly, Brother, I can hear you. Rhaegar gently held her shoulders. What did you just see? I don't remember, she replied innocently, tilting her head in confusion. Rhaegar hugged her tightly and whispered, It's okay, just forget about it. Helena rested her chin on his shoulder and murmured an uncertain oh. Over the years, Helena's prophecies were usually quickly forgotten, probably a protective mechanism to shield her mind from overwhelming visions. Lifting her up, Rhaegar said, Let's get back to King's Landing. Helena nodded, unusually quiet. Dreamfire, having drunk from the lake, rested on the shore, elegantly swishing its tail. Brother, I want to ride Dreamfire, Helena declared, staring wide-eyed at her dragon. Rhaegar frowned. Are you sure? Dreamfire doesn't have a saddle yet. I won't fall off, Helena said confidently, puffing out her small chest. She wanted to ride her dragon back to King's Landing and show everyone she was a true dragon rider. All right, hold on to the back scales and communicate with Dreamfire, Rhaegar advised, choosing to trust her. All Targaryen children had to tame their dragons. A saddle was helpful but not essential. He remembered when he was 6, riding cannibal without a saddle all over the world. Brother, wait until I take off, then follow me. Helena broke free of Rhaegar's embrace and ran toward Dreamfire. Roar! Dreamfire roared, its eyes fixed on its rider, waiting for her. With nimble hands and feet, Helena climbed onto the dragon's back, using one of its wings as a foothold. Dreamfire, let's go, she commanded, her small face set with determination. Dreamfire flapped her wings vigorously and took to the air. But instead of heading back to King's Landing, she circled God's Eye Lake. After decades of confinement, Dreamfire wanted to explore the familiar area where it had once lived. Lying on the dragon's back, Helena watched in frustration as Dreamfire ignored her commands. Her cheeks puffed out in anger. Below, Rhaegar mounted Cannibal, ready to intervene. It was normal for a newly tamed adult dragon to be disobedient after decades in captivity. Cannibal, too, seemed ready to help. Suddenly, a fierce cry pierced the air. Dreamfire, either listen to me or throw me in the lake. Rhaegar looked up in surprise. Helena had climbed onto Dreamfire's head, clutching the dragon's horns and shouting with determination. Her face was flushed with rage. Roar! Dreamfire turned sharply, almost throwing Helena off. But instead of shrieking, Helena shouted louder, "Dreamfire, obey my command." She showed no fear, using her defiant spirit to assert control over the dragon. Roar! Reluctantly, Dreamfire changed direction and flew toward King's Landing. Helena laughed and rubbed her face against the dragon's horn in triumph. Rhaegar, witnessing this display of bravery, smiled. "Cannibal, let's follow them." Roar! Cannibal roared softly, its hind feet leaving distinctive marks on the ground as it spread its wings and took off. For the first time, Rhaegar noticed that Cannibal had a habit of marking its territory, a trait he hadn't observed before. King's Landing, Red Keep. Alicent found her husband, her face edged with worry. "Viserys, Helena was taken by that blue dragon." Viserys embraced her, his voice soothing. "Don't worry, Helena has been in contact with Dreamfire. She may have successfully tamed the dragon. But that dragon has a violent temper." Rhaegar was hurt by it once, Alicent said, leaning into his arms, jittery. She wasn't a Targaryen by birth and had been educated in the September of Old Town and the Faith of the Seven, which instilled in her an inexplicable fear of dragons. Rhaegar went after her. "He will protect his sister," Viserys replied with a confident smile. He had faith in his eldest son's abilities. Cannibal, the black dragon, was so fierce that all the dragons in the dragon pit feared it. Dreamfire wouldn't dare defy Cannibal. Alicent looked sad, her head buried in her husband's chest. She had broken with her father and now relied solely on Viserys in the vast city of King's Landing. The two of them cuddled as time slowly passed. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed across King's Landing, reverberating through half the city. Alicent hastily broke from Viserys' embrace and looked out the window. The sky was a canvas of blue and white, with two dragons, one black and one blue, dancing between the clouds, chasing each other as if in a ballet. Dreamfire's eyes were filled with vigilance as it quickly swooped down, heading straight for the dragon pit on the hill. Cannibal hovered overhead, casting a massive shadow over the ground. "Bless the seven gods, my child has returned," Alicent whispered, clasping her hands in silent prayer. That night, Viserys organized a feast to honor his youngest daughter's successful taming of a dragon. The next day, a meeting convened in the throne room. The advisors of the small council were present, along with Queen Alicent and Lady Jane. Rhaegar and his siblings Helena, Aemond, and Dorne were also present. The small council, led by Lionel Strong, stood on the left side of the hall. Rhaegar and Rhaenyra, accompanied by their siblings, stood on the right. Alicent and Jane stood beside Rhaenyra. When everyone was assembled, the King's Guard, Sir Steffon Darklyn, announced loudly, "An audience with the envoy of Dorne." As the doors opened, Sir Cedal Dane strode into the hall. He first looked at Viserys on the Iron Throne and bowed respectfully, "Your Grace." Then he bowed slightly to Alicent, "Your Grace," though his eyes darted toward the children surrounding Rhaegar. Helena bit her lower lip, her gaze sharp and wary. Aemond, looking timid, stood protectively in front of his sister. Dorne, the youngest, peeked curiously from behind Rhaegar. Viserys, watching the scene from the throne, felt both pleased and remorseful at the unity of his children. He cleared his throat and said, "Lionel, make the announcement." "Yes, Your Grace." Lionel straightened his posture, his round belly protruding, and declared proudly, "Envoy, the king refuses to marry the princess." Cedal frowned. "Why?" "A marriage would bring peace and benefit both sides. Princess Helena successfully tamed her dragon yesterday and expressed to his grace that she does not wish to marry in a land as far away as Dorne," Lionel explained, glancing at the envoy. "His grace is a forgiving and merciful monarch. The princess will remain in King's Landing, enjoying the care of her parents and brothers." This was the reasoning Rhaegar had devised on Helena's behalf. A Targaryen with a dragon was far more valuable than one without. Helena's success in taming Dreamfire had greatly increased her worth. If she didn't want to marry, she could simply ride her dragon away, and no one could stop her. Cedal's face darkened. Marriage is an important matter between two lands. How can it be changed for personal reasons? The Targaryens had two princesses. If the eldest princess was too high-ranking to marry and the youngest too young to marry, where did that leave Dorne? Would this not insult Prince Corin Martell? Rhaegar stepped forward with a smile. "Envoy, I heard that Prince Corin has a daughter." Cedal's eyes flickered. "Yes, Princess Aelyandra is just 3 years old." "What a wonderful name. She will surely be a beauty in the future," Rhaegar praised before changing his tone. "If Prince Corin is sincere about the marriage, he could marry his daughter to a Targaryen, facilitating the union between our houses. But Princess Aelyandra is only 3 years old. Cedal objected. It doesn't matter, Rhaegar said. We can arrange an engagement now and marry when she's old enough. Cedal sneered. You're already 13. Can you really wait 10 years? Rhaegar remained indifferent. Princess Arianne is young enough to be a perfect match for one of my brothers. With that, he pulled the confused Aemond and Doran, who was hiding behind him, and pushed them forward. Brother! Aemond's face flushed red with embarrassment. He hadn't expected to be thrust into the spotlight. Rhaegar squinted at him and said sternly, straighten your back. Show your royal demeanor to the envoy. You might have the chance to marry a Dornish princess. Aemond, his face bitter, obediently lifted his chest and head, not daring to defy his elder brother. Rhaegar ignored his reluctance. Younger siblings were there to be used when necessary. With Aegon sent to Stepstones, Aemond and Doran had to be put to good use. They were all political assets created for him by his good stepmother, Alicent. Chapter 216, Sister and Brother Mutual Understanding. Cedal glared at the 2 young Targaryens, his expression growing increasingly sour. His mission was to secure a Targaryen princess for Prince Corran, not to offer his own. Marrying Rhaegar Targaryen, the heir, would be acceptable, but marrying a lesser prince held no appeal. After a moment of thought, Cedal controlled his temper. Prince Corran seeks a marriage alliance with a Targaryen princess, not to give away one of our own, Cedal explained. Oh! Rhaegar feigned surprise. Didn't you just say that marriage between 2 houses should not be hindered by personal factors? Princess Aelyandra has no intention of marrying at this time, Cedal replied. When I left, Prince Corran made no mention of such a proposal, so I cannot make that decision. No matter, Rhaegar replied, a hint of amusement in his voice. We have time to discuss it. My younger brothers are of the right age and can afford to wait. Doran glanced at Rhaegar, understanding his older brother's intention to make things difficult for the envoy. He played along, puffing out his chest in mock seriousness. Cedal's frustration was obvious. His already dark skin seemed to darken with anger. If His Grace and the Prince have no intention of marrying in Dorne, I will report this to Prince Corran. Rhaegar's smile faded. Who is truly unwilling to marry, I wonder? Surely, the envoy knows. The refusal of both Targaryen princesses is an insult to Prince Corran. Cedal retorted indignantly. Oh, really? Rhaegar produced a letter from his sleeve, his expression turning cold. Cedal froze, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Rhaegar took the letter and approached him, his movements graceful yet scornful. Shall I read this letter you sent to Sunspear for you? What? Cedal couldn't believe his ears. He snatched the letter and quickly scanned its contents. Recognizing his own words, his face turned pale. With trembling hands, Cedal stammered, You intercepted my raven. Viserys, having read the letter, spoke in a grave tone. Envoy, both Corran and you lack sincerity. The letter contained trivial information, objections to the marriage, and disparaging remarks about Viserys himself. The false veil of diplomacy lifted, and Cedal, now doubly nervous, tried to explain, Forgive me, Your Grace, for my indiscretions. I truly came with the intent of forging a union. Silence, scheming Dornishman! Lionel Strong chided, his contempt undisguised. Cedal's face darkened, and he felt the hostile gazes of those around him. Otto Hightower, observing from the sidelines, frowned slightly. The arrogance of the Dornish envoy was surprising, even to him. Master of Coin Lyman Beesbury stepped forward, his pale cheeks flushed with anger. Your Grace, Prince Corran is mocking the kingdom. It's shameless. Lyman Beesbury was the Lord of Honeyholt in the Reach, and naturally he had a low opinion of Dorne. Grand Maester Melos frowned. Does Dorne seek to worsen relations with the kingdom by sending such an envoy? Viserys felt justified in his anger. Dorne's envoy lacks sincerity. Expel him. Steffon Darklyn, the King's Guard, stepped forward to seize the panicked Cedal. Cedal, though terrified, felt a slight relief. Expulsion was not the worst outcome. But someone else disagreed. Rhaenyra and Rhaegar exchanged glances, both showing dissatisfaction. Rhaegar's expression turned cold. Whose territory do you think King's Landing is, where you can escape your misdeeds? Prince, I meant no offense, Cedal pleaded. But you have offended, Rhaegar retorted, approaching him with a cold gaze. Viserys, not wanting bloodshed, warned, Rhaegar, he is an envoy. Just expel him. Father, the Dornish are our enemies. Mercy is unnecessary, Rhaegar replied, drawing his sword. He looked at Aemond and Doran. Watch how Targaryen men solve problems. I'll only show you once. Viserys shouted, Rhaegar, what are you doing? Rhaegar ignored him, signaling the guards to step back. No. I am an envoy. Cedal broke free and tried to run. When Dorne attacked the stepstones, did you consider you might die? Rhaegar whispered, swinging his sword and severing half of Cedal's head. Cedal's mutilated corpse fell, splattering the ground with blood and filth. Silence filled the throne room. Rhaegar's cold efficiency left a chilling impression on all present. Ah! Alicent whimpered as the bloody scene unfolded, her face pale and stricken. Aemond and Doran stood frozen, staring at their older brother Rhaegar in shock. Rhaegar turned and wiped his blood-stained sword on his cloak. Have you learned? He asked coldly. Aemond swallowed hard and looked at Rhaegar with a mixture of fear and admiration. Doran, still young, closed his eyes in fear and grabbed Aemond's arm for support. Rhaegar scanned his siblings, his gaze lingering on Helena. Unlike the others, her eyes were wide with excitement and longing. She took a step closer to Rhaegar, oblivious to the bloodshed and without a trace of fear. Deep down, she thought, indeed, dragons bring courage to people. The advisors of the small council were visibly shaken. They hadn't expected the prince to kill so ruthlessly. Otto Hightower frowned deeply, lowering his head to hide his reaction. He saw shades of Daemon in Rhaegar, a resemblance he despised. Rhaegar, look what you've done. Viserys rose in anger, pointing at the body lying in a pool of blood. When two countries are at war, they don't kill envoys. Killing the messenger like this could provoke Corin Martell. Rhaegar sheathed his sword, facing his father with a solemn expression. Father, Dorne is involved in the Battle of the Stepstones. Conflict with the kingdom is inevitable. Viserys rebuked him angrily, then you should have let the messenger return, not killed him in public. The Dornish are not as honorable as we are, Rhaegar retorted, hanging his head as if chastised. The history of Dornish treachery was well known, with countless instances of ambassadors and captives being killed. You! Viserys was momentarily speechless. Turning to the royal guards, he snapped, why don't you carry the body out? Are you waiting for it to dry? Steffon Darklyn, the king's guard, bowed his head in shame and hurried to remove the body. Dismissed. Viserys, furious, stormed out of the hall. The others quickly followed, not wanting to incur his wrath. Rhaegar shrugged, feeling no remorse. He had wanted to kill the Dornish envoy for a long time. Apologize to father later, Rhaenyra whispered, taking his hand. She had played a role in the envoy's demise and knew it was wise to reconcile. Rhaegar nodded, understanding the need to appease their father. Viserys was often fragile and prone to self-doubt. Jane approached, taking Rhaegar's other arm. How about saying goodbye and accompanying me to the dragon pit? I quite like that young dragon called Stormcloud. Get off, Jane! Rhaenyra hissed through gritted teeth, her eyes flashing with anger. Jane smiled wryly, releasing Rhaegar and turning to take her friend's arm instead. After lunch, Rhaegar approached his father to apologize, but Viserys scolded him harshly. Rhaegar took the rebuke stoically and left the room, seemingly unfazed. As he pushed open the door, he encountered Otto Hightower, dressed in green. Sir Otto, what is it? Rhaegar asked, a note of suspicion in his voice. Otto nodded and replied, there are some matters regarding the street cleanup that need to be reported to His Grace. Street cleaning is not easy. Hard work, Sir Otto, Rhaegar said distractedly as he brushed past him. The street cleaning program was actually a matter that Rhaegar had proposed. Alicent had pushed heavily for her father, Otto, to oversee the project. The former hand of the king had returned to King's Landing to serve as an advisor. But a month had passed with little noticeable change in the city. The new Master of Civil Affairs would need to work harder. As night fell, Otto emerged from the king's chambers. He and Viserys had had a long discussion about the management of the streets of King's Landing. It wasn't just about cleaning, it was about comprehensive management. To accomplish the task, Otto had hired a group of poor men and paid them to do the work. Each day at dawn, these men, armed with shovels and dustpans, cleared the streets of excrement. Wagons were then used to transport the waste out of the city for collective burial. This method, however, proved inadequate. The people of King's Landing continued to relieve themselves in the streets every day. Moreover, after some people cleaned the streets, others would throw various types of garbage back into them, adding to the burden of the sanitation workers. Otto tried to persuade the citizens to stop littering, but his efforts were in vain. He then enlisted the Gold Cloaks to enforce stricter regulations against public dumping, but this move backfired. The people reacted strongly, filled with criticism. When the Gold Cloaks tried to enforce the rules, they were met with retaliation, including having feces and urine thrown at them. Otto, as the master of civil affairs, was also harshly questioned, as if he had incited the wrath of both God and the people. The people of King's Landing were adamant, if there's no shit or piss in the street, there's no justice. How can we not relieve ourselves? This resistance led to Otto earning the derogatory nickname Master of Shit and Piss. The moniker became particularly well known in the chaotic area of Flea Bottom, underscoring the immense challenge Otto faced in attempting to improve the city's sanitation. Chapter 217, Aegon's Defiance. Half a month later. King's Landing, the old city gates. Rhaegar stood at the gates and watched as a four-wheeled chariot rolled away, flanked by a group of well-equipped guards. Alas, there is no end to the chaos in the Riverlands. Mediation seems futile, Rhaegar sighed softly, then turned to leave. Inside the carriage sat Lionel Strong, Hand of the King. The ongoing feud between the Blackwood and Bracken houses had only intensified, with several skirmishes involving armies of over 1,000 men shattering the peace across half the Riverlands. Lord Tully of Riverrun, unable to withstand the pressure, had once again requested royal intervention, leaving Viserys no choice but to send Lionel. Rhaegar strolled through the streets of King's Landing, heading towards the dragon pit atop the hill of Rennis. His route from the old city gates to the Riverlands led him through Silk Street, the busiest market in King's Landing, teeming with people. As he walked through Silk Street, Rhaegar noticed a stark difference. The street, usually foul-smelling but relatively tidy, was now littered with filth. The stench was overwhelming, especially in the sweltering July heat, with urine and feces baking in the sun. Rhaegar's sensitive senses could not bear the stench, causing him to quicken his pace. Behind him, a gold cloak shouted, "Discharging filth in the streets is prohibited. Offenders will be heavily punished." The response was a cacophony of spitting and cursing from the disgruntled populace. Rhaegar quickly deduced that Otto's policies were meeting fierce resistance. "Wait a little longer," he muttered, swiftly leaving Silk Street. At noon, under the scorching sun, Rhaegar descended the steps inside the dragon pit. As he reached the bottom, he spotted Jane holding the young dragon, Stormcloud. Roar! Stormcloud, still the size of a cat, perched on Jane's arm. His bright silver scales glistened as he peered out with his tiny head. Jane smiled and tried to pet the baby dragon, but he playfully avoided her touch. "Jane!" Rhaegar called, confused, his gaze shifting between her and the dragon. Stormcloud was known for his bad temper and would not let anyone near him except Rhaegar. Even Rhaenyra couldn't get near him, and the dragon keepers had to shackle one of his hind legs to keep him from flying around and wreaking havoc. Jane turned at the sound of Rhaegar's voice and beamed. "Rhaegar, isn't he adorable?" "Yes, it's amazing," Rhaegar said in amazement. "Stormcloud doesn't reject you." Jane tilted her head thoughtfully. "He won't attack me, but he won't let me touch him either." Roar! As soon as Stormcloud saw Rhaegar, he flapped his wings and staggered over to sit on Rhaegar's shoulder, nuzzling his cheek happily. Rhaegar patted the young dragon's head and chuckled to Jane, "The little one is very fussy and a bit dangerous." It was indeed rare for Jane, who wasn't a Targaryen, to be tolerated by Stormcloud. The Targaryens and the Arryns had intermarried for generations. Rhaegar's grandmother, Dalia Targaryen, had married Lord Roderick Arryn. Their daughter, Aemma Arryn, married Viserys and gave birth to Rhaenyra and Rhaegar. Thus, Rhaegar and Jane were distant cousins, but her Targaryen blood was very diluted. "Stormcloud is beautiful," Jane said, her eyes twinkling as she watched the dragon and Rhaegar. "I come to see him often." Rhaegar avoided her gaze, feeling a shiver run down his spine. "Prince, a message from the Stepstones." Eric called out, hurrying into the dragon pit. Rhaegar snapped to attention and met him halfway. "What's the situation?" Eric handed over an opened letter and said solemnly, "The Triarchy hired mercenaries and invaded Grey Gallows Island during the night." The letter had passed through the hands of the Grand Maester and the king before reaching Rhaegar. He scanned it quickly. The king's forces on the Stepstones Islands numbered over 4,000, primarily defending Bloodstone Island. Grey Gallows Island, lightly defended, had been recaptured by the triarchy. Aegon and Laenor had attacked with their dragons, but the enemy hid in caves, refusing to engage. Rhaegar slapped the letter against Eric's chest. "I'll go to Bloodstone Island first and assess the situation." Sensing his mood, Stormcloud panicked and leapt from his shoulder, flying away. Roar! A deep, resonant roar echoed from the crypt as the dragon pit gate opened. Rhaegar stepped outside just as the cannibal, his massive black dragon, emerged like a shadow. The dragon soared over Rhaegar's head before landing with a thud. Rhaegar swiftly climbed the dragon's ladder, mounted, and took off across Blackwater Bay. Bloodstone Island. A dark shadow of a dragon flashed across the vast ocean and landed on the debris-strewn desert island. "Cousin!" Laenor shouted, leading a crowd of commanders to meet Rhaegar as he dismounted from his dragon. "Prince!" Several others echoed, bowing slightly. Rhaegar wasted no time. "Grey Gallows Island is lost. Have the Triarchy made any other moves?" Laenor shook his head. "No, they remain hidden in the caves and refuse to come out. They're trying to use the crab feeders' tactics," Rhaegar sneered, showing his disdain. It wasn't a clever strategy, but it had been surprisingly effective during the Island War. Although he didn't have a perfect solution, he needed to project confidence to maintain morale. "Cousin, let's discuss this in the tent," Laenor suggested, leaning in to whisper, "Aegon's been in a foul mood lately, and House Manderley from White Harbour has sent someone to inquire." "House Manderley?" Rhaegar frowned. Aegon was the least of his concerns. He'd always been lazy and was probably bored out of his mind, stuck on Bloodstone Island all day. The Manderleys, however, were crucial. They controlled one of the 5 major ports in Westeros and were significant bannermen to the Starks in the north. Early in the war for the Stepstones, Laenor had secured their support, bringing over a dozen ships and 1,400 soldiers. During the Battle of Bloodstone, the Manderley heir had conspired with Tyland and others, only to die amidst the chaos. "We should go see them," Rhaegar said, sensing that the visitors likely brought bad news. Inside the tent. Upon entering the tent, Rhaegar immediately noticed 3 figures with distinctly different demeanors. Aegon, with an angry expression, sulked in the corner. An older, rotund man with needle-like white hair was speaking animatedly, his spittle flying. Opposite him sat Viamond, his face dark and stiff. The sound of Rhaegar's entrance drew their attention. "Rhaegar!" Aegon's eyes lit up momentarily, but his joy quickly faded. He was determined to return to King's Landing and knew he had to reason with his elder brother today. "Prince Rhaegar, you have finally arrived." The obese old man, Sir Wystan, glared at Rhaegar and approached menacingly. "Sir Wystan, keep your distance." Laenor stepped in front of him, placing a hand against his chest. Rhaegar bypassed them, walked over to the conference table, and sat down. "Sir Wystan, what is your purpose here?" he asked, his voice calm but authoritative. Laenor had briefed Rhaegar on the way. Wystan was the brother of the Lord of White Harbour and was here to seek justice for his deceased nephew. "Prince, my nephew died for his kingdom. Where is the murderer who killed him?" Wystan's voice was loud and accusatory. Rhaegar's face darkened. He slapped the table heavily. "Who sacrificed his life for the kingdom, and who is the murderer?" he bellowed. Wystan, taken aback by Rhaegar's sudden outburst, softened his tone. "My nephew is dead." "I know your nephew is dead," Rhaegar interrupted, his voice filled with fury. "He and his private army committed treason and died as they deserved." Wystan stammered, "But he died on the battlefield." "Nonsense! If he hadn't died in battle, do you think I would have dismissed his charges so easily?" Rhaegar snapped. "Remember, his death was his own doing. There is no honor in it, and there is no murderer." It was clear to Rhaegar that Wystan was here to cause trouble. The heir to White Harbour was dead, while the other conspirators, including Tyland, were alive. Wystan was here to challenge this imbalance. Rhaegar called the guards at the entrance of the tent. "Drag Sir Wystan out and drive him to Bloodstone Island." "Prince, I am here on behalf of House Manderley of White Harbour," Wystan protested, his face red with anger. Rhaegar's voice was icy. "If your brother wishes to question me, let him come himself. The Targaryens will give him an explanation. Now, get out." The guards, members of the Second Sons, quickly acted. They restrained Wystan and carried him out of the tent as if he were livestock. The storm passed as quickly as it had arisen. The commanders were left in stunned silence. Rhaegar's sharp eyes scanned the room. "That was a minor interruption. Now, let's discuss the main issue. Yes, Prince. The commanders, shaken from their stupor, hurriedly took their seats. After months of war, Rhaegar had become increasingly decisive. As the heir and acting commander of the navy, he wielded considerable authority. Besides his father, Viserys, no one outranked him. Nightfall. The negotiations concluded. The commanders agreed on a strategy of siege rather than direct assault. Patrol ships and dragons would encircle Grey Gallows Island, cutting off supplies. The pirates, though well provisioned, would eventually run out of fresh water. When that time came, they would be vulnerable to attack. Rhaegar stepped out of the tent into the starry night. Rhaegar, I need to talk to you. Aegon's voice called from behind. Chapter 218, Triarchy's Provocation. Aegon's voice was full of resentment. He wore leather armor, his hair was a mess, and he held a defiant expression. Rhaegar turned to face him, scanning him up and down. Despite Aegon's disheveled appearance, he couldn't help but notice that Alicent's genes were strong, she'd borne handsome children. Aegon, though shorter and slimmer than Rhaegar, had a wild, uninhibited demeanor. Feeling Rhaegar's gaze, Aegon grew uneasy. His legs trembled, but he stretched his neck, eyes stubborn, determined to escape from this place. Finally, Rhaegar approached him. Aegon's body shivered, tension mounting. He knew his request was unreasonable, and he braced himself for the expected reprimand. Surprisingly, Rhaegar didn't get angry. Instead, he sighed and said gently, "You've lost weight and gotten a bit darker." Aegon was taken aback. "What do you mean?" he asked, uncertain. Rhaegar placed a hand on his shoulder and smiled. "After a month on the front lines, you're more of a man than ever." "Humph, nonsense," Aegon retorted, shrugging off his hand. "Don't think you can sweet-talk me. I'm going back to King's Landing, do you hear?" "Go back to King's Landing? For what?" Rhaegar asked, his tone sharp. "To sleep, to cuddle a whore, or to play the fool for father?" Aegon's face flushed with anger. "I don't need you to tell me what to do. I'm going back, and no one cares what I do anyway." "No. Aegon, you're my brother, not a waste," Rhaegar said, his gaze intense. "Your name is Targaryen. You are my brother, and no one can call you a waste." Aegon was taken aback by Rhaegar's words. He hesitated. "That's so sappy. Do you think I'll believe it?" Ever since he was a child, Aegon had lived in Rhaegar's shadow. Whenever he did something wrong, he would get a good beating. How could he believe Rhaegar now? "Believe it or not, that's up to you," Rhaegar said, hands behind his back. "There's unrest in the Balins, the Triarchy has invaded Grey Gallows Island, and Dorne's movements are unknown. Do you want to hide back in the arms of a whore at this time?" Aegon lowered his head, unable to meet Rhaegar's eyes. "That's your responsibility. You're the heir. What does it matter to me?" Rhaegar's face turned cold. He slapped Aegon across the face, sending him stumbling. You. Aegon's cheek reddened and swelled. He covered his face with one hand, pointing at Rhaegar with the other, but words failed him. "Aegon, are you talking to me about responsibility?" Rhaegar grabbed his collar. "Remember, you are a Targaryen. You enjoy the honor of our name. Defend it with your life." Aegon, lifted like a rag doll, dared not speak. Rhaegar continued, "You are the only Targaryen man besides me and father. You must shoulder the responsibility of defending our realm. And if I say no?" Aegon challenged, his defiance resurfacing. "As you wish," Rhaegar said calmly, releasing him. "You can go back to King's Landing if you want to be a waste." Rhaegar turned and walked away. Aegon fell to the ground, fists clenched. As Rhaegar continued, Aegon suddenly stood and shouted, "I won't leave. I have the name of the conqueror. I'm not afraid of anything." Under the night sky, Rhaegar paused, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This was the effect he wanted. Alicent might covet the throne and have many children, but to Rhaegar, these younger siblings were not threats but assets. Sometimes, a person's beliefs and actions are shaped by those who influence them. If Rhaegar wanted Aegon to stand, he would make him stand. The Targaryen line was too thin to afford a wasted life. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Roar! The sound of dragons echoed across Bloodstone Island. Cannibal lay on the mountaintop, its eyes scanning the horizon and see smoke rising in the distance. Two dragons slowly descended, and Aegon and Laenor dismounted. Rhaegar stood nearby, watching them. "What's the situation?" he asked. Laenor shook his head, his expression grim. Aegon spoke first. "The pirates took advantage of a weak night patrol, smuggled supplies, and sank one of our patrol ships." Rhaegar nodded thoughtfully. The triarchy had been lying low for some time. At night, smugglers in small boats had been sending supplies to Grey Gallows Island. Although the patrol ships intercepted and eliminated a few, the small boats' persistence had fostered a sense of complacency among the soldiers. Last night, several ships swiftly sank the patrol ships and moved supplies to the island. It was a defeat. Just then, a soldier hurried over, reporting, "Prince, a small ship has arrived at Grey Gallows Island." "How many men?" Rhaegar inquired. "Just one," the soldier confirmed, carrying a white flag. "They've docked." "Bring him to me," Rhaegar instructed. "Yes, Prince," the soldier replied, retreating. Moments later, two soldiers escorted a young man with dyed blonde hair, dressed in fine foreign garments. Rhaegar glanced at him and asked, "What is your purpose here?" "To declare war." The young foreigner's arrogance was palpable, his Valyrian dialect heavily accented. His dyed hair marked him unmistakably as triarchy. Rhaegar, Aegon, and Laenor exchanged amused glances and burst into laughter. "A bunch of rats hiding in a cave dare to declare war." Aegon sneered, slapping the young man across the face. Since being on the battlefield, Aegon had seen all sorts of things. The triarchy youth, undeterred, held his head high. "In half a month, Dorne will send a fleet, and the triarchy will dispatch their strongest warriors to reclaim the Stepstones Islands." Out of his mind, Aegon muttered. The triarchy youth continued, "Evacuate Bloodstone Island, or you will be doomed." "Come on, then. I'm waiting to start a war with you," Rhaegar replied indifferently. "You will die a silent death," the triarchy youth snarled, attempting to curse them. "Enough." A soldier stepped in, restraining him and pinning him to the ground. Unexpectedly, the triarchy youth let out a pained grunt, his eyes bulging, body convulsing, and face turning red. Within moments, his neck went limp, and he collapsed, paralyzed. Laenor reached out and felt the young man's nostrils. "He's breathless," he said gravely. "Call the maester," Rhaegar commanded, steadying himself. He had never witnessed such a scene before. The army's maester hurried over to examine the body. After half a minute, he concluded, the deceased took poison in advance. Judging from the symptoms, it appears to be strangler. The maester's face was grave and horrified. There was nothing good about the triarchy. The customs of its cities were deplorable, its order chaotic. Besides slave trade and prostitution, poison was their third specialty. Among them, Strangler and Tears of Liss were the most notorious. Strangler was a powerful poison that could quickly suffocate a person. Laenor's face turned pale with fear. "Cousin, pay attention to what he said before he died. The triarchy might be planning to poison you." The Targaryens had lost too many lives in the Battle of the Stepstones. Laenor's grandfather, Aemon Targaryen, had been assassinated in his tent by Myrish scouts. Rhaegar's grandfather, Baelor Targaryen, had died after suffering severe pains, suspected to be caused by poison, though there was no proof. Aegon, too, was stunned. He looked at Rhaegar with trembling lips. "What do we do? Should we go back to King's Landing?" It was his first encounter with such a ruthless use of human life as a warning. "What are you afraid of?" "I'm not dead yet." Rhaegar's voice was icy. "Be careful with your food and drink, and have guards follow you at all times." Despite his brave words, only Rhaegar knew the worry he felt. He had no immunity against toxins. If he was poisoned, he would die like anyone else. The pressure weighed heavily on him. After a moment of contemplation, determination hardened his eyes. He turned to the maester. "Follow me back to the tent. I have a message for the ravens." "Yes, Prince," the maester replied, his worry evident. The poisons from Liss were unparalleled in their lethality. The triarchy had no boundaries. If something happened to the prince, it would be a significant blow to the kingdom. By dusk, 9 ravens flew out from Bloodstone Island, heading towards the continent of Essos. Rhaegar climbed to the top of the mountain and approached the cannibal. The dragon glanced at him and snorted. Rhaegar sat beside it, patting its dark scales. Looking at the distant horizon, his eyes turned cold. "If they want a fight, then we'll give them a painful one." King's Landing. Inside the council hall, Viserys had called an emergency meeting. The chaos in the Riverlands had worsened. The Blackwoods and the Brackens were in open conflict, refusing mediation from both House Tully and the royal family. The Brackens, in particular, had mobilized the peasants to join the war, sparking a widespread rebellion. The conflict had engulfed half the Riverlands, with thousands of peasants joining the uprising, looting and pillaging like a plague of locusts. Viserys, filled with anger, demanded, "The Riverlands are in the grip of a farmers' rebellion. How do we deal with this? What is the reaction of Riverrun?" Otto inquired, seizing the opportunity now that Lionel was absent. Viserys fumed, "Riverrun has deployed troops along the Red Fork, trying to manage the conflict between the Blackwoods and the Brackens. If Old Lord Tully can stop the two houses from warring, we only need to handle the farmers' uprising," Otto mused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "Why not send some troops from the Crownlands to participate in the counterinsurgency? The Crownlands forces are all tied up in the Stepstones. It's difficult to spare soldiers," Viserys countered. "It won't take much," Otto suggested. "Just 1,000 soldiers, led by a brave commander, would be enough to create a deterrent." "Who would we send?" Viserys asked, now considering the proposal. Otto pondered for a moment before replying, "Harwin Strong." Chapter 219, The Dragons Return to Essos. Nighttime. The Red Keep, Attic. Otto and Larys sat opposite each other, the dim light casting shadows on their faces. "Harwin will depart tomorrow for the Riverlands to quell the rebellion," Otto said lightly, his eyes sharp as swords. Larys smiled coyly. "Harwin the Breakbones, my brother's name carries weight." "Are you sure?" Otto ignored Larry's insincerity, getting straight to the point. "No problem," Larys replied, his eyes flashing. "My father and brother are quite capable, they won't disappoint. Once this is accomplished, the Grand Maester and I will recommend you as the new Master of Coin," Otto said, rising to leave. He had never liked the second son of the strong house. Larys reminded him of a rat that had crawled out of a dark sewer. Larys, holding his cane, rested his chin on his hand, watching Otto's back with a smile. Elsewhere in the Red Keep, Viserys had summoned Rhaenyra through the King's Guard. "Rhaenyra, there's been no news from the Stepstones. Return to Dragonstone and deploy the Royal Navy to patrol the Narrow Sea," he ordered, visibly exhausted by the successive bad news. Rhaenyra was taken aback. "Father, the fleet has been patrolling the Narrow Sea, and the fleet at Driftmark has been contributing as well." "The Seven Hells. My memory fails me," Viserys muttered, smacking his head. "What of Lord Corlys? I hear he is still ill." "Yes, Aunt Rhaenys and Lena are watching over him day and night," Rhaenyra responded truthfully. "There is a fleet patrolling the Narrow Sea, but King's Landing needs more reinforcement," Viserys muttered. "With Harwin transferred to the Riverlands, Otto will manage the city watch for the time being." "Otto." Rhaenyra's heart tightened. Harwin had always been a staunch loyalist, and Otto taking command of the city watch was a blow to her influence. "Don't worry, Otto is Alicent's father and an old friend," Viserys reassured her. "The Red Keep still has the King's Guard, 300 strong." The King's Guard had been newly bolstered, combining the original Red Keep guards with Rhaegar's newly appointed Dragon Keepers. Rhaenyra calculated the situation. "The front line is still at war. How many more men can the King's army spare? It's difficult. What we could spare has already been given to Harwin," Viserys replied, his headache worsening at the mention of the Riverlands. "Go and visit Lord Corlys on Driftmark when you have time," he added, pausing before emphasizing, "and your 2 adopted daughters." He felt awkward mentioning them again, they were Daemon's children. Rhaenyra smiled and agreed, hiding her concerns. Simultaneously, the 9 free cities of Essos. 9 letters from the Targaryen dynasty arrived in the hands of the leaders of the 9 free cities. Tyrosh. Representatives of the triarchy convened a meeting, first to discuss Dorne's refusal to send troops by sea, then to discuss poisoning, a controversial but effective solution. An old man in brocade robes spoke first. "The Targaryen boys were terrorized today, and a false deadline was set to allow for a sneak attack. 3,000 Unsullied are waiting in the harbour." Lysandro Rhaegar, playing with a whip, added, "The situation is delicate." Several magisters in the room also held similar whips, their faces serious as they debated. A servant hurried in and handed a letter to the brocade-clad old man. Soon, similar letters were delivered to Lysandro Rhaegar and another magister from Myr. As they read, their expressions changed from curiosity to shock to anger. Arrogant. Does he want to start a war between two continents? The old man shouted, crumpling the letter in anger. Lysandro's face grew grave as he read. The triarchy has invaded the Stepstones, plundered the Seven Kingdoms people, and threatened to poison the heir to the Iron Throne. Rhaegar Targaryen, eldest son of Viserys I and heir to the Iron Throne, writes to you. 7 days from now, if the triarchy does not withdraw from the Stepstones, we will march on Tyrosh. Someone is trying to awaken the wrath of the sleeping dragon. So Targaryens will return it with blood and fire. The letter concluded with a flourish. The Targaryen brat wants to invade Tyrosh. Where does he get the nerve? The old man fumed. The Triarchy Council. Tyrosh and Liss are island nations across the sea from the mainland. Liss is located near Volantis, on the Summer Sea. Tyrosh, an island nation near the disputed lands, were particularly concerned. The letter should be spread throughout the free cities. We must seek allies quickly, Lysandro urged. Who will help us? The brocade-robed old man replied. Bravus is still at war with Pentos. Volantis wants us destroyed by the dragon. Qohor and Norvos are under siege by the Dothraki. Lorith is too far away and too poor to be of any help. The Triarchy had been emboldened by its dominance in Essos, plundering ships and invading the Stepstones. Now they faced isolation. Frustrated, Lysandro replied, Dorne refused to send troops. If we don't unite the other city-states, we have no allies. The representative from Myr, a dark, heavy-set man, spoke. The dragon's return to Essos affects more than just our 3 city-states. Bravus and others may reconsider. Memories of old Valeria's dragon lords still haunted the people of Essos. Perhaps some could be swayed to support them. Don't expect too much, Lysandro cautioned. This might be the rash decision of a teenage prince. The king on the Iron Throne is weak. We should send a letter to dissuade him. The Stepstones, situated in the disputed lands, belonged neither to Westeros nor Essos. Fighting there was one thing, a dragon landing in a free city was another matter entirely. Good idea. I'll draft a letter immediately, the Myrish representative agreed, hurrying out with his whip. Despite his outward fury, the brocade-robed old man was anxious. Just in case, station the Unsullied in Tyrosh and set up scorpion crossbows in the harbour and on every tower. Lysandro, recognizing Tyrosh's vulnerability as the likely first target, did not object. Drift mark. In the darkness of the night, a massive figure broke through the clouds, revealing the crescent moon. Under its pale light, Cannibal, black as charcoal, glided silently, his green eyes surveying the island below. On a familiar clearing, the dark green dragon Valar lay sleeping, eyes closed. Nearby, next to the beach, a scarlet dragon huddled among the gorse. Rhaegar recognized it immediately as Caraxes. After the dance of dragons, Caraxes had been severely injured. His body was covered in scars, and one of his wings was torn. Unable to fly until his wings healed, the once mighty blood Wyrm moved like a reptile. Sensing Rhaegar's gaze, Caraxes twisted his slender body and dragged his damaged wing deeper into the gorse. Land, Cannibal, Rhaegar commanded, steering the dragon towards High Tide Castle. Upon landing, he was greeted by Rhaenys and Lena, mother and daughter, who welcomed him warmly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Rhaegar got straight to the point, discussing the Triarchy's declaration of war and his decision to attack Tyrosh. I'll fetch the baby, Lena said, her smile fading as she found an excuse to leave. Her special status as a daughter of House Velaryon and Daemon's wife made her wary of entangling herself in too many battles. Rhaegar frowned, surprised by Lena's immediate retreat from involvement. Don't mind her. Say what you came for, Rhaenys said, her face stern. The most important element in attacking Tyrosh is our dragons. I need all 3 of Velaryon's dragons to participate, Rhaegar stated bluntly. No way. Rhaenys replied sharply. The Targaryen name is sensitive and cannot be associated with an invasion of Essos. They were a family of dragon lords. Over 300 years ago, old Valyria had conquered much of Essos. An invasion by Targaryen dragons could provoke a severe backlash from the entire free cities. Anticipating her resistance, Rhaegar patiently explained, the Triarchy is desperate. We only need to strike one city-state decisively to defeat them. He had studied the situation in the free cities. Volantis had a grudge against the Triarchy, and the other cities were either in turmoil or struggling to defend themselves. The Triarchy could not count on allies. Rhaegar, your strategic vision is excellent, I won't deny that, Rhaenys said firmly. But I won't help you, and your father won't approve of your decisions. She knew her cousin well. The Battle of the Stepstones had already drained Viserys' courage and patience. Attacking the triarchy and risking the wrath of the free cities was unwise. Rhaegar pressed on, the triarchy is the greatest enemy of House Velaryon. Can't I take the risk to resist them? Rhaenys shook her head. You represent not only yourself but the entire Seven Kingdoms. As the Master of Dragons, I oppose your risky behavior. She sighed deeply. I still have to care for Corlys, and Lena needs to feed the child. You are free to go. And, this battle cannot be avoided. Rhaegar's eyes flashed with determination as he turned and left. He would return to King's Landing and seek his father's permission, and to prepare his armor for the inevitable conflict. After Rhaegar left, Rhaenys found Lena, who was breastfeeding her child. You should agree to help him. It will redeem Daemon, Rhaenys suggested, leaning against the doorframe with her arms crossed. Lena shook her head, a hint of shrewdness in her eyes. The king still loves him. I don't want to make any extra effort. Chapter 220, Prelude to the Massacre. The next day. Early the next morning, Rhaegar returned to the Red Keep to meet his father, who had just woken up. Rhaegar had arrived in King's Landing too late the previous night and had stayed at the Dragon Pit. At this time, Viserys was enjoying breakfast in his loose pajamas, while Grand Maester Mellos stood by, reading a letter aloud. If the Seven Kingdoms want to attack Essos, they will surely meet fierce resistance. Rhaegar arrived just in time to hear these words. He knocked twice on the door and called out, Father, I have urgent business to discuss. Come in, Rhaegar, Viserys responded, his voice tense. Pushing the door open, Rhaegar saw his father holding a knife and fork, looking deeply troubled. The moment he saw Rhaegar, Viserys immediately questioned, Who told you to declare war on Essos? Do you want to start a world war between the continents? Rhaegar sighed and explained, Not Essos, father. I declared war on the triarchy, intending to strike Tyrosh directly. In the eyes of the world, it's all the same, Viserys snapped. Invading Tyrosh will make all the free cities hostile to the Targaryens. I explained our reasons in my letter. The triarchy started this chaos, Rhaegar argued. They're using poison to threaten us. Is that not in the letter? He is not afraid of getting poisoned, but he would not tolerate such an underhanded threat. Poisoning. Viserys was taken aback and looked to Mellos for confirmation. Mellos schemed through the letter and replied, It's not mentioned. The letter focuses on the public opinion attack by the triarchy. Viserys put down his utensils and, with a mix of concern and anger, asked, Rhaegar, has the triarchy tried to poison you? Rhaegar, feeling his father's worry, replied, Not yet. But I intend to eliminate the threat before it can harm us. Viserys sighed with relief, then returned to the contents of the letter with renewed frustration. The Battle of the Stepstones was costly. I cannot support expanding this conflict. Father, I've already sent the letters to the 9 free cities, Rhaegar stated firmly. If the triarchy doesn't withdraw from the Stepstones by the deadline, I will counterattack. The Stepstones had long been a thorn in the Targaryen dynasty's side. Rhaegar's determination was not just for himself, but for the future stability of the realm. Seeing the resolve in his son's eyes, Viserys felt a wave of helplessness. This is my final warning, do not invade Essos, or I will strip you of your military command. Father, we have dragons and a capable army. There's no need to worry, Rhaegar countered, his voice rising with conviction. We can end this conflict. I said no. Viserys slammed his hand on the dining table, causing his silverware to clatter to the ground. Rhaegar tilted his head back and closed his eyes, struggling to contain his frustration. After a moment, he shook his head and forced a smile. Fine, I'll handle it myself. He turned and walked out. Rhaegar, did you hear what I said? Viserys shouted after him. Loud and clear, Rhaegar replied, his voice laced with disappointment, as he quickened his pace. Viserys was about to yell again, but Rhaegar was already gone. Rhaegar walked out of the room, sighing deeply, his hand running through his hair in frustration as he descended the stairs. Rhaegar, when did you get back? Came Jaine's surprised voice from behind him. He glanced back briefly. Just now. Have the stepstones stabilized? Jaine asked, her smile bright. Rhaegar, in no mood for conversation, replied curtly, I still have something to do. I'll leave now. Before Jane could say more, Rhaegar turned and walked away, not looking back. Watching his retreating figure, Jane tilted her head, murmuring to herself, "Why does he seem so troubled?" Her keen senses picked up on Rhaegar's unease. The back garden. Unconsciously, Rhaegar found himself among the thick beams of the fishwood. He muttered to himself, "I need to rally an armed force quickly." His mind raced, pondering potential supporters. "Prince, good to see you again," a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Rhaegar turned to see Larys sitting on a nearby pavilion fence, a fake smile playing at the corner of his mouth. "Larys, what do you want?" Rhaegar asked directly. Larys, leaning on his scepter, approached with a limp. "As you know, those who have difficulty walking often hear the most interesting things," he said cryptically. Rhaegar regarded him warily, aware of Larys's knack for gathering intelligence and weaving schemes. "Perhaps I can help with your problem," Larys offered, bowing humbly. "Go on," Rhaegar prompted, his eyes narrowing with interest. "The king abhors war and will never support your plans," Larys began. "To win a battle, you need both dragons and soldiers." "I have only one dragon and very few soldiers," Rhaegar admitted. The forces stationed at the stepstones were minimal, insufficient for a full-scale assault on the triarchy. Larys smiled. "King's Landing is a cauldron, full of hidden resources," he hinted, waiting for Rhaegar to inquire further. But Rhaegar simply gestured for him to continue, wary of appearing too eager. Larys, slightly frustrated, continued, "Princess Rhaenyra commands a formidable force, rivaling your own." "The royal fleet?" Rhaegar asked, frowning. "The fleet funded by Dragonstone's taxes comprised a dozen warships and over 1,000 men." "More than that," Larys said, his smile widening. "There are 2,000 gold cloaks in King's Landing, commanded by my brother, Harwin." "So?" Rhaegar pressed. "My brother has sworn unwavering loyalty to Princess Rhaenyra," Larys said, tapping his scepter rhythmically. Rhaegar studied Larys in silence, then suddenly drew his sword, pressing the blade against Larys's neck. "I hear provocation in your words," he said icily. "King's Landing's own guardians, the Golden Cloaks, wouldn't be easily trespassed upon. Also, Harwin, transferred to the Riverlands," he understood the actual situation from Maynard's report. Larys's words were loaded. Was he trying to sow discord between him and Rhaenyra, or did he have a darker motive, to use a borrowed sword to eliminate Harwin? Larys's smile faltered, his heartbeat quickening. "Prince, it's not a bad idea," he stammered. "It's a terrible idea," Rhaegar retorted, not trusting Larys, who had ties to Alicent. He raised the sword, letting the cold flat of the blade tap Larys's cheek. "For the sake of Lord Lionel, I'll let this slide. But next time, think before you speak." Sheathing his sword, Rhaegar turned to leave. "Where are you going, Prince?" Larys called after him, touching his cheek. "Dragonstone," Rhaegar replied, not looking back. The sun gradually rose, casting its golden light over Dragonstone Island. A dark dragon shadow appeared in the sky, soaring above the castle. "Land," Rhaegar commanded. The cannibal obeyed, descending to the cliff edge by the castle. Rhaegar dismounted and entered the castle, seeking out Rhaenyra. As he stepped inside the gates, he heard her voice. "Rhaegar, what are you doing here?" Rhaenyra called from the handrail of the second-floor stairs, her eyes shining with surprise and delight. She had only returned to Dragonstone the previous day and was overjoyed to see her brothers so soon. As dusk fell, the two siblings sat together on the open-air terrace, gazing at the beautiful coastline. Rhaenyra nestled her head against Rhaegar's shoulder. "Rhaegar, you should be more cautious," she murmured softly. "A counterattack is too dangerous." "I have to go," Rhaegar replied, his eyes fixed on the setting sun, feeling its fading warmth. Rhaenyra lifted her head, her voice filled with concern. "You're alone, and the royal fleet is under father's command. I can't mobilize it." "It's all right," Rhaegar said, shaking his head. Determined, Rhaenyra clutched his sleeve. "I'll ride Syrinx to help you." Rhaegar gently squeezed her hand. "You have to stay here. If anything happens to me, you're the heir." "Rhaegar. Don't talk like that," Rhaenyra said angrily. "Stop your plans and apologize to father." "It was just an analogy," Rhaegar replied, his forehead damp with sweat. "One of us has to stay with father. You can't take the risk." "I won't agree to you going into danger either." Rhaenyra's eyes widened with defiance. Rhaegar leaned closer, his voice softening. Sister, you should support me. I just want to kick your ass, Rhaenyra retorted, her cheeks flushing slightly. Rhaegar stood up, releasing her hand and taking a deep breath. Don't worry, I have a complete plan, though it's a bit risky. As he descended the stairs, he added, I've arranged for a maid to assist you. She'll arrive shortly. Ignoring Rhaenyra's protests, Rhaegar made his way to the east coast of Dragonstone Island. He was determined to find a strong ally for the battles ahead. The sky blazed with fiery clouds as dusk settled over the land. Despite the late hour, the oppressive summer heat lingered, causing beads of sweat to form on those outside. A dark dragon shadow flashed across the sky, stirring a cool breeze in its wake as Rhaegar returned to King's Landing. He was not there to reconsider his plans, but to mobilize his troops. Upon reaching the dragon pit, Rhaegar summoned Maynard. Take all the dragon keepers with you. Ships are waiting in the harbor, he ordered. With no other troops available, the dragon keepers were his last resort. Maynard accepted the mission, quickly rallying the dragon keepers. Just then, the gate of the dragon pit creaked open. Rhaegar, you are really here, a familiar female voice called out. Rhaegar turned to see Jane standing at the entrance, her eyes sparkling with concern. Chapter 221, Liss Crisis. What brings you here? Rhaegar asked, suspicion in his voice. Jane took a deep breath before she spoke. Rhaenyra couldn't get the troops together, could she? Rhaegar chuckled. You always know, don't you? There are no secrets in King's Landing, Jane replied frankly, unafraid to displease him. Rhaegar nodded, acknowledging the truth in her words. You want to counterattack the triarchy, but your forces are inadequate, Jane analyzed, her concern evident. The dragon keepers have 1,200 men, and the second sons only a few hundred. Even without the king's support, your influence should allow you to muster about 1,000 men. That's about 3,000 men at best, Rhaegar mused. Still far from enough to ensure the defense of Bloodstone Island, Jane pointed out. Rhaegar listened intently, recognizing the accuracy of her assessment. After a moment, he replied, the triarchy is a coalition of 3 city-states with scattered forces. They can be defeated. Jane took his hands in hers, her soft cheeks reflecting her concern. Rhaegar, I am not here to dissuade you. Rhaegar braced himself. Then what? Jane's eyes flashed with determination. I have brought 200 Knights of the Vale to King's Landing. Take them with you, they will strengthen your position. The evening sun cast a warm glow on the steps of the dragon pit as Rhaegar's gaze followed hers. At the foot of the steps stood 200 fully armed Knights of the Vale. Prince! The knights shouted in unison, beating their spears against the ground in a resounding drumbeat. Rhaegar was taken aback. If you give me all the knights, who will protect you? You need them more than I do, Jane said firmly. Rhaegar sighed, his concern palpable. Jane, I may not bring them all back alive. Jane approached him, cupping his face in her hands, her voice soft but firm. Just return with news of triumph. You think I can win? Rhaegar asked, doubting his own chances without his father's support. You are a true Targaryen. You will win, Jane replied with unwavering conviction, her eyes filled with affection. Rhaegar's breath hitched, his heart pounding. He recalled an old saying, understanding is the most important thing in love. Jane moved even closer, their faces almost touching. She whispered, you said we must follow our hearts. You can't escape me. Rhaegar frowned slightly. Let go of your doubts, Jane continued, more spontaneous than he expected. You can marry both of us. She leaned in and kissed him deeply, their lips and teeth mingling in a tight embrace. Moments later, Jane glanced at the Knights of the Vale and softly said to him, let's go back to the Red Keep. Rhaegar, lost in thought, said in a hushed voice, all right then. The next day at dawn, delicate dewdrops clung to the tender buds outside. Inside the bedroom, Rhaegar's body was slick with sweat, his chest rising and falling violently. He slumped back in the rocking chair, his eyes unfocused. Rhaegar, it's dawn, came Jane's slightly raspy but sticky voice. She straddled the rocking chair, their bodies close together, her arms wrapped around his neck. Their sweat-soaked hair was tangled. Rhaegar tilted his head back, sweat pouring into his eyes, his breath hot and labored. He was exhausted from their night together. After a moment, he gently stroked Jane's back and murmured, you're insatiable. Jane buried her head against his chest, inhaling deeply. I can't help it. I needed this too. Outside, she was known as the Maiden of the Vale, but in the privacy of their room, she had indulged fully in her desire for him. After a few moments of tenderness, Rhaegar's eyelids fluttered open. Jane quickly lifted herself off him and said worriedly, "Rhaegar, you're still young. Don't exhaust yourself." Taking a deep breath, Rhaegar pulled away from their intimate embrace. Jane was more than satisfied, but he knew he was an addict and had to restrain himself. As he wiped the sweat from his body, Rhaegar said, "I'll be leaving soon. Stay safe and don't wander off alone in the Red Keep." "I'll wait for your good news," Jane replied, sinking back into the rocking chair, her eyelids heavy. With a last look, Rhaegar left the room, the door closing behind him with a soft thud. Despite her pain, Jane made her way to the bed, lay down and called softly, "Skyla, come here for a moment." The door creaked open, and a brown-haired girl entered. Jane covered herself with a thin quilt, placed a goose feather pillow under her waist, and bent her legs to raise her hips. Once she was settled, she instructed, "Fetch me a cup of tea from Maester Melas." "Yes, my lady," Skyla replied, quickly returning with a tray holding a steaming cup of tea that smelled faintly medicinal. Jane took the tea, blew on it, and drank it in one big gulp. As she finished, she noticed Skyla's strange gaze. Jane smiled at her maid, who had been in her service for a month. "It's pregnancy tea. I don't want any surprises. She wants her garden to bloom beautifully, but the soil isn't ready for seeds just yet." Skyla nodded and left with the tray. Exhausted, Jane lay back on the bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. 3 days later, on Bloodstone Island, a warship anchored at the coastline as soldiers boarded in an orderly manner. Rhaegar, clad in armor, gazed out towards Essos. "Rhaegar, you're a mad fool for disobeying father's orders." Aegon ran up from behind, his voice sharp with anger. Rhaegar turned to him and replied, "I'm leaving you 3,000 men to garrison Bloodstone Island. That should be enough. Are you even listening to me?" Aegon shook his head, exasperated. "If father finds out you're attacking Tyrosh with just 2,000 men, he'll kill me." Viserys' orders had arrived 2 days earlier, but Rhaegar had mobilized only 1,200 dragon keepers and 600 second sons, plus 200 knights of the Vale, totaling exactly 2,000 men. Aegon received another order, "Watch Rhaegar and stop him from leaving, or I'll break your legs." Aegon was still frantic when Laenor stomped up to the armorer. "Cousin, the ships are ready," Laenor said, hesitating. "I can't disobey the king's orders, so I can only help you with cover and distraction against the triarchy." Rhaegar had sent him 1,000 soldiers and 10 ships to approach the triarchy. However, Laenor could not go into battle, only cause a disturbance at most. Rhaegar patted his shoulder and laughed, "That's enough. Rhaegar, you're really going to get me killed." Aegon ran his hands through his hair, jumping up and down anxiously. Rhaegar placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "I will bear all the consequences myself. I won't drag you down." Aegon still refused. Unable to persuade him, Rhaegar dragged him to a corner and said in a deep voice, "Aegon, you are my brother, father's oldest son besides me." Aegon blinked, unsure. Rhaegar leaned in close and whispered, "Guard Bloodstone Island well. If anything happens to me, you will have to shoulder the burden of protecting our family." "What?" Aegon's eyes widened, thinking he had heard wrong. Rhaegar's face was solemn. "If I win, you are my most capable ally. If I lose..." He paused, not finishing the sentence. Aegon was startled and filled in the rest in his mind. If Rhaegar is defeated or even killed, then he would have to take over. Seeing Aegon's realization, Rhaegar compelled him, "So, can we hold Bloodstone Island?" Aegon's attitude shifted dramatically, and he quickly nodded. "Yes. Unless the enemy steps over Sunfires and my corpse." "Very well, my dear brother." Rhaegar smiled, leaving the agitated Aegon to his thoughts. Everything was ready. The soldiers boarded their ships, preparing to set sail. Rhaegar looked around, his posture tall and commanding. Swish! In the next moment, he unsheathed his sword Dragon Claw and shouted, "All of you, the target is the kingdom of the Three Daughters. Make Essos remember their fear of dragons." Roar! A series of 4 dragon roars resounded through the sky as a massive shadow crossed the sea, heading into the distance. Suddenly, the wind and clouds surged wildly, creating waves and swells. The soldiers, inspired by the sight, felt their courage swell and shouted, "Attack the triarchy! Conquer Essos!" With the heart of the army at his command, Rhaegar waved his sword and shouted, "Set sail, set sail!" Oh oh! The horn of sailing was blown, and the fleet set off. 3 days later, in Tyrosh, scorpion crossbows were mounted on towers throughout the city-state. The harbour was cleared of all ships, and slave troops blocked the main road as the first line of defence. Dense ranks of black-armoured soldiers, holding spears and shields, stood in neat formations. These soldiers, expressionless and cold, were the elite Unsullied. Beside them stood a brocade-robed old man, clutching a whip engraved with an harpy. "Damned Myrish cowards, fleeing from battle," he cursed, counting the Unsullied. A fat, dark-skinned governor from Myr had fled, taking his 500 Unsullied with him. Lysandro, who followed behind the old man, commented indifferently, "It's understandable. He didn't want to sacrifice the Unsullied he'd bought with his family's wealth. Enough about him. I'm going back to the air raid shelter," the old man said uneasily, leaving his slaves and Unsullied to guard the harbour. Lysandro watched him retreat, then raised his whip. The 3,000 Unsullied had been purchased jointly. The brocade-robed old man had bought 1,000 for himself, while Lysandro and the 4 governors of Myr had each bought 500, making a total of 2,000. With a crack of his whip, Lysandro commanded, "Unsullied, follow me." 500 Unsullied stepped forward. Lysandro led them to a remote shore where several small ships were moored. He had no intention of staying in Tyrosh to fight dragons. He planned to escape as well. The once prosperous and bustling Tyrosh was now eerily silent. The old man in the brocade robe, along with high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants, hid in an air raid shelter, praying for the Unsullied to fend off the dragon. They had received reports of warships and dragons heading straight from Bloodstone Island to Tyrosh. Patrol ships had spotted the fleet's trajectory. "Can you hear anything outside?" one of the bigwigs asked, growing restless. Yet, the sea outside the harbour remained empty. No fleet appeared. Meanwhile, in Liss, one of the 3 cities of the triarchy, the harbour was filled with cargo ships. The city was brightly lit, with greenhouses and brothels echoing with sounds of pleasure. The sea remained calm. In the darkness of the night, a warship approached from afar. Standing on its deck, Rhaegar, dressed in black robes, his eyes filled with murderous intent, surveyed the city. Chapter 222, Liss Dragon Dance. The harbour. Ragged slaves were toiling away, their chains clinking with every step. Suddenly, one of the slaves froze, pointing toward the vast ocean. "My lord, it seems a ship has docked over there." Splat! A whip cracked down on the slave's back, and a guard soldier shouted angrily, "Get back to work." The guard turned to look at the dusky sea. The fleet was already less than a mile from the harbour. Roar! A muffled dragon roar echoed from the harbour. The soldiers and slaves had no time to react before a gust of wind knocked them to the ground. Boom! Ghostly green dragon fire rained from the sky, bombarding the cargo ships in the harbour. The fires crackled as they consumed the wooden ships, casting an eerie green light over the area. Screams filled the air as many perished in the flames. "The sky! Look at the sky!" someone shouted, drawing everyone's gaze upward. Against the night's darkness, a massive, charcoal black figure hovered in the sky. They couldn't make out its full shape, but a pair of cold, merciless green eyes shone down. Boom! The green dragon fire erupted again, carving a scorched path toward the inner buildings of the city. Roar! Another sharp dragon roar echoed through the night, reverberating across half of Liss. The pale grey dragon, Grey Ghost, also flashed by, unleashing pale white dragon fire. They fell like a meteor shower, igniting the harbour. As the fleet of ships approached, passing through the burning wreckage, they arrived at the harbour. "Men, follow me to conquer Liss!" Rhaegar shouted, leaping from the ship and landing on the wooden dock. Charge! The dragon keepers, second sons, and knights of the Vale followed, jumping from their ships. Rhaegar led the charge, his sword dancing as he cut down the enemies in his path. Swish! Dragon claw flashed with cold light, severing the head of a Lysane soldier. "Free the slaves and children! Kill everyone else!" Rhaegar commanded, his voice unwavering. His team followed closely as he deftly dodged the trembling slaves on the ground, charging towards the inner city. Above, 2 dragons flew through the night sky, their flames erupting wildly, incinerating buildings and sowing chaos. The political establishment of Liss was caught completely off guard. By the time the local garrison launched their counterattack, the city was already engulfed in flames and filled with cries of despair. Rhaegar led the assault with a stern expression. An open attack on Tyrosh? Wrong. Liss was his true target. His plan was to destroy a city-state and fracture the alliance of the triarchy. The false information had concentrated the triarchy's forces in Tyrosh, leaving the other city-states vulnerable. Liss, being the closest to the Stone Islands and the most populous, was the perfect target. The enemy is here. Follow them. As he advanced towards the inner city, Rhaegar encountered a group of Lysane defenders. He raised his dragon claw and roared, "Follow me and charge! Destroy them with blood and fire!" An unnatural flush spread across his pale skin, and his eyes filled with bloodlust. Wisps of flame erupted from his skin, transforming Rhaegar into a fiery figure. His black robes billowed in the wind, the hood and cloak igniting like a beacon in the night. Seeing their prince in flames, the soldiers were invigorated and shouted wildly, "Kill! Destroy Liss!" Rhaegar, now in flames, rushed into the crowd, wielding his blazing dragon claw. Sword and flame made him a force of unstoppable destruction. Roar dash! Cannibal pierced the night sky and descended into a majestic garden estate. This was the most famous wonderland in Liss. The perfumed garden. It boasted the most opulent buildings, fine wines from all over the world, and countless prostitutes and male slaves. The patrons here were the elite, the powerful and influential. Cannibal's green pupils glared down upon them. Amidst the thousands of pavilions and luxurious buildings, debauchery reigned unchecked. Roar! With another thunderous roar, spectral green dragon fire rained down. Ah, help! Run! The dragon fire spread rapidly, transforming the perfumed garden into hell. On the other side of the city, Grey Ghost joyfully flapped his wings and soared over the downtown of Liss. Boom! Fireballs erupted from Grey Ghost's maw, toppling buildings and burying countless lives in the rubble. The dragon knew it had been saved by the human and met him again on the eastern shore of Dragonstone Island, the human who had spoken strange words that the dragon couldn't understand. But Grey Ghost had sensed his intent. He wanted it to follow and help the other dragon. Because he liked the human, Grey Ghost had followed him here. Roar! Grey Ghost screeched, unleashing its dragon fire with reckless abandon, reveling in the cruelty of its nature. The Rhaegar house mansion. Drazen Co Rhaegar was in a state of panic, urgently gathering his family members. "Quickly, hide! Get to the air raid shelter!" he commanded, his voice trembling. He couldn't comprehend it. The declaration of war had clearly stated Tyroshi as the target, so why was a dragon attacking Liss? Rumble! A ball of dragon fire descended, instantly collapsing the walls of the mansion. Many fleeing family members were caught in the flames or crushed by falling rocks, dying instantly. Drazen Co stood frozen, his knees buckling as he fell helplessly to the ground. "Lord of Light, Liss is burning in dragon fire," he whispered in despair. The bombardment continued until dawn. Rhaegar, drenched in blood, charged into the inner city of Liss. Looking around, he saw a wide river ahead with a wooden bridge crossing it. Stone buildings were scattered everywhere, making the environment disorienting. "Robb!" Rhaegar shouted. "Here, Prince!" Robb emerged from the crowd, breathing heavily. They had been fighting fiercely all night, repelling several waves of Liss defenders. Rhaegar pointed his sword in one direction and ordered, "There is a Rhaegar bank in Liss. You and I will each lead 1,000 men and split up to search for it." Under the relentless bombardment by Cannibal and Grey Ghost, the defense force of Liss was crumbling. The raids and massacres had already begun, and the city was on the verge of a full-scale sack. Liss, the most populous of the free cities, had accumulated vast wealth through plundering ships, running brothels, and brewing wine. The city was notoriously rich. The locals did little work, relying heavily on slave labor. The ratio of commoners to slaves was a staggering 1-to-3, showcasing the city's immense wealth. Robb's eyes gleamed with anticipation. "Yes, Prince," he replied enthusiastically. With that, he rallied his second sons and the Knights of the Vale, moving toward the end of the wooden bridge. Rhaegar led the dragon keepers toward the high-rise buildings where the dragon fire still burned brightly. After midnight, the dragon keepers stormed into the wealthy district, their assault a whirlwind of fire, death, and plunder. Rhaegar strode down the street, his face an icy mask, gripping his sword tightly. He did not stop the dragon keepers from their rampage. In his eyes, the wealthy who had enslaved others and disregarded life had forfeited their right to live. Sparing only the slaves and children, he allowed his men to loot freely. Take what you can. 70% for the cause, 30% for yourselves. Dragon Keeper leader Tranjal shouted, thumping his breastplate with a thick arm. Suddenly, a dark arrow whistled through the air, aiming straight for Rhaegar's neck. Prince, look out! Trangal cried, but it was too late. The arrow flew with deadly precision, but just as it was about to strike, Rhaegar turned his head. Patterns began to emerge on his exposed skin, cheeks, neck, and hands. Green scales, like those of a dragon, materialized from thin air. Clang! The arrow struck the scales and shattered, falling harmlessly to the ground. Kill him! Rhaegar's voice was cold, his eyes fixed on a nearby attic where the attackers hid. Porus, go! Tear them apart! Tranjal bellowed. With a thunderous tread, Porus, a 4-meter-high half-giant clad in iron armor, charged forward. He wielded a round shield in one hand and a massive war hammer in the other. Crash! The hammer, as big as a water tank, smashed through the gate of the mansion. Por raced inside, plowing his way to the attic. Moments later, screams echoed through the night as the attic collapsed under Porus' assault. Inside the Liss war shelter, the wealthy, who had managed to take refuge in time, cowered within the confines of the shelter. Where's the garrison? Go kill all the invaders! Someone yelled angrily. Quiet! The invaders aren't familiar with the terrain. The garrison is already in ambush, another whispered. Ooh! Women and children huddled together, crying bitterly. It was 3 in the morning. The night was pitch black, the moon obscured by dark clouds. 2 dragon shadows, one large and one small, soared through the sky like harbingers of death. Wherever their flames passed, only charred remains remained. On a street lined with greenhouses and towering commercial buildings, Rhaegar and Robb met again. Both sides, each 100 men short, carried looted gold, silver, and jewelry and herded freed slaves toward the harbor. Rhaegar had freed the slaves, breaking their bonds and encouraging them to fight for their freedom. Fueled by a thirst for vengeance, the former slaves were even more ruthless than their liberators, taking brutal revenge on their former masters. Kill the slave masters! The slaves shouted, seizing any weapons they could find. Rhaegar led his forces through the chaotic streets in search of the Rhaegar bank. He had until sunrise to evacuate the army, so they had to move quickly. The column of thousands spread out, searching in groups of 200 or 300. Rhaegar led his men into an alley redolent with the scent of pollen. Surround and shoot! A shout rang out from above. Hundreds of Liss guards appeared at the windows, raining arrows down upon the dragon keepers. Ah! Dodge! The attack was too swift. Many dragon keepers fell before they could react. Rhaegar's face hardened, and he deftly knocked away arrows with dragon claw. Dang dang dang! The exits of the alley were blocked by guards, their swords clashing against round shields, creating an intimidating noise. Realizing they were ambushed, Rhaegar assessed their situation quickly. Break out with me! He shouted, charging toward the front of the alley. Asterisk pft! Asterisk! Rhaegar's long sword sliced through the arm of an attacker. He then kicked through the wall of shields, plunging into the mass of enemies. Machetes slashed at him from all sides, but the green glow of his dragon scale runes deflected most of the blows. The inscriptions of bronze runes, painstakingly etched into his skin, protected his upper body, blocking most of the damage. Roar! Porus is coming! The half-giant roared as he charged the entrance to the alley, his warhammer swinging like a scythe through the wheat. Flesh and bone flew, splattering the walls with blood. In moments, he had cleared a bloody path. Just then, a window above them creaked open. A beautiful, provocatively dressed prostitute leaned out and shouted, "Prince, follow the alleyway to the north. The Rhaegar house is stationed there, and so is the bank." She slammed the window shut before Rhaegar could answer. Doubts flickered in his mind, he had never been in a brothel and did not recognize her. But then he remembered, Liss' first magister last name was Rhaegar. Slaves and prostitutes had every reason to hate that name. After decapitating another enemy, Rhaegar turned to his men, his voice cold and commanding. "Come with me. Let's destroy the Rhaegar." Chapter 223, Breaker of Shackles. Ah! Charge! The half-giant Porus roared into the sky, swinging his warhammer to clear a path. Rhaegar's cold eyes scanned the area, his black robes blazing as he led his army out of the encirclement with unstoppable force. The Liss guard numbered in the thousands. Streets and alleys were barricaded, archers fired from above, and soldiers with swords and shields blocked their path. Rhaegar hacked and slashed his way northward. The melee seemed endless, blood soaking his black robe, the flames around him consuming the sound of battle. Suddenly he looked up and saw a towering white stone building with Bank of Rhaegar emblazoned across the front. Rhaegar gasped and shouted, "Charge in, wealth is just ahead. Charge!" The dragon keeper's eyes lit up, and they smashed down the gate and rushed in. Before the battle, Rhaegar had already decided on the division of the spoils, 70% for himself, 30% for his men. In Westeros, where everything was usually confiscated, this was a generous reward. Rhaegar followed his men into the building, his dragon claw cutting down anyone in his path. In the back of his mind, he contacted Cannibal. At this point, victory was within his grasp. The Liss garrison had begun a counterattack, but he planned to unleash Cannibal's dragon fire to finish them off. Inside the building, the dragon keepers slaughtered the staff and found a treasure trove in the basement. The black iron gates resisted their efforts. "Get out of the way, Porus will try." Seeing that the dragon keepers couldn't open the door, the half-giant pushed them aside and bent down to enter the secret passage. He swung his warhammer with brute force, the black iron gate groaning under the assault, the walls shaking and spraying sand and debris. Bang! Bam! After dozens of hammer blows, the gate could no longer withstand the force. It creaked, and finally collapsed, taking part of the stone wall with it. The half-giant's hammer had shattered the wall, filling the basement with smoke and dust. The dragon keepers rushed into the vault, their eyes widening at the sight of gold. 7 hells! So much gold! Trainjal, the first to enter, stared in shock at the piles of gold coins and bricks, his jaw almost dropping. "Move it!" Someone shouted, and the dragon keepers sprang into action, shoveling gold coins and bricks into their arms. When their arms were full, they stuffed gold into their waistbands and crotches. The locks on the chests were broken, revealing more gold, silver, and jewels. The first to grab a share carried dozens of pounds of gold as they ran out, with more dragon keepers following close behind. Before long, only dusty footprints remained in the vault. Even the chests were taken by the dragon keepers. Outside the Bank of Rhaegar, Liss guards converged from all directions, surrounding the building. Thousands of archers hid in the shadows, bows drawn, ready to unleash a hail of arrows. The doors of the building were shut tight, but inside the triumphant shouts of the dragon keepers echoed through the halls. Rhaegar, hidden by the dim night, peered through a floor-to-ceiling glass window. A sneer formed on his lips. "You dare to come? Then don't expect to leave." A gust of wind swept through the area, parting the dark clouds to reveal a sliver of bright moonlight. A black dragon's shadow loomed overhead. Roar! The dark green dragon fire descended with a roar, mercilessly bombarding the lines outside the building. "Ah! The black dragon is here, run away!" Cannibal circled the building, unleashing dragon fire. The green flames traced a huge circle, leaving charred bodies and endless screams in its wake. 90% of the Liss guards perished, their deaths agonizing. Those who survived the initial assault were soon caught in the spreading flames, ignited by contact with burning people or buildings. The green dragon fire clung like a curse, consuming flesh and bone. The doors of the building swung open. Rhaegar emerged, silver hair drenched in blood, eyes cold and piercing. His black robe billowed in the wind as he surveyed the sea of fire, sword in hand. The archers, momentarily stunned, drew their bows and fired. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Arrows rained down, aiming directly at Rhaegar. But Cannibal swooped past, a wall of searing green dragon fire erupting in front of the building. The arrows ignited mid-air, disintegrating into ash before they could reach their target. Rhaegar raised his sword, pointing at the surrounding skyscrapers. "Dracarys!" he commanded in High Valyrian. Cannibal responded instantly, spewing dragon fire that engulfed the high buildings, collapsing structures, and setting everything ablaze. In mere moments, the entire area was reduced to scorched ruins. Stepping through the burning green flames, Rhaegar shouted, "Everyone, follow me. We're heading to the Rhaegar garrison." The Rhaegar house had built their garrison and bank close to each other. Leading his troops, Rhaegar swiftly turned a corner and kicked open the solid wooden courtyard door of the Rhaegar residence. The dragon keepers stormed in. The courtyard, already ravaged by dragon fire, lay mostly in ruins. The Rhaegar family had fled, leaving their slaves behind to die. Rhaegar ordered the slaves freed, allowing them to leave on their own. Rhaegar then led a search through the mansion. In their haste, the fleeing Rhaegar family had abandoned many valuables, which the dragon keepers eagerly seized. "Prince, a treasure trove has been discovered!" a dragon keeper shouted in surprise. Rhaegar approached a luxurious pavilion with flowing water, but suddenly, the space wrist on his arm buzzed twice. Startled, he retrieved a glowing scroll from his spatial bracelet, the mysterious scroll. Rhaegar raised his eyebrows slightly as he unfolded the yellowed leather scroll. It emitted a faint glow, outlining a line that turned into close coordinates. Comparing the surroundings, Rhaegar pointed directly at the flowing water pavilion, his mind flashing back to his earlier exploration of Blackfire, and instantly understood the situation. Inside the water pavilion were relics from ancient Valyria, a discovery that thrilled him, though he hadn't anticipated what came next. Upon entering, a secret passageway revealed itself beneath the stone table. The dragon keepers who discovered it were the first to venture in, torches in hand. Excited voices soon echoed, "Prince, we've found a treasure trove of fine artifacts and even a Valyrian steel sword." With those words, a dragon keeper appeared, clutching a rustic longsword that resembled a half-sword. "Excellent work! Remember to claim your reward," Rhaegar praised, accepting the longsword with great interest. Its appearance was unassuming, the blade adorned with a dragon motif, its eyes two rice-sized rubies. When the longsword was sheathed, its cold sheen and rippling water-like patterns left no doubt, it was Valyrian steel. In the next moment, the exploration system emitted a series of beeps, resonating in Rhaegar's ears. "This exploration mission is now active. The target, the Valyrian steel sword, truth. Truth. Exploration progress, 0.3%. As the progress bar appeared, Rhaegar's lips curled upward, his excitement growing. Without hesitation, he slung truth over his back and pushed the exploration forward. "Search thoroughly, retreat in 10 minutes." Rhaegar's voice echoed loud and clear. He lifted his gaze to the sky, witnessing its chaotic and dim appearance as the crescent moon descended. Dawn was approaching, it was time to evacuate Liss. 30 minutes later, the scattered group reassembled at Liss Harbor. Rhaegar scanned the gathering. Be it the Dragon Keepers, the Second Sons, or the Knights of the Vale, all were adorned with blood, their armor laden with spoils. "We've lost a few hundred," Rhaegar noted, recognizing the absence of some familiar faces. Approaching him, Robb, his visage obscured by blood, reported solemnly, "Many were ambushed, it was a hard-fought escape." Acknowledging the situation with a nod, Rhaegar ordered, "Board the ships swiftly, we depart immediately." In an orderly manner, starting with the dragon keepers who boasted the richest haul, the soldiers embarked. Scores of slaves surrounded them, kneeling on the harbor, yearning to accompany the departing group. "Your Grace." Robb hesitated. Observing the tired, bloodied slaves, some wielding crude weapons, others carrying the heads of the wealthy, Rhaegar paused for a moment. Then he declared with a determined voice, "If you seek freedom, fight for it yourselves. Unburnt ships await in the harbor, set sail for West Eros. The Targaryens welcome those who refuse slavery." With that, he instructed, "Set sail," leaving one ship to slow down and allow the slave ships to keep pace. Filled with admiration, Robb replied, "Yes, Prince." The slaves, stirred by the prospect of liberation, surged into the sea and swam to the saved ships. Many wept and bowed in awe, chanting, "The Dragon Lord! Breaker of shackles!" Hearing their cries, Rhaegar's heart stirred with an unfamiliar emotion. He was not naturally compassionate, but he abhorred the institution of slavery. To give them a chance to fight for their freedom felt right. The warships departed, leaving the ruins of Liss, once prosperous, now reduced to rubble and ash, in their wake. Liss' decline from a leading free trade city-state to the bottom of the barrel would be swift. On the deck, Rhaegar gazed into the distance as the warm sun rose above the horizon, dispersing the darkness of the night. Calling to Robb, who was overseeing the preparations, Rhaegar announced, "I will take a stroll through the Kingdom of the Daughters. You will sail straight back to King's Landing." "Prince." Robb tried to dissuade him. Rhaegar brushed aside his concerns and said firmly, "This marks the return of the dragons to Essos, Liss alone will not be enough." Robb had no room to argue as Cannibal swooped down, its powerful gusts propelling the ship forward. Chapter 224, The Ruin Maker. Rhaegar stood at the bow of the ship, his eyes locked on the approaching dragon. As Cannibal drew parallel with the warship, he seized his moment and leapt. Plop! He landed heavily on Cannibal's back, rolling to absorb the impact before gripping the dragon's scales firmly. Standing tall, Rhaegar shouted joyfully, "Cannibal, let's go!" Cannibal roared, lifting its head high and flapping its massive wings. With a powerful thrust, they ascended into the air. Below, Robb watched in awe, his mouth agape at the sight. Rhaegar and Cannibal man and dragon no, it was man and two dragons. As Cannibal soared skyward, Rhaegar perched on its back, they quickly vanished into the morning sun's golden sea of clouds. The grey ghost, not wanting to be left behind, roared in frustration and took off in pursuit. Together, the two dragons climbed higher and higher until they disappeared into the horizon. At the same time, inside the castle on Dragonstone Island, Rhaenyra lay on the bed, dark circles under her eyes, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Ever since Rhaegar decided to attack the Triarchy kingdom, she hadn't closed her eyes for days. She was deeply worried. Looking out the window, she saw the foggy sky, another sleepless night. Her eyes filled with fatigue, she shook the bell on the bedside table. Creak. The door opened, and a beautiful young girl from a foreign land walked in. Rhaenyra asked, "Sarah, did Rhaegar tell you when he will be back?" Sarah, the maid Rhaegar had assigned to her, shook her head and replied dryly, "No." "How many soldiers did Rhaegar take with him?" Rhaenyra asked again. "I don't know," Sarah responded tersely. Sensing Sarah's cold attitude, Rhaenyra bit her lip. "Tell me what you do know." Rhaegar had specially assigned this personal maid before his departure, she couldn't believe Sarah knew nothing. As expected, Sarah hesitated before her lips curled into a meaningless smile. "Are you sure you want to know?" "Of course, tell me," Rhaenyra said, unable to stand Sarah's arrogant attitude and growing emotionally annoyed. Sarah's voice was faint, "I'm afraid if I tell you, you'll feel pressured." She walked slowly to the bedside and sat down without hesitation. Rhaenyra pushed herself up, her face expressionless. "Tell me, word for word." "As you wish." Sarah stroked her long hair, deliberately drawing it out, and said mysteriously, "My mission was simple. The prince gave me only 2 instructions." "What are they?" Rhaenyra's gaze was harsh, urging her to speak quickly. Sarah smiled unconcernedly. "1. To keep you safe. And 2. Rhaenyra pressed. Sarah's words trailed off into a teasing smile. Slap. Rhaenyra raised her hand and slapped her across the face, furious. "Bitch, I am the princess of Dragonstone Island, Rhaegar's sister, and you dare to tease me." Who did she think she was to give me such an arrogant look? Sarah, her head whipped to the side, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, responded, "Well, you made me say it." She resumed her cool demeanor under Rhaenyra's furious gaze. Her eyes were ice cold as she said, "Second, if the prince has any accidents, I am to immediately assassinate the queen and the remaining 3 princes." Upon hearing this, Rhaenyra was instantly stunned. Thousands of emotions flooded her, her eyes wide with disbelief. She stammered, "Assassinate Alicent, and." Sarah cut her off coldly, "Aegon, Aemond, and Prince Doran." Before leaving, Rhaegar expected to win but prepared for the worst. If he were to meet a fate similar to Aemond Targaryen, assassinated, or Rhaenys Targaryen, shot in the eye by a scorpion crossbow and dying with her dragon, then his shadow would kill Alicent and his 3 half-brothers immediately, paving the way for Rhaenyra to inherit the Iron Throne. You shouldn't blame him for being cruel. While alive, Rhaenyra was his sister and his brothers were his valuable assets. If he died, Rhaenyra was still his sister, and his brothers were a destabilizing factor. Rhaegar had only one thought, keep Rhaenyra safe at all costs. Rhaenyra was in a daze, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. Rhaegar. She wanted to say something, but her throat felt blocked, choking on her words. King's Landing, Red Keep. Skyla, prepare breakfast for me. I'm going to meet the king later. Inside the bedroom, Jane's eyes were sleepy as she softly called out to her personal maid. Yes, Lady Jane. Skyla pulled open the curtains and then gently stepped out of the room. Bang! The door closed. Skyla leaned her back against the door, glancing around vigilantly. Confirming that no one was there, she reached into her chest and pulled out a piece of letter paper and a small glass bottle, about the thickness of a finger. The glass bottle was delicate and filled with a clear, transparent liquid. Skyla glanced back at the door of the room, her eyes looked dark and uncertain, and opened the note to read it over. There were 3 small lines on the note. 1. Protect Jane's safety. 2. If there is an accident, urge Jane to support Rhaenyra. 3. If Jane and Rhaenyra turn against each other. There was another paragraph at the end, which Skyla skipped. She crumpled the note a few times and swallowed it. After a month of close contact, she had come to sincerely admire the lady in the room. Looking at the only remaining vial in her hand, Skyla's eyes flickered with struggle, and she hid it deep in her chest. She firmly believed that, aside from the first directive on the letter, the other two should never be used. The sun rose slowly over Myr, one of the 3 free cities, revealing a surprisingly clear sky. Roar! The roar of a dragon echoed through the air, followed by an intense wave of dragon fire that grew in ferocity. 2 dragons, one black and one grey, soared above, their flames relentlessly raining down on the city below. Within an hour, smoke rose from the ruins and severed limbs littered the ground. Myr's defences, slightly stronger than Liss, included a few scorpion crossbows mounted in the city's towers. The first volley was aimed at the dragons, but their wrath was swift. Enraged, the dragons unleashed torrents of dragon fire, melting the towers to lava and incinerating the defenders inside. At the Colosseum, chaos reigned. Charge, he's here! A massive garrison stormed through the gates, their faces grim as they searched for the intruder. Clang! A shackle hit the ground with a crisp sound, startling the guards. Their fierce gazes fell upon a silver-haired young man in a tattered black robe, standing defiantly before the slaves' enclosure. His head held high, he stared back indifferently. The sight of the silver-haired boy ignited a frenzy among the guards. Enraged, they charged forward, shouting at the top of their lungs. Kill him! Kill him! Tear him apart! Hundreds of guards rushed at him, but Rhaegar's expression remained unchanged. He faced them with calmness. With a flick of his right hand, a lance appeared in his grasp. His left hand drew dragon claw from his waist. You will pay for your actions, Rhaegar declared, advancing steadily. Wielding both the spear and the sword with fluid grace, he prepared for battle. The spear, called Morning Sun, was a new name he had chosen for his weapon after leaving Liss. Both the Morning Sun and the Dragon Claw were forged from the same Valyrian steel batch, its shaft was made of hardened wood, and the 1-foot spearhead was particularly deadly. Kill! The guards charged, but Rhaegar was unfazed. The Morning Sun struck out, piercing a man's eye socket, killing him instantly. The Dragon Claw parried a knife and an axe, then slashed upward, severing another man's head. Rumble! As the swordsmen clashed, the iron fence gate at the back creaked open, kicking up a cloud of dust. Clang! The rattle of chains echoed as a large group of muscular slaves stood behind the gate, their shackles loose and ready for battle. Charge! Kill the slave master's dogs! Roared the tallest slave, his uncuffed shackles swinging like a morning star. At his command, the slaves surged forward. From above, they looked like a flood, quickly filling the Colosseum. Rhaegar plunged into the center of the guards, his spear and sword cutting through the air with deadly precision. No one dared to come within 7 feet of him. After slaying a dozen, the battle began to wane. Slaves overran the arena, and the hundreds of guards quickly found themselves overwhelmed. Those on the outskirts were chained by their necks and dragged out. The remaining guards were crushed under the weight of the pressing slaves. Rhaegar raised his weapons high and bellowed, "Those who seek freedom, come with me and seize the ships in the harbor." "As you command, my lord." The slaves shouted, their excitement palpable as they followed Rhaegar out of the Colosseum. Roar! The grey ghost glided overhead, and dragon fire obliterated the Colosseum, erasing the place of suffering and cruelty. Rhaegar led the freed slaves to the harbor, leaving them with a final message: "If you have nowhere else to go, follow me to Westeros." The cannibal descended from the sky, and Rhaegar mounted the dragon. Under the watchful eyes of countless slaves, he soared into the sky. Roar Ga! Before departing, Cannibal and Grey Ghost unleashed their final breaths of dragon fire, reducing the remaining warships in the harbor to ashes. Rhaegar gazed down at the slaves boarding the ships below, his heart swelling with a newfound sense of purpose. His father's revocation of his military power had sparked a change in Rhaegar. He now sought a larger army and a territory entirely under his command. The slaves he had freed were his ideal soldiers and commanders. As Cannibal soared through the clouds, Rhaegar opened his arms to the mist and cool breeze. Closing his eyes in ecstasy, he murmured, "Father, King's Landing is no longer my only goal. This young dragon will finally fly high." King's Landing had been a shelter for years. Now, he was ready to grow. A dragon was destined for the sky and the sea. Opening his eyes with newfound clarity, Rhaegar declared, "Next stop, Tyrosh." Roar. In response, 2 dragon roars, one high and one low, stirred the clouds as they sped towards their next conquest. The king's palace. The king's bedchamber. Viserys sat dispiritedly at the table, idly fiddling with the stone sculptures that cluttered its surface. Aside from banquets and tournaments, stone carving was one of his few hobbies. He had been carving alongside the artisans for several years and had crafted a complete replica of the Fortress of Freedom in Old Valyria. Viserys picked up a dragon sculpture, examining it closely before placing it in front of him. He repeated the process with a second, then a third, until 5 dragon statues stood shakily before him. Despite his usual passion for stone carving, Viserys found no joy in it today. He felt feverish and restless. Rhaegar had been gone for 5 days following their confrontation. In that time, Viserys received a letter from Aegon informing him that Rhaegar had defied his orders and led a surprise attack on Tyrosh with 2,000 soldiers. Alas, it was too risky. "I should have sent more troops with him," Viserys sighed deeply, tilting his head back in resignation. Chapter 225, The Mysterious Black Stone Magic. Viserys was furious when he learned that Rhaegar had acted on his own. Days had passed since their separation, and his worries grew heavier with each moment. "If I had known Rhaegar was so stubborn, I never should have revoked his military power," he muttered to himself, his frustration palpable. "Rhaegar, you're starting to worry me too much," Viserys sighed, rubbing his forehead. Knock, knock. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in," Viserys replied without lifting his head. The door creaked open, and Otto walked in. Viserys glanced up briefly, asking, "What's the matter?" He desperately wanted to be alone to calm down. "Your Grace, news from the Riverlands," Otto announced solemnly. "Blackwood and Bracken have defied your orders. Sir Harwin, collaborating with the Tullus, led a force to deter them but was insulted by both houses. This is intolerable!" Viserys exclaimed in frustration. Otto continued, "There was a confrontation. Sir Harwin fought bravely, defeating both armies and making a name for himself in the Riverlands." "That's good news, it weakens both houses significantly," Viserys remarked, surprised. Otto shook his head, his expression complicated. After the victory, Old Lord Tully organized a celebration banquet, only to be attacked by the Bracken house. His eldest son was killed in the turmoil. "Those bastards! What about the front line?" Viserys was shocked, unable to believe the Brackens dared to attack their feudal lord. Otto sighed, "The army in Riverrun suffered heavy losses. Lord Lionel was seriously injured. Sir Harwin led a retreat back to Harrenhal for defense. The battle had occurred between Riverrun and Harrenhal. After the attack, the Bracken house blocked the army's retreat to Riverrun, forcing Harwin to lead his men back to Harrenhal, where they were besieged. In addition, the Peasants' Alliance was stirring up trouble in the Riverlands and growing more powerful by the day. This was undoubtedly very bad news." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Viserys' anger flared. "Damn Bracken! They dare to rebel!" He stood abruptly, intending to call an emergency meeting. But after only 2 steps, an unnatural flush appeared on his face and dizziness overcame him. His legs gave way and he began to fall. "Your Grace, be careful!" Otto caught him in time. "Otto!" Viserys forced himself to stay conscious, gritting his teeth. "Call a small council meeting immediately. We must discuss a crusade against the Blackwood and Bracken houses. He, Viserys I, would ensure that these rebellious houses paid the price they deserved. One of the triarchy, Tyrosh. Fire. Aim at the dragon. Run away." In the open sky, 2 massive dragons circled, unleashing torrents of dragon fire. Tyrosh's defences were formidable, with over 100 scorpion crossbows stationed in towers to counter the dragon's aerial threat. Roar! Cannibal roared in fury, gliding over the city-state with deadly precision, his dragon fire obliterating tower after tower. Grey Ghost followed, raining fireballs down on the swarming guards in the streets. Famous for its mercenaries, Tyrosh was surrounded by an impenetrable black wall. It was the most fortified city of the 3 triarchy states. Unfortunately, even the most experienced mercenaries and guards could not withstand the relentless onslaught of dragon fire. The black walls were no match for the flying beasts. The bombardment raged for 2 hours. Tyrosh was cleansed by fire. Wealthy merchants who hadn't sought refuge in air raid shelters fled, driving their slaves to clear the way. Boom! A blast of dragon fire struck a nearby tower, which collapsed with a deafening crash, sending rubble raining down. Ah! The falling debris crushed slaves and a wealthy merchant who had been loudly cursing his fate. Blood and fire marked every corner of Tyrosh. Rhaegar, atop his dragon, gazed down at the tragic scene below. Unlike Liss and Myr, Tyrosh was too heavily fortified for him to penetrate alone. He could only destroy as many buildings as possible, unable to free the slaves within. Let's go, cannibal! With the city in ruins, Rhaegar was satisfied. Riding his dragon, he soared towards the sea. As they passed the inner city's black wall, a group of black-armored soldiers shouted, "Prepare to throw spears!" Rhaegar watched as the soldiers hurled their spears with all their might. The spears flew through the air but fell short, not even grazing cannibal. Undeterred, the black-armored soldiers shouted again, "Prepare bows and arrows for a second volley." But the soldiers had only spears and shields, no bows and arrows were in sight, and they were ill-positioned to shoot even if they had them. Rhaegar looked on with disdain and said coolly, "Dracarys." Cannibal reversed direction, swooping down and unleashing another wave of dragon fire, incinerating everything in its path. Boom! Under the dark green dragon fire, the black-armored soldiers were consumed in flames. Just as Rhaegar thought it was over, another wave of black-armored soldiers appeared. About 1,000 strong, they dragged in a dozen scorpion crossbows, quickly loading them with steel spears and aiming at cannibal, ready to fire. Roar! Grey Ghost emerged from the side, unleashing dragon fire that mercilessly incinerated hundreds of soldiers. Strangely enough, the survivors did not flee. Instead, they fearlessly raised their round shields to buy time for those manning the scorpion crossbows. Seeing this unimaginable scene, Rhaegar frowned deeply. Unsullied. This kind of emotionless, fearless war machine could only be the unsullied army trained by Astapor. Stripped of their humanity since childhood, they are a pitiable lot, Rhaegar muttered to himself. Let's make it quick, Dracarys. The lives of the unsullied were already filled with pain and sorrow. It was better to end it quickly. Roar! Cannibal hovered above the black wall, its jaws opening wide as dragon fire erupted. In an instant, thousands of unsullied were engulfed in flames, leaving only charred remains. Drib! The relentless dragon fire melted the solid black wall, causing a dark solution to drip from the top. Rhaegar watched with interest, examining the material of the wall. According to ancient records, the dragon lords of Old Valyria were masters of both blood magic and fire magic. Much like the castle on Dragonstone Island and the Black Wall of Volantis, the inner city walls of Tyrosh were made of black dragonstone created by these ancient magics. During the Freehold era, the Dragon Lord's buildings were majestic and unmatched in strength and grandeur. Rhaegar sighed softly. If I knew this kind of magic, the dragon pit could be rebuilt effortlessly. Roar! Cannibal's roar shattered his reverie, pulling him back to reality. Rhaegar smiled helplessly. Let's go, old friend. It was time to claim their victory. The 3 cities of the triarchy were ravaged by fire. Cannibal snorted and carried him, flying toward the Stepstones Islands. Grey Ghost playfully spat out more dragon fire and blasted the black wall a few more times. Seeing little effect, it followed Cannibal's path and left in a hurry. Liss. After a night of sneaking out of Tyrosh, Lysandro Rhaegar finally returned to Liss. As he approached the harbour, the sight of black smoke billowing over the city filled him with dread. Liss was destroyed. The dragon hadn't attacked Tyrosh, it had invaded Liss instead. Dock the ship. My family, my bank. Lysandro's voice was hoarse with panic and rage as he surveyed the burning hulks in the harbour. The Bank of Rhaegar was his family's lifeline, holding savings from all over the world. If it was gone, so was the fortune of the Rhaegar house. Lysandro knew that without those savings, the people of Liss would turn against him, and the family would face retaliation from depositors worldwide. As soon as the ship docked, Lysandro sprinted ashore and raced to the family compound. Along the way, he saw many slaves fleeing to the surviving ships. Look, it's the first Magister of Liss. The first Magister Liss is here. Recognized by the hate-driven slaves, Lysandro was soon surrounded. Kill! Kill all these wretched slaves! Lysandro, no longer in control of his emotions, raised his whip and struck at the unsullied guards. The unsullied, stoic and obedient, responded, yes. Swish, swish, swish. 500 unsullied landed on the shore, surrounding Lysandro and forming a human wall with their spears and shields. Any slave who dared to attack was swiftly killed. The Unsullied's strength was undeniable, and the slaves, despite their numbers, were no match. With the Unsullied protecting him, Lysandro made his way to the bank of Rhaegar and the family compound. What he found was devastating. The bank had been ransacked by angry slaves, and the vaults were emptied. The empty halls echoed with his cries of despair. "Brother, you have finally returned." Drazenko Rhaegar ran in, tears streaming down his face. He had been hiding in an air raid shelter and only emerged when Rhaegar and his dragon left. Seeing the family residence in ruins, with valuable items stolen and everything else burned, he was in shock. Even the horses had been slaughtered. "Brother, the dragons attacked Liss, and the slaves are revolting all over the city. What should we do?" Drazenko shouted, his voice filled with desperation. Lysandro looked up, his face a mask of hopelessness. "What can we do? We might as well be dead." The current situation was worse than death. The words had barely left his mouth when an unusual sound echoed from above. A piece of the masonry ceiling began to come loose. Lysandro heard it and looked up, disbelief etched on his face. The next second, a rumble. A 1-meter square piece of stone fell, hitting Lysandro directly. The impact was devastating, shattering his bones and instantly turning him into a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. Blood splattered Drazenko's cheeks, and he stared wide-eyed, trembling with shock. "Brother!" he cried. Suddenly, a group of slaves burst into the bank shouting, "Fight for your freedom and kill the exploiters of Rhaegar." Drazenko immediately turned, grabbed his whip from the pile of blood, and ordered the Unsullied to fight back. "Kill them! Kill this damn slaves, these damn creatures!" With numb expressions, the Unsullied looked at the whip in Drazenko's hand. Astapor's training methods had conditioned them to obey the person wielding the whip. "Quick, kill them!" Drazenko roared, lashing the whip and pointing at the approaching slaves. Swish! The Unsullied obeyed, forming a shield wall to block the slaves. The slaves hesitated, their charge faltering. Seeing this, Drazenko felt a surge of relief and lashed the Unsullied one by one, snarling, "Go on, eunuchs! You're as worthless as this group of slaves." The whip cracked against the Unsullied's flesh, drawing blood, but they stood their ground, enduring the blows. The slaves were dumbfounded and yelled, "Why are you listening to him? The breaker of shackles gave the slaves their freedom, you should fight back." Pfft! The answer came in the form of sharp spears. The Unsullied marched forward, stabbing the front rows of slaves with precision. The untrained slaves were no match for the disciplined Unsullied and fell in droves. The slaves, unable to withstand the attack, began to retreat. "Haha, kill them all!" Drazenko laughed maniacally, lashing out with his whip. Click! A strange sound came from above again. Drazenko's body stiffened as a creeping dread rose within him. He slowly lifted his head. Another piece of the stone ceiling had loosened and was about to fall. Drazenko ran for his life. The stone fell, hitting Drazenko head-on with a loud thud. His skull cracked, and his upper body was crushed into a pulp. Coincidentally, this stone landed right next to the one that had killed his brother. And so, the Rhaegar brothers met their end beneath the masonry of their family bank. With Drazenko dead, the whip he held was crushed and disappeared into the flesh. The Unsullied noticed this. They stopped moving, maintaining their shield formation, and fell into a strange, dead silence. The Unsullied were slave soldiers, conditioned to follow their master's command. Without orders, they stood frozen, like powerless automatons. The slaves, realizing this, picked up their weapons and approached the Unsullied, making tentative attacks. One of the slaves smashed an Unsullied's head with his axe, and suddenly the slaves were overjoyed. "These soulless men are fools. They won't move without their masters. Grab them and kill them." Soon, the Unsullied fell one by one, killed without resistance. "Haha, if you don't even want your freedom, you might as well die," a burly slave mocked as he slit an Unsullied's throat. Pfft! A spear pierced through his chest, taking his life. The other slaves gasped in horror, not expecting the Unsullied to fight back. Eyes focused on the Unsullied who had struck out with the spear. Sensing the attention, the Unsullied soldier drew his spear back, switched from a shield position to standing straight. Swish swish! The other Unsullied followed suit, forming a neat formation. They waited for a moment. The punishment for unauthorized action did not come. The lead Unsullied leaned his spear against his chest, removed his black iron helmet with his free hand, revealing a youthful face with dark brown skin. 3 sharp spikes adorned his helmet, signifying his rank and ability to lead. Ignoring the frightened slaves, he walked towards the remains of Drazenko. The stone was massive, crushing the flesh and blood into a gruesome mess. Chapter 226, The History of Truth. Dragonstone Island, Dragonmont, 1 day later. Roar. Grey Ghost, sleek and alert, perched atop the black stone mountain, its slender neck stretching as it scanned the surroundings with vigilant eyes. Beside it lay a much larger cannibal, over twice its size, sprawled on the ground with its green eyes tightly shut and its long, slender tail hanging low off the edge of the cliff. Between the 2 dragons was a flat rock where Rhaegar lay in a deep sleep. He wore a tattered black robe, his silvery hair spread out around him, and used the tip of Grey Ghost's tail as a pillow. A light summer breeze blew, causing the black robe to shift slightly, revealing the hilt of a dark sword tucked underneath. Just yesterday, Rhaegar and his 2 dragons had launched a fierce attack on the 3 free trading city-states of Liss, Myr, and Tyrosh, collectively known as the Triarchy. The assault sparked widespread slave uprisings against the oppressive regimes of these slave cities. The battle left the Triarchy's power severely diminished, stripping them of the strength to challenge the Stepstones. After his victorious campaign, Rhaegar returned to Dragonstone Island and chose to rest on Dragonmont for the night. He chose not to return to the castle. The attack had been so successful that he felt overwhelmed and wasn't ready to face his father or Rhaenyra. Rhaegar snored softly, sleeping soundly, unaware of the dream forming in his mind. In his dream, waves gently rolled in as a cool breeze blew through. An island city appeared, set in the summer sea. The island had a temperate climate, abundant sunshine, fertile land, and was dotted with palm and fruit trees. The sea was a vibrant green, with fish occasionally leaping out of the water. Rhaegar's vision zoomed in on the island city. The inhabitants had blue eyes, platinum curls, and smooth skin. Among them were numerous poor slaves of various skin tones and hair colors. Rhaegar instantly recognized the place, Liss. Roar. A deafening dragon roar echoed across the sea, jolting Rhaegar. His vision zoomed in further to reveal a circular building within the city-state. Inside, a massive dragon with silver scales was shackled at its neck and feet, thrashing wildly in the confined space. The dream's vividness and intensity gripped Rhaegar, pulling him deeper into the unfolding vision of the enslaved dragon within the walls of Liss. Kill it! Kill the dragon! A large mob swarmed into the building, wielding axes, spears, and other weapons. Their faces twisted with grim determination, they charged at the dragon. Among them were slaves and soldiers alike, united by a shared purpose. The dragon flapped its massive wings and unleashed dragon fire, incinerating scores of people. But the flames failed to deter the mob, driven by their blinding hatred. The slaves launched suicidal attacks, hacking and slashing with everything they had. They vowed to shatter the dragon's scales and inflict whatever damage they could. The dragon swayed violently, tossing the attacking slaves like rag dolls, their bodies crumpling on impact. Dragon fire erupted in columns, scorching all who dared approach. But the crowd only grew larger, more frenzied in its assault. The chaos continued well into the evening. The building was littered with charred bodies and debris, every brick scorched by the flames. The dragon lay on the ground, badly scarred and gasping for breath. More chains had been attached to its neck, and spears had pierced its wing membranes, further anchoring it. But the mob persisted, hacking at the dragon's scales and stabbing at its bleeding wounds. Roar! Unable to retreat, the dragon threw back its head and roared in desperation. With one last desperate effort, the dragon rose, tearing off its shackles even as the chains tore at its wing membranes. Its golden eyes fixed on the dome above, and it leapt upward, slamming its head into the stone structure. Rumble! The dome collapsed, bringing down the entire structure. Rocks and debris fell, crushing the dragon and the mob alike. Blood poured like a river from the dragon's wounds, mingling with the rubble. The dragon slayers, consumed by their own fervor, were buried beneath the thousands of stones. After a long silence, nothing remained but ruins. Rhaegar looked on, horrified and speechless. The same grim scenes played out across Liss. A brownish-grey dragon flew over the city, vulnerable and exposed. Below, a dozen scorpion crossbows lurked in the shadows. Thwack! A steel spear shot out, piercing the dragon's chest. Roar! The dragon screamed in agony, its flight becoming unstable as blood gushed from the wound. More scorpion spears followed, piercing the dragon's body until it fell lifeless to the ground. A luxurious rooftop in a high-rise building. A middle-aged man with silver blonde hair stood nervously, his hand clutching a Valyrian steel sword at his waist. Rhaegar watched the scene and recognized the name of the sword. Truth. Charge, the damn dragon lord is inside. Be quiet, don't let him find out. Murderous whispers drifted up from below. Lilith, take your dragon and hide, the Master of Truth commanded through gritted teeth, glancing at the little girl behind him. She had silver-gold curls and deep purple eyes, curled up in the corner of the bed, clutching a red-scaled dragon cub the size of a cat. The baby dragon wriggled and struggled, letting out a low roar as if it sensed danger. Bang! The door burst open and a large number of soldiers burst into the room. Kill these remnants of the freehold. There's still a dragon. Kill the dragon. The soldiers roared furiously and surrounded the Master of Truth. They quickly beheaded him. The little girl and the red-scaled dragon met the same fate, slaughtered without mercy. Rhaegar frowned and clenched his fists, understanding the historical context of his dream. After the fall of Valyria, the freehold collapsed overnight. Of the 40 Dragon Lord families, only the Targaryens survived, having moved to Dragonstone in response to Daenerys Targaryen's prophecy. The other 39 families had some living members scattered around the world. At the time, Liss was a colony of Valyria, known as the greatest summer resort in the world. Some dragon lords enjoyed this paradise and escaped the initial catastrophe. But they underestimated the horrors of human nature. The Valyrian freehold had enslaved Essos for centuries, and many people suffered under the dragon lord's rule. When Valyria was destroyed, the oppressed rose up in rebellion. The people of Liss, including the slaves, hunted down and killed the dragons in their lairs and the defenseless dragon lords. The scene shifted to a bustling marketplace in Liss. Several severed heads with silver-gold hair hung from bamboo poles. 3 dragon corpses, 2 large and 3 small, were being loaded onto rafts by slaves and dragged out to sea for disposal. There were no more dragon lord families or dragons left in Liss. The era of free trade and city-states had begun. Ka 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 ka. The dream shattered into silence. Rhaegar's eyelids fluttered slightly as he woke from his sleep. This quest is over. Please pick up the lost treasures, a system notification sounded in his ears. Rhaegar opened his eyes, groaning softly. Humph. His pale face was streaked with blood, his violet eyes unfocused, and his expression was somber. The system interface appeared automatically. Truth. Exploration progress, 100%. Exploration completed. Scratching his messy silver hair, Rhaegar sat up, propping himself with one hand and reaching for the sword, Truth, lying beside him. He recalled the dream he had just experienced. That was the history of Truth. He whispered, frozen in thought. The sword had once belonged to a surviving dragon lord who was eventually killed, and after changing hands several times, it ended up with the Rhaegar family. Well, they took it from a dragon lord, and a dragon lord took it from them. That's fair enough. Rhaegar muttered with a rueful smile. He had little sympathy for the slaughtered dragon lords. The 40 families had always been fiercely competitive. Their demise and the loss of their dragons had paved the way for the relatively weak House Targaryen to rise and dominate Westeros. He looked down at the sword, its dragon-shaped blade gleaming, the vertical pupils of the ruby-studded hilt flashing ominously. Your family is dead. From now on, your last name is Targaryen, he muttered, setting Truth aside. In his pocket, a grapefruit-sized purple orb of light trembled, glowing faintly. Rhaegar rubbed his hands together, silently praying to Balerion, please Black Dread, help me with another valuable relic. Reaching out, he touched the purple orb. Wave. The orb shattered at his touch, dissolving into a flurry of glowing particles. Relic picked up successfully. Detecting. Detection successful. Recognized as an epic-level relic, the history of Truth. Rhaegar examined the relic's keywords. Buried in the long river of history, the tragedy waits for the same family to avenge the hatred. Rhaegar frowned, pondering the meaning. Revenge. He muttered, wondering if burning Liss counted. As the thought crossed his mind, the relic activated. Congratulations, the truth of history has been activated. You have obtained Blood Sorcery, Dragonstone. Grade, Excellent, Blue. Function, gathering materials, mobilizing blood magic, and melting black dragon stone. Evaluation, blood sorcery from the old Valyrian era with infinite creative power. The knowledge of blood magic flooded into Rhaegar's mind, making him tremble at the sudden influx. A cool sensation washed over him, leaving him feeling invigorated. Unlike last time, he managed to remain calm and savor the influx of knowledge. More than 10 minutes later, Rhaegar exhaled deeply, feeling refreshed. This kind of intellectual pleasure was intoxicating. He looked at his hands, chuckling. Am I a pyromancer and a blood mage now? He called up his personal status screen and checked his skills. Rhaegar Targaryen. Talent, Dreamer, Gold, Pyromancer, Purple, Longevity, Green. Bloodline, Ancient Valyrian Dragon Lord, 44%. Rune, Serpent, Blue, Bronze, Green. Blood Sorcery, Dragonstone, Blue. Relic, Blood and Fire, True Dragon Blood, Dreamscape. Evaluation, the slumbering power of ancient bloodlines awakens in their heirs. The skills have disappeared, replaced by runes and blood sorcery, Rhaegar murmured, understanding the significance of his newfound abilities. From the inheritance of Dragonstone, he had learned the basics of blood sorcery. Blood mages relied on the magic hidden in their bloodline, requiring specific origins. Despite this, their path paralleled that of pyromancers, both being the inherited knowledge of the Valyrian dragon lords and not mutually exclusive. Chapter 227, Make You Queen. Putting away his status screen, Rhaegar smiled. An increase in strength was indeed a great thing. Roar. The grey ghost roared, its pale grey body looming over Rhaegar, its vertical pupils flashing with curiosity. Normally shy and timid, this dragon preferred to move around the eastern shore of Dragonstone Island. Its favorite place to hide was among the clouds and mist. Shy dragon, thanks to your efforts, Rhaegar said, supporting himself on the ground with both hands and looking up at the grey ghost with a smile. This family member was still very kind-hearted. As soon as he had reached the east coast, the grey ghost had sensed his presence and come to him. The dragon had played a crucial role in their attack on the triarchy. Without its help, Cannibal's firepower alone would not have been enough. The grey ghost flicked its tail, its amber pupils staring at Rhaegar with an expression of affection and familiarity. Rhaegar reached out a hand and raised it high. The grey ghost, understanding his intent, lowered its head and pressed its muzzle against his palm in a gentle gesture. Come with me, grey ghost, Rhaegar said, rubbing his light grey scales and speaking softly. The grey ghost, usually alone on Dragonstone Island, had nowhere else to go. It might as well follow him, forming a new deterrent against their enemies. Roar. The grey ghost cocked its head, seeming a bit confused. As Rhaegar continued to stroke it, the dragon began to relax, its massive body dropping to the ground. Man and dragon looked at each other, a bond forming between them. Rhaegar kept his smile, showing his kindness and gratitude to the grey ghost. The dragon's nostrils exhaled warm air, and its pupils reflected Rhaegar's image. First, the long silver gold hair, then the beautiful face. Time passed slowly. The reflection in the grey ghost's eyes completed the upper half of Rhaegar's body, but the lower half remained unseen, its revelation delayed. Suddenly, the sleeping cannibal opened its eyes, staring menacingly at the grey ghost. With a thunderous roar, Rhaegar, it sent waves of hot air blasting across the mountaintop, nearly knocking Rhaegar off balance. Cannibal! Rhaegar shouted urgently, trying to calm the furious dragon. The grey ghost, startled, froze and forgot to flap its wings. It jumped back, hiding behind Rhaegar with its head tucked under its wings like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Cannibal's green eyes glinted with aggression as it slowly approached, its fierce snarl revealing sharp teeth. Partner, calm down, Rhaegar said quickly, stepping in front of Cannibal and reaching out to restrain its wrath. He couldn't let Cannibal attack the grey ghost. The disparity in their power was too great, and it could easily end in tragedy. Whew! Cannibal snorted, glaring at Rhaegar with its vertical pupils. Such a foolish partner, is he really going to hook up with other dragons behind its back? Rhaegar sensed Cannibal's displeasure clearly, feeling its thoughts through their shared bond. With a determined expression, he said, Grey Ghost is our ally, remember? We burned down 3 free trade city-states together just yesterday. We need him. Cannibal's gaze flicked between Rhaegar and the trembling Grey Ghost, and its anger slowly abated. Standing tall, Cannibal spread its black wings, stretched its neck, and let out a commanding roar to the sky. The Grey Ghost, still trembling, prostrated itself on the ground in submission. Rhaegar smiled in relief, knowing Cannibal's resistance had dissipated. With the Valyrian steel sword truth on his back, he approached Cannibal and climbed onto the saddle. Looking up, he saw the sky was clear and vast, filling his heart with a sense of boundless possibility. "Let's go, aim for the sky!" Rhaegar shouted with renewed vigor. Roar! Cannibal roared, its massive wings beating as it soared into the sky. Roar! The grey ghost shrieked, flapping its wings and following at a distance. One man and two dragons hovered above Dragonstone Island, their joyous laughter and roars echoing in the air. 3 days later. Inside the castle on Dragonstone Island, on the open-air balcony, Rhaenyra stood in a red dress, her silver hair intricately braided behind her head. Her eyes, cold and distant, were fixed on the horizon. In the sky above the east coast, 2 dragons, one black and one grey, danced through the clouds, playfully chasing each other. Footsteps approached. Rhaegar walked slowly towards Rhaenyra, carefully observing her expression. She remained unaware of his presence, her small hands gripping the railing so tightly her knuckles turned white. 3 days ago, Rhaegar had returned to Dragonstone Island. His first visit was to see her. They had embraced tightly, sharing their feelings. Then he mentioned Jane. Bastard! Rhaenyra's face hardened at the thought of Jane, her grip on the railing tightening as if it were Jane's neck. She had 3 best friends, Alicent, who married her father, Viserys, Lena, who married her uncle Daemon, and Jane, the traitor who dared to seduce her brother Rhaegar. "Rhaenyra, you've been on a hunger strike all day," Rhaegar said worriedly, reaching for her hand. "Get off!" Rhaenyra snapped, shaking off his hand. "I don't need you to care." Rhaegar bowed his head, chastened. He knew he deserved her anger. "Rhaenyra, I can't undo what happened, but I want to talk." "What is there to talk about?" Rhaenyra retorted, turning her head away, her anger barely contained. "Send Jane back to the Vale or don't come see me." She wouldn't accept anything less. Jane had to leave King's Landing and never return. Rhaegar gently took her hand. "Rhaenyra, you've been with me since childhood. You're the only one in my heart." Her heart ached at his words. She turned, raising her hand to slap him. But Rhaegar didn't flinch, his eyes calm and steady. In that gaze, Rhaenyra's resolve wavered. She couldn't bring herself to strike him. Rhaegar had made a mistake, but he was still young. The blame lay with Jane, that shameless woman. She had failed to properly discipline her brother, and now she had to suffer for it. "Rhaegar, you're an asshole!" Rhaenyra shouted, turning away again. Despite her anger, she couldn't forget how well Rhaegar had treated her. Before attacking the triarchy, he had planned for her future, showing how much he cared. She couldn't let a single indiscretion ruin their bond. "Rhaenyra, don't be angry with me. We shouldn't be divided," Rhaegar pleaded, squeezing her hand gently. Rhaenyra refused to meet his gaze, her voice filled with bitterness. "What are you trying to say? That you want to have it all?" Her greatest fear had materialized. It wasn't just jealousy, monogamy had been the rule in Westeros for centuries. Only Aegon the Conqueror had dared to break it. The Targaryen tradition had always clashed with the world's norms, often resulting in severe repercussions. During the reign of Aenys I, half the continent's nobility revolted under the banner of the Faith of the Seven. Aenys fell ill from the stress, and his brother, Rhaegar I, usurped the throne, leading to a brutal reign marked by usurpation and murder. Peace was only restored when Jaehaerys I reconciled with the Faith, agreeing to monogamy while the Faith tacitly accepted some Targaryen customs. This delicate balance was vital. Rhaenyra feared that Rhaegar's actions could shatter this fragile peace. It would be more disastrous than the invasion of Dorne or the conflicts with the Free Cities. Rhaegar sensed her worries and shook his head. "My power isn't enough to challenge the Faith of the Seven," he said sincerely. But his words had a different implication. He wasn't rejecting the possibility outright, merely acknowledging that he wasn't strong enough yet. If the Targaryens regained their former glory and commanded 1,000 dragons, he would think nothing of conquering the world, let alone defying the faith. "Then what do you mean?" Rhaenyra demanded, turning sharply to face him. "You can only marry one." Her face changed as a thought struck her. "You're not done with Jane, are you?" Rhaegar quickly denied it. "I'm not old enough to marry. Jane's situation is different." Before he could finish, Rhaenyra's anger surged, and her composure shattered. She noticed the dragon claw sword at Rhaegar's waist and, in a flash, drew it. She gripped the hilt tightly, the tip of the sword pressed against Rhaegar's throat. "Say that again, I dare you," she hissed, her body trembling with rage. Rhaegar remained calm, letting the sword rest against his throat. Rhaenyra, hear me out, he said solemnly. Jane will always rank below you. I have a plan that suits you better. You'd better make yourself clear, Rhaenyra demanded, her eyes red with emotion, giving him a chance to explain. Rhaegar took a deep breath and spoke clearly. I want you to be queen. Rhaenyra was stunned, momentarily speechless. The heir was Rhaegar, how could she be queen? The chaos in the world never ends. Chaos is both a disaster and a stepping stone, Rhaegar said, his eyes deep and resolute. The rebellion in Dorne and the Triarchy kingdom will not stop, it will inevitably erupt again. With determination, he gently pressed the sword tip against his throat and continued, I want to conquer new territories, and I want you to be queen. His plan could involve taking Dorne, with its Princess of Dorne system, or one of the free trading city-states. He envisioned giving this new land to Rhaenyra to govern. They would both be rulers, siblings reigning over their domains. Rhaenyra was taken aback, not realizing the extent of Rhaegar's ambition. Has the success of the Triarchy attack made him arrogant? She wondered. At first, the idea of becoming a queen made her heart race and her grip on Dragon Claw tremble. Fortunately, Rhaegar had the foresight to press the tip of the sword away from his throat. But then, she pushed the thought aside and refused. No, you'll never get rid of me. She dismissed the possibility of becoming a queen, realizing that truly managing a kingdom would only distance her from Rhaegar, leaving Jane to benefit. Rhaegar set aside the dragon claw and embraced her. I never want to be apart from you, he said sincerely. You've always wanted to be a queen, haven't you? He knew Rhaenyra well. She admired the Queen of Visenya and Nymeria, the past ruler of Dorne. A new territory needed a lord, and he preferred it to be a blood relative rather than nobles with shifting loyalties. This would help spread the Targaryen bloodline and establish firm rules and restrictions. Why don't you ask Jane? Rhaenyra retorted, her frustration clear. Rhaegar's eyes were steadfast. Jane belongs to the Vale. You and I are born of fire. The wind and rain cannot extinguish our flame, we are destined to burn together. Chapter 228, Baratheon's Difficulties. Clang. Dragon Claw fell to the ground. Rhaenyra's heart trembled at Rhaegar's words, and she couldn't hold her sword any longer. Deep down, she knew the truth. Her eyes reddened as she looked at Rhaegar, her voice quivering with emotion. Rhaegar, you've wronged me. The temptation of becoming a queen was undeniably strong, but she couldn't bear the thought of Jane benefiting from it. Rhaenyra, even if you don't believe in me, you should have confidence in yourself, Rhaegar said, gently lifting her by the waist and setting her on the railing. Rhaenyra clutched his collar, tears streaming down her face. Rhaegar looked up at her with a serious expression. We still have time, and I'm not going to let you settle for less. I respect you, I love you. I will never abandon you, he continued. But you are too important to me. Rhaenyra's tears flowed freely as she buried her head in his shoulder, sobbing. The idea of ruling a kingdom alongside Rhaegar was irresistible. If I have a kingdom and Rhaegar by my side, I have no reason to refuse, she thought. Until then, Jane would have to return to the Vale and not share in her triumphs. Rhaegar was still 3 years away from adulthood. Until then, Rhaenyra would be in control. Noon. The hot summer winds swept across the island, making the air heavy and sweltering. Delicious, Rhaenyra mumbled between bites. A small round table was laden with various dishes, and Rhaenyra, knife and fork in hand, was devouring the food. She hadn't eaten in a day and was famished. Rhaegar watched her with a smile, arranging food and pouring wine for her. The warmth of the moment filled him with a single thought, my sister is really cute when she's not angry. A gust of wind whistled past, ruffling Rhaenyra's hair at her temples as the airflow reached the open-air balcony. Both siblings lifted their heads and looked up. Roar! A thunderous dragon roar echoed, and a massive dark green shape appeared in the sky above Dragonstone Island. Rhaenyra's eyes widened as she swallowed the crab meat in her mouth. Lena! She said in surprise. Rhaegar stood and walked to the railing, looking up at the enormous dragon. Green scales, leathery skin, a mountainous body. It was Rhaegar. Rhaegar's cold eyes glided over the castle, descending slowly. Moments later, with a ground-shaking thud, Rhaegar landed on a cliff next to the castle. Rhaenyra. Lena, wearing a red strap around Rhaegar's broad spine, smiled and waved from the balcony. Unbuckling the chain around her waist, Lena gracefully climbed down from the dragon's back and strode towards the castle. Rhaenyra and Rhaegar watched her approach, exchanging looks of disbelief. Rhaenyra wiped her mouth and said, "Lena hasn't visited in a long time. You're the host. Go greet her," Rhaegar said, pulling out her chair with a shrug. "Got it. And you won't have to sleep on Dragonmont tonight," Rhaenyra said with a contented smile, straightening her skirt as she stood. Rhaegar sighed with relief and gestured for her to proceed. He had spent 4 days camped out at Dragonmont with Cannibal and Grey Ghost. When Rhaenyra was angry, there was no castle to sleep in, let alone a bed. Rhaenyra and Lena met in the castle's first-floor lobby. "Lena." Rhaenyra beamed, embracing her friend warmly. Lena returned the smile and patted her back, though she couldn't help but wonder at Rhaenyra's unusual warmth today. Circumstances had changed for the three friends. Alicent had become a stepmother, and Jane had seduced Rhaegar. Lena was married to Daemon, but at least she and Rhaenyra were not entangled in any romantic drama. They were the only good friends left. After exchanging pleasantries, they quickly got down to business. Lena turned to Rhaegar, her eyes filled with admiration. "Cousin, your attack on the triarchy has become legendary. I regret fleeing that day." Rhaegar, with 2 dragons and 2,000 men, had plundered Liss, burned Myr, and ravaged Tyrosh. The audacity of his actions shocked everyone. The 3 victimized city-states spread word of Rhaegar's evil deeds throughout Essos. Soon, nobles in Westeros also learned of the devastating attacks. The triarchy's strongholds lay in ruins, and the Battle of the Stepstones had come to an end. Rhaegar Targaryen's name would be recorded in the annals of history on both continents for generations to come. Rhaegar smiled at Lena's praise, but his tone was dismissive. "It doesn't matter. My father didn't support me, and neither did House Velaryon." Rhaenyra and Lena exchanged glances, sensing the underlying frustration in his words. "Rhaegar," Rhaenyra admonished gently, squeezing his hand. This kind of talk was fine in private, but there was no need for Lena to hear it. Rhaegar winked at her and changed the subject. "What's this about ships in the gullet? Is it Robb and his men?" Rhaegar asked. Lena shook her head. "It's more than that. There were a dozen ships filled with slaves. The royal fleet intercepted them." She explained that she and her mother had been patrolling the gullet and the narrow sea when they encountered the ships. The decks were filled with slaves armed with crude weapons. If not for their tattered clothes, she might have mistaken them for pirates. The king's fleet had arrived in time to intercept the slave ships, resulting in a brief skirmish. Rhaegar was taken aback. "It seems the liberated slaves have come to us." His mood lifted. He needed those slaves. Not only were they not beholden to other lords, but they were also loyal and hard-working. The most loyal laborers were those who were given equal rights. "I'll go check it out." "You two talk," Rhaegar said, striding out of the castle with renewed vigor. Roar! Cannibal's dragon roar echoed as it hovered above the castle. Rhaegar, perched on the cliff, eyed the pitch-black dragon coldly. Recognizing his opponent, Rhaegar growled but turned away to lie down, too old to continue the fight. Rhaegar stepped into view of the dragons. Cannibal landed cautiously before the castle gate, eyeing Rhaegar warily. The 2 dragons acknowledged each other, setting aside their grudges. Rhaegar mounted Cannibal, and the dragon flew out over Dragonstone Island. From Dragonstone Island, they flew over neighboring Driftmark and arrived at the Gullet, a narrow strait between Driftmark and the tip of the sharp point. More than 20 large ships were anchored outside the channel, hesitant to approach. Within the channel, 5 warships were lined up, their soldiers' bows drawn and ready. Roar! Cannibal descended like a meteor, its roar reverberating through the strait. "Prince Rhaegar! The breaker of shackles!" As soon as they saw Cannibal, the men on the ships recognized Rhaegar and shouted with joy. The slaves on the large ships fell to their knees in reverence, with their chains broken by Rhaegar and their desire for freedom rekindled. Following Rhaegar's command, they had sailed to Westeros, yearning for acceptance and the chance to live in peace. "Gentlemen, I'm here to escort you into Blackwater Bay," Rhaegar called out. He guided Cannibal over the royal fleet. At the forefront of one of the battleships stood a young man with black hair, surrounded by soldiers. Rhaegar peered down and identified him, "Jon Baratheon?" "You are Jon Baratheon, right?" Jon, dressed in thick armor, looked up and confirmed, "It is I, Prince." Rhaegar, in high spirits, overlooked Jon's past offences. "Make way through the gullet. These are my men and followers." "Prince, forgive me, but I cannot comply." Jon's expression was stern. The king has decreed that no cargo or merchant ships are allowed into Blackwater Bay, except for our warships. This was Viserys' precautionary measure to secure the channel and prevent any unwanted elements from entering. Rhaegar frowned, understanding the reasoning but disliking Jon's rigid stance. After a moment's thought, he offered, "I will vouch for them. Let them through." Jon remained resolute. "No, Prince, I cannot." Rhaegar was taken aback. "My guarantee isn't enough. The king's orders are explicit, Prince. I cannot disobey." Jon stood firm, his eyes cold. Rhaegar, instead of getting angry, chuckled and clapped. "Interesting. You're deliberately making this difficult for me." Few would dare to defy Rhaegar, considering his identity and the dragon he commanded. If Jon continued to block the way, it seemed intentional. Cannibal lowered its altitude, and Rhaegar issued an ultimatum. "My men are going in. Will you let them pass, or not?" Jon's face paled slightly, and he swallowed hard as he felt the dragon's breath hot on his face. A white-bearded, rotund old man hurried over, whispering urgently into Jon's ear, "Even Boros wouldn't dare defy the heir to the throne. You should retreat quickly." Rhaegar fixed a cold gaze on the old man. "Who are you?" The old man quivered, his voice trembling, reporting to the prince, "I am Lord Bar-Emmon of Sharp Point. Sharp Point is the seat of House Bar-Emmon in the Crownlands." Rhaegar's eyes narrowed as he recognized the name. He recalled the Bar-Emmon house history. During the reign of Maegor I, they were among the few nobles who supported him. After Maegor's death, they retreated to Sharp Point. Later, under King Jaehaerys I, the family sought pardon and realigned with the crown. During the Great Council of 101 AC, they had supported Princess Rhaenys' claim to the throne. Rhaegar knew the Bar-Emmon house had a reputation for being opportunistic. They were close allies of House Baratheon in the Stormlands and loyal to Rhaenys. He realized that Jon Baratheon's defiance was likely influenced by this old lord. However, Rhaegar's eyes flashed with a steely resolve, and he dismissed the old man with a curt nod. Jon, after listening to Lord Bar-Emmon's advice, lowered his head and shouted, "Yes, the fleet will withdraw now." Rhaegar lifted his chin, saying nothing, as Jon ordered the ships on either side to pull back. Only Jon's warship remained, slowly navigating towards the Sharp Point. Just then, Rhaegar's voice cut through the air, "It's too late to retreat now." Jon, startled, looked up. Rhaegar's face was stony, his lips barely moving as he commanded, "Dracarys." Chapter 229, Honor and Freedom. A piercing dragon roar echoed through the skies, growing louder as it approached. It was not Cannibal, but Rhaenyra, arriving on her dragon, Syrax, with Helena following on Rhaegar. Rhaegar glanced at them briefly before turning his attention back to the matter at hand. "Dracarys," he commanded. In response, Cannibal unleashed a torrent of dragon flame. "Ah! No!" Jon, who had been defiant moments ago, now screamed in panic, his confidence evaporating in the face of the oncoming dragon fire. Lord Bar-Emmon, terrified, wet himself and tried to leap off the ship. But the dragon's flames were swift and inescapable. The green dragon fire engulfed the front of the ship, consuming it in a blaze that quickly spread. Jon, Lord Bar-Emmon, and the soldiers who had dared to defy Rhaegar were soon enveloped in the flames, their screams fading as they succumbed to the flames. Soldiers in the cabin scrambled to escape, leaping into the sea in a desperate attempt to avoid the fire, falling into the water like panicked dumplings. Cannibal growled lowly, its cold eyes scanning the water for any survivors. "Enough, Cannibal," Rhaegar said calmly, halting the dragon's intent to hunt down the remaining soldiers. He only wanted to punish those who had directly defied him. Slaying common soldiers did not demonstrate his majesty, and Rhaenyra built the royal fleet at the expense of the taxes on Dragonstone. But Jon has disrespected him on several occasions, and his words and behavior have been rude. Considering his family name and his friendship with an opportunistic man like the Lord Bar-Emmon, one can only imagine how unreliable he is as a commander. News of Rhaegar's defeat of the triarchy has just spread across the continents, and if he is looking for trouble at this time, it is no different than asking for death. Then let him have his way. Rhaenyra, witnessing the destruction, called out, "Rhaegar, what happened?" Unless she was mistaken, the governor of the navy and the lord of Sharp Point were on board. Rhaegar, his expression stoic, replied, "The former governor of the fleet is dead. You'll need to appoint a new one, someone loyal and obedient." Rhaenyra paused, recalling the last time Jon had blocked and offended Rhaegar. She knew how deeply Rhaegar resented Jon's insubordination. "What's the point of having a fleet that you pay for if it doesn't listen to you?" Rhaegar continued. The king's fleet was an elite force built at great expense, and Rhaegar had hoped to command it during his campaign against the triarchy. Instead, his father had stripped him of this resource with a single decree. Rhaenyra, having funded the fleet's construction, found herself powerless to aid him when he needed it most. So what's the point of keeping it? To patrol the waters and to intercept the heir to the throne? Rhaenyra, taking in her brother's words, nodded solemnly. "I understand. I will select a new navy commander." She had organized the royal fleet to strengthen the defenses of Dragonstone Island. Jon's blatant disregard for her orders was unacceptable. In the feudal system of Westeros, the loyalty of bannermen was paramount. A bannerman's allegiance was to their liege lord, and any insubordination was intolerable. Jon's disobedience had sealed his fate. Reflecting on the loyalty displayed by houses Blackwood and Bracken in the Riverlands, where their bannermen stood firm against Riverlands forces, Rhaenyra realized the importance of unwavering loyalty. In the Game of Thrones, violation of the oath of allegiance was punishable by death. Seeing Rhaenyra's understanding, Rhaegar decided against offering further comfort. He knew his sister was stronger than she appeared. "Cannibal, take me to the fleet," Rhaegar commanded. The cannibal's eyes flicked over Syrax and Rhaegar before it spread its wings and soared into the sky. As soon as Cannibal departed, Lena guided Rhaegar closer to Rhaenyra. Noticing Rhaenyra's puzzled expression, Lena explained, "Jon and Boros are cousins and Boros received a lesson from Rhaegar." She added, "I'm sure my best friend understands what I'm saying, right?" To Lena, Rhaegar's approach may seem harsh, but it was necessary. And it's certainly more reasonable than her husband, Daemon's methods. Lena's words stung, highlighting a painful truth. Rhaenyra clenched her fists, silently cursing her poor judgment in choosing Jon. Rhaegar approached the fleet and surveyed the scene. There were 24 ships in all. Robb and his men had returned safely, laden with treasure plundered from Liss. 10 were warships, while the remaining dozen were large ships filled with escaped slaves from Liss and Myr. Upon seeing Rhaegar, the freed slaves bowed and sang his praises. Rhaegar's attention was drawn to a medium-sized sailing ship at the rear of the fleet. Swoosh! Hundreds of unsullied in spiked helmets and black armor stood in perfect formation, their expressions as lifeless as carved stone statues. Rhaegar was puzzled. He had already eliminated the Tyrosh Unsullied. Where had these Unsullied come from? And why were they on a boat? The lead Unsullied dropped to one knee, removed his spiked helmet, and spoke in a hushed tone, "Great Targaryen Liberator, the breaker of shackles." He paused, unsure how to continue. Begging to be taken in, enslaved, or freed, it was a difficult concept for the Unsullied with their weak sense of self to rationalize. Swish! The rest of the Unsullied knelt in unison, their heads bowed low, following their commander's lead. An atmosphere of nervousness and apprehension spread out. Rhaegar could see their struggle. They seemed to seek freedom but had nowhere to go, seeking acceptance yet fearing slavery. "Where did you come from, and what do you want?" Rhaegar asked. The Unsullied commander's face stiffened, and he hesitated before explaining. They had been bought in Astapor by the Rhaegarai. When the House Rhaegarai was destroyed in the Doom of Liss, they lost their masters. Fearing the brutality of Astapor's slave masters, they heard of Rhaegar's liberation of the slaves and came to him seeking refuge. Rhaegar's eyes flickered with realization. The destruction of House Rhaegarai and the burning of Liss had triggered the arrival of these Unsullied. He asked, "Where are your whips?" He knew the Unsullied only obeyed the master who held the whip. The Unsullied officer's eyes flashed with worry as he replied, "The whips were buried in the ruins along with our buyers." "Do you still wish to follow the whip's commands?" Rhaegar pursued. The Unsullied officer froze and fell silent, unable to respond. The past few days of being free from the control of the buyers and crossing the narrow sea by ship from Liss had been the most reassuring for him and all the Unsullied. Their journey had been fueled by a desire to break the bonds of slavery and serve a worthy master. Seeing the Unsullied commander's silence, Rhaegar understood. He said solemnly, "Since you do not wish to be enslaved by the whip, then serve me. Fight for glory and die for freedom." Roar! The cannibal roared on cue, and green dragon fire gushed out, creating a curtain of flames. Beneath the fiery display, the Unsullied's eyes glowed with newfound hope and determination. Above the dragon fire, Rhaegar rode the dragon, looking down upon the sky and sea like a true god of the world. Swish, swish! The Unsullied rose one after another, their spears striking their shields, eyes burning with fervor as they looked up at the silver-haired prince. He promised them freedom, and they were willing to serve him. Honor or disgrace, they would follow him to the end. A smile curled on Rhaegar's lips as he directed the cannibal to hover in a circle, then flew towards Blackwater Bay, his voice booming, "Return to King's Landing." Roar! The dragon's roar echoed loud and clear. Red Keep, dungeon. Tread. A burst of footsteps echoed through the depths of the dungeon. The prisoners, lying on their stomachs at the cell doors, stared at the approaching figure, too fearful to make a sound. Ahem! Viserys coughed twice, an unnatural flush appearing on his pale face, his breathing slightly labored. "Your Grace, the stench of the dungeon is not conducive to your recovery," Eric advised, assisting the king in his duty. Grand Maester Melos had explained that the king was overly worried and exhausted and needed to clear his mind and rest. Viserys used a handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose, his voice slightly gasping, "Don't listen to Melos. The Grand Maester loves to raise all kinds of alarmist talk." Eric bowed his head, holding a torch for illumination. The king and the knight walked to a cell deep in the dungeon. As they reached the damp stone cell, which was still clean and tidy, Viserys' eyes grew sad. He gasped, "Daemon, your brother is here. Why don't you come to greet him?" Inside the cell, a figure lay on a wooden bed, his head covered by a thin blanket. Hearing Viserys' call, he did nothing. "Your Grace," Eric asked, "should we wake him?" Viserys waved his hand faintly. "Daemon, don't make me say it again." Finally, the prisoner responded. "Alas, it's time for another lesson." With one hand, Daemon lifted the blanket and sat up straight, muttering complaints. His stay in the cell had been quite comfortable. He had food and drink and spent much of his time sleeping. There were only two things he disliked, the lack of wine and women, and his brother's constant scolding. Viserys looked at him, his eyes softening. "I won't scold you this time. Don't be ungrateful." He had always scolded Daemon for his own good, hoping he would change his ways. "So, what would you like to talk about, Your Grace?" Daemon stepped off the wooden bed and staggered towards the bars. It had been so long since he'd been active that his body felt rusty. As he got closer, Daemon looked Viserys up and down, frowning. There was a sense of weakness in his brother's body. The smell of medicine stood out from the stench of the dungeon even 2 to 3 meters away. "Brother, are you sick?" Daemon's expression stiffened as he found a comfortable angle to lean against the iron fence. The last time Viserys had visited him, he'd done nothing but scold him and tell him his wounds were healing. He should be in pretty good shape. Chapter 230, Viserys' change of heart. Viserys grunted, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "You still know how to care about me as your brother. I thought your conscience had been eaten by a dog long ago." Although he had promised not to scold Daemon, he couldn't help himself. Seeing that untamed, handsome face made him want to spit. Daemon sneered, accustomed to the scolding. He knew better than to ask too many questions. "So, what do you want?" Daemon grumbled. "A chat about family, duty and kingdom," Viserys replied, his voice muffled. Daemon shook his head and laughed. "You think you're a Tully, reciting the family motto." "I don't have the energy to teach you, Daemon," Viserys said coldly. He muttered to himself, "I'm in Adulma. There's chaos everywhere, and I'm at odds with Rhaegar." He had been bedridden for the past 2 days and had yet to learn of Rhaegar's surprise attack on the triarchy. In the bottom of his heart, he was still worried about the safety of his eldest son, the war on the Stepstones, and the rebellion in the Riverlands. Daemon sat on the ground, listening quietly to his brother's words. After a while, Viserys began to cough, cutting his speech short. Daemon frowned, deep in thought about Rhaegar's strategy. Hearing about the chaos in the Riverlands, his expression grew more serious and his eyes darkened. The Brackens had attacked the army of Riverrun at night, killing the eldest son of Lord Tully. This act was tantamount to rebellion. "What do you think I should do?" Viserys asked, suppressing another cough. He wanted to hear Daemon's opinion. Looking into his brother's sincere eyes, Daemon wanted to refuse but couldn't bring himself to. He murmured, "My nephew is a dangerous man. You don't have to worry about him. If the attack succeeds, everyone will be happy. If it fails, we will continue with the Battle of the Stepstones. The continent of Essos is vast, with many competing forces. The strongest, the Dothraki, never cross the sea. The city-states of Slavers Bay are isolated, and the 9 free cities are in constant conflict. If the dragon can burn the cities of the triarchy, the War of the Stepstones will end. Even if it fails, the status quo will be maintained. Viserys thought hard, his voice hoarse. The Blackwoods are stationed outside Riverrun, the Brackens are besieging Harrenhal, and I have deployed knights from the Crownlands and the Vale. Having defeated the 2 houses, what would you do with them? Daemon, always perceptive, hit the key point. Kindness, or cowardice? That has always been his brother flaw, slowly disintegrating his authority. Viserys hesitated for a moment before saying, execute the lords of both houses, and replace them with more loyal and intelligent members. Daemon lowered his head and smiled. Oh, indeed, he murmured, satisfied that his brother still held the resolve to punish the instigators. What do you think should be done? Viserys asked rhetorically. Without hesitation, Daemon responded coldly, I would have Caraxes descend on Raventree Hall and Stonehenge to purge the rebel houses. Raventree Hall belonged to the Blackwoods, and Stonehenge to the Brackens. These towns, one to the north and one to the south, sandwiched Riverrun in the middle. This time Viserys didn't scold Daemon for his cruelty, but fell silent, aware that his own leniency had caused problems. He knew Daemon's plan was too brutal, but he struggled to find a compromise. Seeing his brother's silence, Daemon continued, Brother, if your hand were strong enough, there would be no rebellion. Viserys glanced at him, his eyes flat. As I said, it's never been outside forces that have hurt your power, it's always been you. Daemon shrugged. You are too weak, brother. Viserys' rule had been characterized by banquets and tournaments, always listening to anyone with a flattering demeanor. Such a character didn't inspire loyalty. You are the only one who dares to be so arrogant with me, Viserys said with a hint of amusement. If I were as cruel as Rhaegar, you wouldn't have the chance to talk to me in jail. He covered his mouth and nose with a handkerchief, turning to walk out of the dungeon. Daemon, like a mirror, always reflected his flaws. This conversation had given him some inspiration. The next day, the sun blazed high in the sky, casting a sweltering heat over King's Landing. More than 20 large ships sailed through Blackwater Bay and anchored in the city's bustling harbour. 500 dragon keepers disembarked, carrying the treasures back to the dragon pit. The rest of the dragon keepers, along with members of the Second Sons, formed a guard detail, leading the slaves who had defected southward along the Blackwater River. They headed towards the tournament grounds outside the King's Gate. The slaves, numbering between 5,000 and 6,000, were too numerous to enter the city, so temporary arrangements were made for them outside the walls. In the Red Keep, Rhaegar and Rhaenyra returned together. Before they could even change their clothes, a maid hurriedly approached them with a message from the king. Father wants to see you. Don't make him angry, Rhaenyra advised, straightening Rhaegar's collar with a patient smile. Rhaegar's attack on the kingdom of the 3 daughters was not supported by their father, and Rhaenyra feared a confrontation between them. Don't worry, father is as open-minded as I am, Rhaegar said, holding her hand with a hopeful look in his eyes. Promise me you'll be at peace too. Rhaenyra's eyes sparkled with a mischievous smile. Don't worry, I'm just as open-minded as you are, she replied. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed his forehead. Rhaegar returned the embrace, his youthful face showing a mix of embarrassment and affection, like a child admitting a mistake. I'm sorry, sister, he murmured. Don't be mushy, Rhaenyra teased, pushing him away playfully. She took his hand and led him towards their father's chambers. The king's bedchamber. Rhaegar and Rhaenyra arrived at the door, where the brothers Eric and Eric stood guard. Princess, Prince, the Cargyle brothers greeted them respectfully, their expressions solemn. Open the door. I heard father is unwell, Rhaenyra commanded gently, her demeanor elegant and noble. Yes, Princess, Eric responded, opening the door himself. The siblings walked through the parlour, which was as orderly as ever, and headed towards the inner bedroom. Lifting the beaded curtain, they entered a room occupied by several figures. Viserys sat on the bed, a thin quilt draped over his knees, a faint smile on his face. Beside him, Alicent, dressed in green, gently blew on a bowl of soup before feeding it to her husband. Otto, the master of civil affairs, stood at the foot of the bed, his face calm as he observed the scene. Grand Maester Melos fiddled with his medical box, having just completed an examination of the king. Lastly, Jane stood in a slender dress, holding a piece of parchment and reciting the news of the burning of the triarchy. The sound of the beaded curtain rustling drew everyone's attention. Viserys turned his head, his expression one of relief. "Rhaegar, I heard about your victory," he said, a great weight seeming to lift from his heart. "Father," Rhaegar replied with a smile, "the battle of Stepstones is coming to an end." Seeing the worry and fatigue in his father's eyes, he decided to bury his dissatisfaction. Jane, still holding the letter, smiled warmly. "Rhaegar, congratulations." Rhaegar nodded in acknowledgement but remained silent. He admitted his infidelity directly. Perhaps it was the Targaryen's bold nature, or simply fate. But he didn't want to upset Rhaenyra, who was standing close by with a still settled heart. "Father, are you feeling better?" Rhaenyra asked, moving quickly to the bedside. Viserys glanced at his daughter, then at Jane, who smiled serenely. A flicker of curiosity crossed his eyes. He shifted his gaze to his eldest son and gave him a cryptic look. "What is it, boy?" he asked. Rhaegar winced, surprised at his father's perceptiveness. Viserys tilted his head slightly, accepting another spoonful of soup from Alicent. A hint of arrogance flickered in his eyes. He had frequented every brothel in King's Landing as a youth and had met many noble ladies before his marriage. He recognized such a situation at once. A frown creased Rhaegar's forehead as he lowered his head helplessly. His mistakes went beyond mere dalliances with prostitutes or noble women. He had committed a serious breach of principle. Viserys' expression darkened slightly, sensing the gravity of the situation. "Father, let me feed you," Rhaenyra interjected, stepping forward and taking the soup from Alicent with a forced smile. She scooped up a spoonful without blowing on it and pushed it into her father's mouth. Viserys winced at the hot spoon and forced a smile as he swallowed. Fortunately, the Targaryens were used to heat. Jane noticed Rhaenyra's displeasure and silently bowed her head, sensing the tension. The room fell into an uneasy silence. After what seemed an eternity, Viserys, having drunk his fill of hot soup, gently stopped feeding his daughter. He smiled bitterly. "You all go out first. I need to speak to Rhaegar alone." Rhaenyra raised her eyebrows, unmoved. "Serious business," Viserys insisted. Rhaenyra relented and put down her porcelain bowl. "You two have a nice chat." Alicent added, "Viserys, the problems will be solved one at a time. Try to stay positive." Otto and Melos, eyes downcast, left the bedroom first, followed by Rhaenyra, who gave Rhaegar a meaningful look before leaving. Alicent winked at Jane, who nodded and bowed to Viserys before lifting the beaded curtain to leave. With everyone gone, the room seemed to cool down. "Father, what is it?" Rhaegar asked, relieved, sitting on the edge of the bed and smiling softly. The tension from Rhaenyra's presence had been considerable. The others, Alicent, Otto, Melos, were all part of the Old Town forces. Besides Rhaenyra, only Jane was his true ally. Viserys' eyes were filled with a complex mix of emotions. "The Riverlands are in revolt. But I sense you're dealing with your own troubles and need to make a choice. Emotional turmoil can be devastating. Many gifted individuals have been undone by personal setbacks. Viserys didn't want that for his most prized heir." Rhaegar subconsciously murmured, "I choose Rhaenyra." "Good," Viserys replied, smiling again. "It's important to know what you want." Then he got down to business. The Bracken House in the Riverlands is rebelling, besieging Harrenhal. Chapter 231, The Appearance of Wildfire. Viserys gave a brief account of the situation in the Riverlands. The region was in chaos, the Brackens had rebelled, and the farmers were in turmoil. Of old Tully's 3 sons, only the eldest had shown any competence, but he had been killed in a night attack by the Brackens. The other 2 were either boorish fools or reckless men with no sense. The Tully house was expected to decline in the coming decades. Rhaegar frowned as he listened. The nobles of West Eros had grown accustomed to his father's perceived weakness, emboldening them to rebel openly. Lord Lionel had been wounded, and Harwin had retreated to Harrenhal, making the situation more difficult than anticipated. Old Tully had followed the rebels to Harrenhal, leaving Riverrun leaderless. The Riverlands, divided by the Trident River, suffered from poor transportation and weak connections between the nobles, leading to widespread indifference to the Tullus rule. It was the most disorderly of the 7 kingdoms. Rhaegar took his father's hand, looking at him with determination. "Do you want me to go and relieve Harrenhal of its siege?" With the speed of cannibal, he could fly there and back within an hour. A few bursts of dragon fire would quickly scatter the rebels. Viserys' eyes flashed with a mixture of shame and pride. He clasped his eldest son's hand with both of his own, his voice thick with emotion. "Rest for the night first. You've just returned to King's Landing, you need a peaceful sleep. After Rhaegar's decisive action against the triarchy, Viserys fully trusted his son's abilities. Unlike the rugged terrain of the Stepstones, the open plains of the Riverlands offered no hiding places for rebels. There, dragons were invincible. Rhaegar nodded. Okay, tomorrow I will make a trip to the Riverlands. I'll deal with the Stepstones when I return. The stronghold of the triarchy had been reduced to ashes. The mercenaries on the Stepstones were now nothing more than scattered forces, easily swept aside. After leaving the chambers, Rhaegar lifted his eyes to see a black-clad figure waiting at the corner of the corridor. Rhaenyra, are you still here? Rhaegar approached her. Rhaenyra stood with her back to him, her arms crossed over her chest. Rhaegar, unaware of the tension, asked with a smile, waiting for me. Swish! A flash of cold steel cut through the air, aimed directly at Rhaegar's vital point. In an instant, Rhaegar's face stiffened and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Of course I'm waiting for you. If it wasn't me, it would be someone else, Rhaenyra said with a grin, pressing the dagger to his throat while she stroked the side of his face with her other hand. Sister, calm down, Rhaegar said, his pupils dilating in fear. Rhaenyra leaned closer, her eyes cold and calculating. You're here, but you haven't had time to finish carving your runes, have you? She knew that Rhaegar possessed a mysterious power through runes. The upper half of his body was covered in bronze runes that turned to green scales when attacked, but the lower half remained unfinished. Rhaenyra. Rhaegar began, his voice a mixture of panic and determination. After a brief moment of fear, he regained his composure. He knew she wouldn't hurt him, she was using this as an opportunity to teach him a lesson. As expected, Rhaenyra withdrew the dagger slightly, no longer pressing it against his skin. Just as Rhaegar began to relax, the cold blade pressed against his face again. This dagger is for Jane, Rhaenyra said coldly. Rhaegar understood. She was pushing him, making him face his mistakes. Rhaegar, you grew up under my care. I know everything about you, Rhaenyra continued, pressing the dagger lightly against his nose. Greenish scales appeared, blocking the blade. The dagger slid down, revealing more green scales. Rhaenyra's eyes were calm as she said, remember your promise. Don't make me remind you. Rhaegar gripped the dagger and replied solemnly, don't worry, my flame will never go out. With that, he grabbed the dagger and discarded it, then bent down and lifted Rhaenyra onto his shoulders. Rhaegar! Rhaenyra exclaimed in surprise, patting his back as the frostiness in her eyes melted away. The next day, the sun was high in the sky, casting thick, golden rays over King's Landing. Roar! A pitch-black dragon soared out of the dragon pit, its shadow flashing across the sky. The civilians on Silk Street saw it most clearly as it headed towards the Riverlands. At the old city gates, 500 second sons, 400 unsullied, and 300 dragon keepers stood in formation. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A four-wheeled carriage approached slowly, flanked by 100 Vale Knights clad in iron armor. Inside the carriage, Rhaenyra and Jane sat opposite each other, one in a black strapless dress, the other in a long white gown. The atmosphere was tense and silent. Jane bowed her head and spoke first, Rhaenyra, I'm sorry. Apologies don't replace justice, Rhaenyra replied, crossing one leg and tapping her fingers on the back of her hand. Jane took a deep breath and whispered, I'll return to the Vale and never come back to King's Landing. Make sure you do, Rhaenyra said in a cold, clear voice. Jane forced a smile, I actually have a lot to say to you. If you say one more word, you won't be returning to the Vale at all, Rhaenyra snapped, her face turning icy. The conversation ended abruptly. Rhaenyra stepped out of the carriage, her snow-white calves disappearing under her black skirt. The carriage then left the city gates, heading towards the Vale. 300 dragon keepers followed, joining the knights as an escort. The second sons and the unsullied split into two groups, each heading out of the city gates to join the prince in the Riverlands. Rhaenyra watched the carriage and procession disappear from view. Princess, let's return to the Red Keep, said Steffon Darklyn, the king's guard. Rhaenyra touched the Valyrian steel necklace around her neck and smiled, no, I'm going to the dragon pit. Yes, princess, Steffon responded, escorting her without question. Feeling the cool 3 dragon head pendants, Rhaenyra's mind settled, and she found herself missing Rhaegar. I think I'll take a trip to the Riverlands, she decided, seeking to distance herself from the recent confrontation with Jane. The Riverlands, Harrenhal. Summer brought scorching heat, and the castle grounds of Harrenhal were blistering. Pour on the oil, quickly. Prepare the catapults. Outside the towering thick walls, thousands of peasants in rough cloth and linen surrounded the castle, forming a fierce and determined crowd. Most wielded makeshift weapons, manure forks and hoes, their equipment rudimentary at best. At the forefront, 10 large trebuchets were being positioned. Operated by hundreds of well-equipped soldiers in armor, each bearing a red stallion upon a golden escutcheon on brown, the emblem of House Bracken. Mixed among them were banners of other minor nobles, bannermen of House Bracken. The siege of Harrenhal was a rebellion led by the Bracken house, with peasant support. As commanders barked orders, soldiers carefully loaded barrels into trebuchets. Release. At the command, the trebuchets launched their loads. The barrels arced over the towering walls, crashing into Harrenhal's interior. Rumble. The barrels shattered, releasing green flames that spread rapidly. The trebuchets were swiftly reloaded. Release. Barrel after barrel was hurled into Harrenhal. Some crashed against the city walls, while others flew farther, landing in the godswood at the edge of the walls. The green flames clung to the stones and continued to burn fiercely, requiring no additional fuel. The forest burst into flames almost instantly. Harrenhal was once the largest and most majestic castle in West Eros, built on the northern shore of the continent's largest inland lake, the God's Eye. Its thick and steep walls stood like cliffs, and the gatehouse alone was as large as most main castles. 5 towers loomed within Harrenhal: the Tower of Dread, the Widow's Tower, the Wailing Tower, the Tower of Ghosts, and the King's Pyre Tower. Since the burning by Balryan the Black Dread, none of the towers remained intact. They were twisted, their stones cracked, and blackened ruins now stood where grand designs once existed. A dark atmosphere prevailed over the ruins of Harrenhal, as the green flames of rebellion consumed its ancient stones. Boom! More barrels were hurled over the walls, and the green flames grew increasingly intense. Although the 5 towers remained untouched, they were now surrounded by fire. Inside the city, fewer than 2,000 guards scrambled to defend Harrenhal. They climbed the walls and launched counterattacks with bows and arrows against the rebels below. However, the spreading wildfire was overwhelming, and the rear of the city was gradually consumed by flames. Put out the fire. The green fire is spreading to the towers. Everyone, put out the fire. Under the clear sky, green flames raged in the dimly lit Harrenhal. Smoke and screams filled the air, creating a mournful symphony. Ah! Don't touch the green fire. It's burning. It can't be put out. Soldiers and servants tried to extinguish the flames, but the green fire clung to their bodies and burned even more fiercely when water was poured on it. The steward of Harrenhal recognized the wildfire, an alchemical product known for its extreme flammability and adhesiveness. It was as powerful as dragon fire and could explode on contact. Once banned from the citadel, it now wreaked havoc. On the city tower, Harwin, clad in armor and wielding a sword, watched anxiously. He was well aware of the horrors of the wildfire. In less than half an hour, it had spread across half of Harrenhal. At this rate, they would be burned alive before the rebels could breach the city gates. Outside the city, the rebels began their assault. Braving a hail of arrows, they carried ladders and charged the walls. Surround the east gate. Don't let the strongs escape. A Bracken commander gave the order, directing the chaotic masses to surround Harrenhal completely. Inside, Harwin, filled with fear and anger, drew his sword and bellowed, "Use the rolling logs and oil. Do not let the rebels climb the walls." Regret weighed heavily on his heart. The long peace had dulled the vigilance of House Strong. They lacked war reserves, and their soldiers were poorly equipped. The battlements, once armed with stone throwers, were now defenseless due to decay. If the defenses had been maintained, the few stone throwers below wouldn't have had a chance to show off. The rebels would have set themselves ablaze. A guard ran up in a panic. "My lord, the fire in the godswood is too big. We can't control it." The situation was dire. The wildfire was spreading uncontrollably, driven by the wind and inching ever closer to the towers. Many servants had already perished in their attempts to fight the flames. Chapter 232, The Arrival of Cannibal. Surveying the chaos below, Harwin found himself at a dead end. With too few men and the ferocity of the wildfire, the situation seemed dire. After a moment of intense deliberation, he pounded his fist against the battlements and gritted his teeth. "Withdraw 500 men to fight the fire and dig a moat to separate the towers from the godswood forest," he ordered, knowing it was their best chance. "Yes, my lord." The soldiers scrambled to pass on the orders. Harwin, drenched in sweat from the intense heat, felt like he was boiling alive. Inside King's Pyre Tower, Grover Tully, his hair half white and his face gaunt, paced anxiously. His clouded eyes kept darting to the window. As Lord Paramount of the Trident and Lord of Riverrun, the power of the Tully family rested on his shoulders. But because of his mediocrity and stubbornness, their reputation had plummeted. Now he found himself besieged by his own bannermen, cowering in the castle. "Damn Brackens, I'll hang them all!" he cursed, his trembling hands betraying his fear. From the Lord's bedroom, he could clearly see the green flames ravaging the city. Even inside, the heat was suffocating. "Knock, knock!" A mature woman's voice called from behind the door, "Lord Tully, I've come to give Lord Lionel his medicine." Grover turned, his gaze falling on the large solid wood bed where Lionel lay. Pale and sweating, Lionel was unconscious, his right arm bandaged and his rounded stomach spasming occasionally. He had been badly injured during the retreat, with a broken right arm, a broken left calf, and 2 broken ribs. "Goddamn Brackens, they all deserve to die," Grover muttered, still seething from the night's attack that had claimed his eldest son. "Lord Tully, if you don't answer, I'm coming in." The knocking continued, impatience growing in the woman's voice. Grover, furious, pointed at the door and shouted, "Get out of here, bastard! Lionel won't take the medicine you bring." Outside, Ollie River's colorful face darkened, her green eyes cold. She held a bowl of soup, her ample figure tense with frustration. "Old fool with no vision," she muttered, turning to leave. The surname of bastards varies from place to place. In the Riverlands, this surname is Rivers. Inside, Grover's anger quickly subsided as he approached Lionel's bedside. "You're not good enough, to even have such a rude bastard daughter," he spat. Rumors swirled in Harrenhal that Ollie Rivers might be Lionel's illegitimate daughter or her mother may be the nurse of Harwin and Larry's. Regardless of her identity, Grover detested the green-eyed woman. The maester had said Lionel should wake in a few days after taking her medicine, but after 4 or 5 days, he was still feverish and delirious. Grover, suspicious, had stopped allowing Lionel to take her medicine. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed through Harrenhal. "The corridor is on fire, come and put it out." "Water's not working, use sand." Grover's heart pounded, his hands trembling more violently. Outside, the wildfire raged uncontrollably. The veranda overlooked a barn stocked with hay, always kept closed and poorly ventilated. As the wildfire breached the barn walls, the trapped gases exploded, and burning hay flew everywhere. The city wall. The people, driven by desperation and rage, swarmed the city walls with ladders. Guards threw down rolling logs and poured boiling oil, temporarily halting their advance. Yet, more kept coming, undeterred by the carnage. Harwin stood on the battlements, his voice raw from shouting orders. He was caught in a dire predicament, struggling to orchestrate the city's defense amid the chaos. Outside the city wall, near the catapults, a soldier of the Bracken House reported urgently to his commander. "Sire, we've used all the wildfire we had. Is there no more?" The bearded commander, greedy, demanded more as his face contorted with frustration. "The priests has only prepared so much. The rest of the wildfire is too unstable to transport," the adjutant explained helplessly. "Curse that bunch of useless fools." The bearded commander spat, his disdain for the so-called sacrifices evident. He glanced at the walls of Harrenhal, where the mob was beginning to crest the battlements. "Drop rolling logs and stones. Smash them off the walls." The army command was ruthless, considering the frenzied mob expendable. Their lives mattered little in the face of his goal. "Yes, sire," the messenger responded, quickly scurrying away to relay the orders. Boom! A large boulder crashed into the battlements, shattering chunks of the wall with each impact. The violent shaking made it nearly impossible for Harwin to stand, his heart pounding in his chest. "Kill! Take all the food from the castle. We're starving because these nobles have taken over the land." With the castle's supplies dwindling, the people scaled the walls and attacked the guards in desperation. "Hold on! The kingdom's aid will soon arrive," Harwin shouted, swinging his long sword at the attackers. As commander of the city guard, he was used to dealing with unruly mobs and struck quickly and decisively. "He's the heir of the strong house. Kill him first." Harwin dispatched several attackers with brutal efficiency, quickly revealing his identity as a noble. Recognizing him, the ruffians were further inflamed and rushed toward him. Westeros was built on a strict hierarchy. Nobles outranked knights, knights outranked commoners, and commoners outranked rogues. The few nobles held vast lands and lived in luxury, while the masses struggled to survive. When the nobles ruled justly, the people could live decently. But when the nobles abused their power and preyed on the weak, the commoners were driven into poverty and despair. This systemic inequality bred deep resentment and frequent rebellions against the oppressive noble class. Harwin, surrounded by the angry mob, shouted, "Get out of my way! My family has always been fair to the commoners." The guards rushed to his aid, clashing fiercely with the rioters. Boom! Outside the city, the stone throwers continued their relentless assault. The battlements crumbled under the barrage, sending down debris and knocking down many of the defending guards. Gradually, more and more people swarmed up the battlements. Rumbling! A loud noise echoed from below. Bracken soldiers had moved a siege wagon into position and rammed it against the gates of Harrenhal. The city was besieged from within and without, and a wildfire still raged within the walls. Many servants had perished in the fire, buried beneath the collapsing buildings. Harwin fought fiercely as he retreated, but his shoulder was pierced by a pitchfork, blood pouring from the wound. Crisis after crisis, Harwin's heart pounded with anxiety, and despair began to creep in. The king's support seemed a distant hope, and it felt as if the strong house was doomed to fall to the rioters. "Fight harder! Give it all you've got!" yelled the bearded commander as the siege wagon pounded relentlessly on the gates. His mission was clear: breach Harrenhal before nightfall and capture Old Lord Tully in the hand of the king, Lionel Strong. The Brackens weren't crazy enough to rebel without a plan, they wanted to use high-profile prisoners as leverage. The scene was a nightmare. Harrenhal Castle was engulfed in smoke and roaring green fire. The densely packed mob screamed wildly, clinging to the walls like ants. From a distance, it looked like a vision of human purgatory. Hoo! A gust of wind blew away the clouds, revealing a clear blue sky. Roar! A deep, resonant dragon roar echoed across the battlefield. A pitch-black dragon emerged from the clouds and swooped down over Harrenhal. "Dracarys!" a young, clear voice commanded. Roar! The dragon slowed its descent, gliding along the city wall and spewing green flames. "A dragon! Run! It burns!" Cannibal revealed its true form, its piercing eyes sweeping over the terrified people on the battlements, all consumed by the dragon's flame. As Cannibal glided upwards, the green dragon fire blazed along the city wall like a string of fire. "Prince!" At the sight of the dragon and its rider, Harwin, who had been cornered, felt a surge of relief and joy and cried out. Rhaegar, atop the dragon, his silver hair billowing and his black robes flowing, looked down. "Sire, handle the fires. I'll deal with the rebels." Leaving the order behind, Rhaegar led Cannibal to the center of the battlefield. "Yes, Prince." With renewed vigor, Harwin quickly ordered his soldiers, 500 men stay to guard the wall, the rest follow me to put out the fires. Cannibal's dragon fire had incinerated the rioters on the walls, sending the remaining climbers fleeing in terror. With the dragon's arrival securing the front lines, Harwin turned his attention to saving the family castle. Roar! Cannibal hovered over the battlefield, unleashing dragon fire. The siege wagons battering the gates were the first to be incinerated, their remains consumed by green flames. "Run! It's a dragon! Escape while you still can!" Cannibal's massive size and black wings cast a dark shadow over the battlefield, blocking out the sunlight. Rhaegar's expression remained inscrutable as he surveyed the chaotic army below. He soon spotted the Bracken soldiers, their silver-grey armor standing out from the crowd. "Cannibal, burn them all!" Rhaegar commanded, his eyes cold. Roar! With a mighty roar, Cannibal lunged at the retreating Bracken soldiers, unleashing dragon fire. Boom! A pillar of green dragon fire fell from the sky, striking with precision. In an instant, the Bracken soldiers were reduced to ash, leaving no time to scream. "Keep pursuing them!" Rhaegar's gaze swept over the stone battering rams and bloodied rioters, his heart hardening. If they dared to rebel, they must be prepared to die. Cannibal flapped its wings, hovering and raining dragon fire on the battlefield. The rioters below screamed in terror, running like headless flies. Amidst the wailing, they were transformed into charred corpses. Chapter 233, The Sisters Arrive Riding Dragons. The green dragon fire swept across the battlefield, carving a scorched canyon and igniting green flames. Inside Harrenhal, the wildfire burned relentlessly, roaring with ferocity. The dragon fire outside the city and the wildfire within created a terrible echo, transforming the area into a green flaming purgatory. Unlike the finite wildfire, the dragon's flames seemed endless. Cannibal's eyes glowed fiercely as it showed no mercy to the fleeing figures below. Rhaegar, his sword in one hand, glanced at the chaos in Harrenhal. It's really wildfire, he thought. Thanks to his extensive education, Rhaegar understood the destructive power of wildfire all too well. He knew it was a rare alchemical product, rumored to contain a hint of magic. Its terrible destructive power and unstable nature had long led to its ban by the Citadel's maesters. Watching the blazing wildfire from afar, Rhaegar could feel the intense heat and pungent smell. After today, Harrenhal will need massive reconstruction, he thought, sighing for Lord Lionel. Wildfire could burn through wood, stone, and steel, and water could not extinguish it. Harrenhal had already suffered extensive damage in the aftermath of the Conqueror's War. The facilities House Strong had built over the decades would now be lost to the wildfire. Repairing the castle would cost a fortune. Inside King's Pyre Tower, the temperature in the Lord's bedroom grew warmer and warmer after Ali's River's departure. Grover lay by the window, anxiously watching the chaos below. In his heart he cursed, "A bunch of useless children and grandchildren, why don't they lead the army to rescue me?" After the attack on the camp that night, he had fled to Harrenhal under the protection of the guards. The Bracken House laid siege to Harrenhal and incited the people to attack the town. Though the Blackwoods were more reasonable and did not participate in the night attack and siege, they were even more hateful. The Lord of Blackwood had stationed his army outside Riverrun, blocking the path of House Tully's army and effectively preventing support for Harrenhal. He sat back and watched the Bracken House's evil deeds, hoping to reap the benefits. There were 2,000 men left at Riverrun. Together with the bannermen Grover had gathered, he could probably build an army of 5,000 men. If one of his two sons could stand up and take charge, they could repel the Blackwoods' army and, in a matter of days, come to rescue their old father from the besieged city. But if they had that kind of ability and courage, they wouldn't useless sons. Bang! Grover knocked heavily on the wall, his heart burning with fear. Ahem! A cough rang out, pulling him back from his panic. Grover's spirits lifted and he looked back at the solid wooden king-size bed. On the bed, Lionel's chest rose and fell violently, his eyes glazed over, and he was coughing hard, his neck strained. "Lord Lionel!" Grover hastily helped him turn over and patted his back to clear his breath. Lionel's face turned red as he held his breath, finally managing to spit out a mouthful of thick phlegm and take a deep breath. "What time is it?" Lionel asked, panting heavily, his eyes blank. He vaguely remembered the attack on the camp and falling from his horse, returning to Harrenhal and being treated by a maester. He had been unconscious for several days, his mind a jumble of confusion. Grover looked sad and said, "We are trapped. The Bracken House does not want to let us go. Has the kingdom's support arrived?" Lionel cleared his mind, thinking first of reinforcements from King's Landing. With Viserys' character, even if he was weak, he wouldn't tolerate his bannermen openly rebelling. Support. Grover's face turned bitter, unsure of what to say. The Raven had been sent out, but the kingdom had been in war for years, and the Riverlands, Vale, and other kingdoms had depleted their troops. Gathering a large army to put down the rebellion would take more than a few days. Seeing his expression, Lionel understood the situation, sweat breaking out on his forehead. He also felt the heat. Roar. A loud and clear dragon roar echoed across the northern shore of God's Eye Lake, spreading throughout Harrenhal. Lionel's eyes lit up at the sound, and his voice was harsh, "It's a dragon's roar." When the Targaryens ruled West Eros, they never relied on an army, it was the dragons that ruled the skies. "Help me up. The castle is on fire, I have to organize the men." Lionel supported himself with his left hand and struggled to get up. Grover reached out to support him, not refusing his request. The dragon had come. He finally felt a little relieved. Noon arrived. Roar. The cannibal circled Harrenhal, scorching the ground wherever it flew. Charred bodies piled up at Harrenhal's front gate, occasionally punctuated by the anguished howls of the wounded. Rhaegar stood on the battlements, one hand covering his mouth and nose, his hair shielding his eyes from the smoke. After a relentless bombardment of dragon fire, the enemy army had collapsed and fled in panic. Hundreds of Bracken soldiers lay dead, with more than 1,000 killed among the attacking mob. The rest had scattered, too numerous for the cannibal to kill. Rhaegar's priority was the safety of Harrenhal, not the slaughter of a fleeing mob. "Prince, the fires are still raging. We must leave the city," Harwin said as he ran up to the battlements, his face grey with soot and worry. Sand was the only thing that could weaken the wildfire, and the soldiers were doing their best to contain it. But the fire in the God's Wood was hard to put out. The God's Wood, a sacred grove within the walls of castles throughout the Seven Kingdoms, was a place of prayer and worship for those who followed the old gods. In the center stood a weirwood tree with a face carved into it, surrounded by other trees and flowers. Harrenhal's God's Wood covered 20 acres and included numerous pines and century trees. The wildfire had spread through the God's Wood and threatened the castle's 5 towers. Hearing this, Rhaegar nodded. "How is Lord Lionel? I hear he is injured." Lionel Strong was a dedicated and responsible hand of the king, and Rhaegar had great respect for him. Harwin's eyes brightened with a mixture of relief and sorrow as he replied, "Father has just awakened. I have ordered him and Lord Grover to be evacuated from the city." "That's good." Rhaegar sighed in relief. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, 2 piercing dragon roars echoed over Harrenhal. Rhaegar and Harwin raised their heads simultaneously, searching for the source of the sound. In the clear blue sky, a massive dragon with pale blue scales soared over the vast God's Eye Lake, ruffling the clouds. At the same time, a slightly smaller golden dragon glided low over the surface of the lake before rising into the air. On the backs of these dragons sat 2 Targaryen women, one older and one younger. Rhaegar's keen eyes recognized them instantly. Rhaenyra, Helena. The light blue dragon was Dreamfire, and the gold one was Syrax. Dreamfire, being larger, flew faster and soon arrived at Harrenhal, wings beating powerfully. "Brother!" Helena called in her clear, youthful voice. She wore her hair in a bun and a simple white dress, and sat happily in Dreamfire's newly added saddle. "Helena, what brings you here?" Rhaegar called to his sister, leaning against the battlements. Roar! Syrax arrived next, landing heavily on the walls and creating a gust of wind. Rhaenyra, sitting in Syrax's saddle, held on tightly and said, "She insisted on coming and outrun me." Rhaenyra had planned to come alone, but Helena had joined her after hearing that she was going to Harrenhal to find Rhaegar. As soon as Helena heard the news, she eagerly flew out of King's Landing on Dreamfire. Dreamfire landed gracefully on the city wall and lowered its neck for Helena to dismount. Unfastening the chain around her waist, Helena slid down Dreamfire's smooth back instead of using the soft ladder. "Brother, why didn't you call me when you came to Harrenhal?" Helena asked, running to Rhaegar and hugging him tightly. "Princess," Harwin greeted her respectfully. "Hello, Sire," Helena replied, nodding before looking back at Rhaegar with curious eyes. Rubbing his forehead, Rhaegar said, "I'm here to quell a rebellion, can't you see the chaos below?" Helena, unaware of the destruction, looked puzzled. She had been so focused on flying with Dreamfire that she hadn't noticed the devastation. "Rhaegar, what happened to Harrenhal?" Rhaenyra asked as she climbed down from Syrax, frowning at the flames still raging in the God's Wood. From the color of the flames, she had initially thought they were dragon fire. Rhaegar sighed and rubbed Helena's head. "The Bracken House found the wildfire and nearly breached the gates. The Strong House suffered greatly." Rhaenyra looked around, taking in the scorched earth and the devastation. "I should have come with you," she whispered. "If you had, the 3 dragons might have burned the entire rebellion to ashes," Rhaegar replied with a wry smile. "But now, go meet with Lord Lionel. We'll spend the night outside the city." "All right," Rhaenyra and Helena responded in unison. Into the night. The north shore of God's Eye Lake was lit by a sprawling campground, campfires flickering against the night sky. Soldiers patrolled both the castle and the campsite, while servants were busy organizing the salvaged goods. Inside the largest tent, Lionel lay on a simple wooden bed, his freshly changed bandages stark against his skin. Surrounding him were Rhaegar and his 2 sisters, Harwin and Grover. "Prince, it's a good thing you got here when you did. It would have been all over otherwise," Grover said, raising a glass of red wine in a toast. Rhaegar nodded in recognition, tapping the tabletop. "My lord, the raven sent to your family should have reached them by now. We should hear news soon." Despite his skepticism about the abilities of the 2 Tully sons in Riverrun, Rhaegar hoped they would at least make a move to help their father. Grover's face tightened and he waved his hand dismissively. His 2 incompetent sons might see his predicament as an opportunity to take control of Riverrun rather than to save him. Lionel, speaking weakly but with determination, interjected, "Prince, with your escape from the stepstones, the Riverlands can launch a counterattack. Chapter 234, The Mark of Cannibal. Morning meeting. Upon awakening, Lionel was bombarded with information. He learned of Rhaegar's attack on the triarchy and the impending victory over the stepstones. With the dragon returned to the land, the rebellion in the Riverlands seemed manageable. Lord Lionel, tend to your wounds, Rhaegar said, eyeing Lionel's bloated form with concern. Lionel patted his chest and coughed twice. My physique is fine. The strong opportunists, true to its name, boasted robust and healthy members, except for Lionel's second son, Larys, who was born with a clubfoot and fragile health. Seeing Lionel's resilience, Rhaegar continued, the rebel lords are led by the Blackwood and Bracken House. I intend to crush them with blood. Blatant treason demanded a stern response. Prince, your idea is understandable, Lionel replied, stroking his beard thoughtfully. But these houses have deep roots in the Riverlands, going back thousands of years. Too much bloodshed could provoke a backlash from other nobles. The nobility was a peculiar group, often at each other's throats. But if the royal family decimated a major house, it could spark widespread resentment. Rhaegar nodded, understanding the delicate balance. What do you propose? Be polite first, and only then use force to avoid a bad reputation, Lionel suggested. Send someone to negotiate with both families to gauge their attitudes. The Blackwoods, though involved in skirmishes with the Riverrun army, still showed some sense and could be swayed. Conversely, the Brackens acted with reckless abandon and would need to be severely punished. By exploiting the enmity between the two houses, they could quell the rebellion with minimal casualties. Rhaegar agreed, considering Lionel's advice. I know Samwell Blackwood, the Blackwood heir. We may be able to win him over. He also noted that Robb Rivers, leader of the Second Sons, was from Blackwood, and was Samwell's half-brother, a bastard son of the Lord of Blackwood. Rhaegar and Lionel then delved into specific strategies, their discussion stretching into the night. After leaving the tent, Rhaegar stretched his back, feeling the tension of the long discussion ease. The cool night air was a welcome relief. Rhaenyra and Helena walked out together, their faces reflecting the glow of the campfire. Rhaegar, you should rest, Rhaenyra said, taking his hand in concern. Helena, leaning against Rhaegar's leg, clasped her small hands together and watched quietly. Except when she was riding her dragon, she was generally introverted. Okay, you two share a tent and watch each other, Rhaegar suggested, his eyes softening. He gently tugged at Helena's small hand. It would be safer for the two sisters to sleep together in the wilderness. Rhaenyra looked at Helena and took her hand helplessly. Since taming Dreamfire, Helena had grown bolder every day. She wondered how worried Alicent would be if she discovered Helena had snuck out of King's Landing. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed across the night sky, coming from the direction of Harrenhal. The huge dragon flew overhead, momentarily blocking the moonlight and casting a dim shadow. Rhaegar squinted, watching Cannibal's movements. The typically lethargic dragon that preferred to sleep was unusually restless. Boom! After circling twice, Cannibal landed on the shore of God's Eye Lake, its massive body towering over the three siblings. Its broad wings spread wide as it flapped and shook itself. What did you find, partner? Rhaegar approached Cannibal's hind feet and tapped its scales, sensing its discomfort. Cannibal leaned down, its house-sized head arching over Rhaegar. Its green vertical pupils stared intently at God's Eye Lake. Rhaegar followed Cannibal's gaze. The lake's surface was dimly lit under the night sky, with occasional moonlight causing slight ripples. Roar! Cannibal let out a low, growling roar and nudged Rhaegar, urging him to climb onto its back. It had sensed something unusual near the turquoise-colored lake. Rhaenyra, surveying the tranquil God's Eye Lake, said suspiciously, Rhaegar, your dragon seems to be looking at the Isle of Faces. A dragon's height and vision were different from that of a human. Even in the dark, its keen eyes could see clearly. Roar! Cannibal lifted one of its powerful hind feet and scratched a groove in the lake's grass with its massive claws. Its slitted pupils stared intently at Rhaegar, conveying a silent message. Rhaegar studied the dragon's actions, memories of the recent past flooding back. He recalled Helena taming Dreamfire and their visit to the Isle of Faces. When Cannibal had left, it had gouged marks into the earth with its claws. Seeing the similarity now, Rhaegar's eyes widened as he exclaimed, the mark. Having spent years with Cannibal, Rhaegar understood the dragon's behavior intimately. Dragons, with their intelligence rivaling that of humans, remembered places, events, and grudges vividly. However, it was unusual for them to leave marks. The Isle of Faces. Rhaegar murmured, his mind sifting through historical records. 12,000 years ago, Westeros was ruled by the children of the forest and giants, with no humans present. The first men, fleeing the oppression of the old Valyrians, invaded Westeros from the Dornish arm, igniting a war known as the Dawn Age. This war, a clash between the first men and the children of the forest, lasted for an indeterminate period of time, probably some 2,000 years or more. Eventually, wise leaders from both sides swore an oath on the Isle of Faces. The pact stipulated that the first men would own the coasts, plains, grasslands, mountains, and swamps, while the great forests would forever belong to the children of the forest. To commemorate this peace, faces were carved into every weirwood tree on the island, bearing witness to the pact made under the old gods. This ushered in 4,000 years of peace, known as the Age of Heroes. But this peace was shattered by the arrival of the Andals, who invaded from the Five Fingers Peninsula. Armed with superior iron weapons and savage tactics, they slaughtered the children of the forest and burned their sacred groves, replacing the old gods with their seven. This devastation drove the children of the forest north of the Wall, where they faded into legend, their history recorded only in ancient texts. Rhaegar sighed in awe. The freehold of Valyria was truly formidable. Even the mighty House Targaryen was only one of 40 dragon lord families. The exiled Enar Targaryen had foreseen Valyria's doom through the prophecy of his daughter Daenerys, leading them to Dragonstone and survival. Roar! Cannibal grew impatient and nudged Rhaegar hard enough to make him stumble before turning and crouching down. Rhaegar steadied himself and said softly, "Hang on, I'm coming." He climbed up the soft ladder onto the dragon's back, then looked at his sisters. "Are you going back to rest, or are you coming with me to explore the Isle of Faces?" "I want to go," Helena exclaimed, raising her small hand and quickly climbing up the ladder onto Cannibal. Rhaenyra, intrigued, gave Helena a boost. "I'll go too." Once all three were seated on Cannibal's back, the dragon, satisfied, flapped its wings and took off, gliding over the God's Eye Lake. Rhaegar relinquished the saddle to his sisters and stood on the dragon's neck, his silver hair blowing in the evening wind. Cannibal flew low, his tail skimming the surface of the lake, creating ripples. Soon they reached the Isle of Faces and landed in the heart of the island. "I'll explore first," Rhaegar announced, jumping down from the dragon's back. He saw several thick, ancient weirwood trees with twisted branches like a witch's fingers. Weirwoods were rare in the south. Nobles who worshipped the old gods usually planted one in their gods' woods, but on the Isle of Faces, multiple weirwoods stood together. The weirwoods were dense and foreboding, their red leaves rustling in the breeze. Carved faces on the trunks, with crimson sap oozing from their eye sockets, gave an eerie impression. Rhaegar gripped the hilt of his dragon claw sword, scanning the area for danger. Once assured, he lit a torch and called out, "It's safe. Come down." Rhaenyra and Helena climbed down, each carrying a torch. The island was covered in vegetation, with the weirwoods adding to the unsettling atmosphere. "Cannibal, what did you find?" Rhaegar asked, touching the rough bark of a weirwood. Cannibal responded with a low, rumbling roar. Then, using its wings to brace itself, it swung its thick tail, sweeping away the vegetation on the island. The climate of the Riverlands is warm and fertile, nurturing a variety of shrubs, tropical flowers, and grasses on the island. Cannibal swung its tail, clearing a large area of space, but it didn't stop there. The dragon continued its relentless cleanup. Situated in the center of God's Eye Lake, the Isle of Faces is a rare island in the heart of the lake. Its size is substantial, larger than a typical castle's grounds. However, it couldn't withstand the ravages of Cannibal's massive body. In a short time, the once lush island was reduced to a chaotic landscape. Rhaegar allowed Cannibal to continue its work, not resting himself. There were 7 weirwood trees on the island, and Rhaegar explored each one meticulously. When he touched the last tree, the thickest of them all, a sharp voice startled him. "Stop, Targaryen heir!" Rhaegar paused, looking back warily. From the shadowy hillside, a small, stooped figure emerged, leaning heavily on a walking stick. Chapter 235, Chapter 235, The Green Man and the System Mission. The figure moved quickly and deftly, emerging from the shadows and running down the hill into view. "Rhaegar!" Rhaenyra called out, startled. She pulled Helena with one hand and stopped Rhaegar with the other. "Roar!" Cannibal roared, its pupils fixed on the short figure, hot streams erupting from its mouth and nose. The smell it sensed came from this small intruder. Rhaegar held up his torch, the light piercing the darkness to reveal the figure's face. It was a small, stocky old man dressed in coarse linen. Despite his age, he had dark, curly hair and a beard. A wreath of flowers and vines adorned his head. "Don't be afraid, it's just an old man," Rhaegar said, stepping forward to reassure his frightened sisters. The old man held a twisted walking stick made from a weirwood branch, his flesh trembling slightly as he ran toward them. Rhaegar quickly drew his dragon claw sword and coldly demanded, "Who are you and why are you on the Isle of Faces?" Everyone knew that the Isle of Faces was supposed to be deserted. The old man raised his walking stick above his head with both hands and replied honestly, "My name is Greenhand Gal. I am a green man, guardian of the Oath of Allegiance." As he spoke, his green eyes darted back and forth between Rhaegar and his sisters, his large belly wobbling with each movement. "A green man?" Rhaegar was stunned and lowered his sword slightly. The green men were not a specific race, but a mysterious and ancient order. After the children of the forest and the first men had sworn their oaths on the Isle of Faces, the sacred organization of the Green Men had been formed to guard that weird island. But the Green Men, like the children of the forest, had long since vanished from the history of the world. Rhaegar remained cautious. His eyes narrowed as he asked, "What proof do you have?" "The Green Man is the Green Man, there is no proof," Greenhand Gal replied bluntly. "I really am a green man, but that's all there is to it." "You've been living on this island?" Rhaegar pressed, still skeptical. "There's nothing to eat or drink on the island." "I'd starve to death," Greenhand Gal said sincerely, with a broad smile. "I usually work as a witch doctor in a village near Harrenhal, exchanging my services for food." The green men were human, after all. Like any human, they needed to eat, drink, and sleep, making it impossible to completely escape human society. Rhaegar frowned, half believing what he heard. He turned back to Rhaenyra, who looked equally puzzled. Rhaenyra's thoughts shifted and she asked, "What is your last name and how are you related to Greenhand Garth?" Greenhand was a title given to a king of the first men during the heroic era. This king was said to be broad and fat, with antlers, green hair and eyes. He had magical powers that caused flowers and grass to grow wherever he went. With his blessing, virgins had their first menstruation, old women returned to menstruation, and pregnant women could give birth to 2 or 3 babies at once. There were many legends about him. Garth the Greenhand sired many children. His eldest son, Garth Gardner, founded House Gardner and became the first king of the Reach. House Gardner fell in the Conqueror's War, and the current wardens of the south, House Tyrell of Highgarden, were chosen by Aegon the Conqueror because of their close intermarriage with the Gardners and their shared bloodline with Garth the Greenhand. Hearing Rhaenyra's question, Greenhand Gal scratched his head uncertainly. "I don't have a family name. I'm from the Reach. I heard the weirwood say I should become a green man, so I came to the Isle of Faces. As for my relationship with Garth the Greenhand..." He thought for a moment before smiling sheepishly. "I suppose I have a bit of his blood in me, enough to boast the nickname. In fact, most of the nobles in the Reach had some blood of Garth the Greenhand." With a question and an answer, the situation became clearer. Rhaegar frowned. "Why do you want to keep me from touching the weirwood?" "The old gods guided me." "They forbid your touch," said Greenhand Gal, trying to look as serious as possible. "The Isle of Faces is the last remaining piece of rich land in the south, dedicated to the old gods. The dragons will destroy it." In utter disbelief, Rhaegar clarified, "I touch the weirwoods and it destroys the Isle of Faces? What kind of logic is that?" The Isle of Faces was just a deserted island with no people and no value except the weirwoods. How could he destroy it? Unless... Rhaegar's eyes flashed as he glanced at the last weirwood, his thoughts racing. With that in mind, he walked a little closer to the weirwood. "Wait!" Greenhand Gal shouted hastily, his forehead glistening with sweat. "Prince, I have a very bad premonition. Please stay away from here." As Rhaegar approached the weirwood, he could almost hear a wailing sound coming from it. His heart pounded and his body grew hot with tension. Ignoring Gal's plea, Rhaegar placed his palm on the rough bark of the tree. The appearance of a fat old man claiming to be a green man and trying to dissuade him with a few words seemed absurd. Cannibal, eyes fixed on the weirwoods, appeared expectant. Rhaegar dismissed the myths of the children of the forest, the first men, and the green men. These ancient beings had been relegated to legend, their power diminished long ago. At their peak, they had been no match for the dragon lords of the Freehold. As a descendant of the ancient Valyrian dragon riders, he had no fear of the so-called old gods. As his palm touched the bark of the weirwood, the system echoed in his mind. This mission is open. The target is the weirwood bearing the Oath of Allegiance. Weirwood of the Oath of Allegiance. Exploration progress, 0.1%. There was no cataclysm, no celestial upheaval. No gods watched, and no demons cursed. Everything was calm and quiet. A smile touched Rhaegar's lips as he stroked the bark of the weirwood. Unexpectedly, I've activated an explorer mission, he thought, secretly pleased. Nothing happened. Greenhand Gal stood frozen, stunned by the scene. Rhaenyra stood, holding her torch and shaking it slightly. You want something to happen? Rhaenyra replied, her tone slightly mocking. He felt uneasy, but the weirwood seemed unharmed. Listening to their conversation, Rhaegar's mind raced with possibilities. The relics this time might affect the Isle of Faces. Rhaenyra, let's spend the night here, Rhaegar suggested, pulling a spare blanket from his space bracelet. He needed to stay close to the weirwood to maintain the progress of his exploration. Rhaenyra didn't object, though she eyed Greenhand Gal warily. Sensing the change, Gal backed away. My boat is at the shore. I'll leave now. With the weirwood unharmed, there was no reason for him to stay. Reluctantly, he took one last look at the weirwood, then turned and disappeared into the night, carrying his walking stick. Roar! Cannibal's low growl echoed as the dragon lay protectively beside Rhaegar and his companions. Rhaegar lit a campfire for warmth as Rhaenyra and Helena slept beside him under the stars. The sun shone brightly the next morning, filtering through the red leaves of the weirwoods and illuminating Rhaegar's face. Roar! A distant dragon's roar and the sound of running water woke Rhaegar from his sleep. Groggy and disoriented, the first thing he saw was the eerie, bleeding face of a weirwood, causing him to roll away in panic. Regaining his composure, Rhaegar propped himself up on the damp ground, feeling both frustrated and helpless. He muttered angrily, what taste did the children of the forest have to carve these faces? Calming his racing heart, he noticed the blanket wrapped around his waist. The campfire had burned out, and Rhaenyra and Helena were nowhere to be seen, probably out exploring. A system notification rang in his ears. Exploration complete. Please retrieve the relic treasures. Rhaegar's mood lifted. He checked the system interface. Weirwood of the Oath of Allegiance. Exploration progress, 100%. The once repulsive weirwood seemed softer now. Rhaegar stood and circled the tree, finding a watermelon-sized reddish glow on its canopy. Found it, he murmured, reaching out to touch the glowing spot. With a gentle touch, the red halo exploded into brilliant points of light and merged into his hand. Relic picked up successfully. Detection in progress. Recognition successful. Judged as a legendary relic, slash and burn. Legendary level, Rhaegar thought elatedly. He saw a sickle and a piece of charcoal. He tried to pull out the sickle and the charcoal. Relic not yet activated, the system informed him. Rhaegar hesitated before examining the slash and burn relic alert. Slash or burn? A simple prompt appeared. Rhaegar guessed it was a multiple-choice question. Without hesitation, he chose the burn option, aligning with the Targaryen motto, blood and fire. The bronze sickle shattered, disappearing from his mind. The charcoal ignited, glowing red-hot. With a thought, Rhaegar tried to manifest the charcoal. It appeared, hovering before him. Just as he reached out to grasp it, the charcoal exploded, scattering ash into the soil and merging with the land. Suddenly, the entire Isle of Faces began to tremble as if struck by an earthquake. Gah! The tremors sent black swans fleeing from the lake in terror. Rhaegar struggled to maintain his balance as another system notification chimed. Congratulations, slash and burn has been activated. You have obtained Earthbreaking Fire. Grade, Legendary, Red. Function, taps into the flames deep underground, subliminally transforming the land. Evaluation, a disposable fire, fleeting. Word count, 1645.
Thanks for listening.